Hello and welcome to the North American Squad League. It's always weird saying that. I'm always waiting for the screen to start. We are here though. This is the last day. I'm sorry I'm acting weird. This is the very last day. After this, it's finals this Sunday. We got a $1,000 prize pool on the line, 50,000 diamonds. It's a big day, guys. It's a really big day. I'm super excited for it. These are the final games before we see the top four and see who actually wins this whole thing. Let's do this. You know, I'm right now partnered with a good friend of mine. A great caster. Everybody welcome my man Tank over here.
I was worried where you were going to go with that, so I'm glad we ended just with caster. I appreciate that, and I love it. I'm excited, man. It's the last night before your big tournament comes, and we get to see the top 4 teams. So let's kick this off. I'm ready.
I'm excited too. Before we do kick this off, though, we are going to show who's playing today.
Just kidding, guys.
Today we have the Valley versus Extraction, Aether Explicit versus TSU, and the final game of the night will be Pro Pandas versus S2. I'm really excited about tonight. It's the Valley versus Extraction, AE versus TSU. The Valley is already in a locked-in spot for top 4. I'm excited to see if they do anything crazy, if they do anything silly. You know, they don't really need to win this. Extraction, I don't really know if they have a chance to get there. TSU would have to get swept, and they would have to sweep this game. TSU would have to get swept twice. I don't know if that's going to happen, but Extraction still has a point to prove here. They need to be able to show that they're viable in this tournament, you know, maybe sit on that number 4 spot. And then we have Pro Pandas versus S2, also 2 teams that I think a lot of these lower bracket teams like just want to at least get to that number 4 spot. You know, want to at least show that they can compete here. So I'm excited to see who actually comes out on top tonight. It's going to be an interesting night. For this first game, who do you think takes it, Tank?
I mean, I do feel bad that I messed up Extraction's name for a solid entire casting night. I think it's going to be a good game. I think the Valley's got a small edge on them, so I do think they'll take it. But I'm all about those upsets, so I really hope Extraction comes out. I know they're going to. And they're going to play their best, so it's going to be a good game. But I do think the Valley might tweak this dub out at the end.
I definitely, you know, of course, the Valleys are the favorite. The Valley is the favorite right now. But Extraction has something to prove. And how do you prove it best? By taking out one of the top 4 teams right now. Both of these teams are ready, Tank. So we're not going to waste too much time. We're going to jump into these drafts. So first draft, first pick right now, Tank, we have the Valley on the blue side. They're going to get the first ban, first pick, and then we have EXN Extraction on the red side. They will have second band, and they will have second 2 picks. What do you think we're going to see here, Tank? Are we going to see an Esmeralda up front? Are we going to see something like we've been seeing, or do you think we're going to see something different tonight?
Well, I tell you what, if Esmeralda doesn't get on this ban list early, we're definitely going to see her. It's just like the YSS. We've seen that ban throughout the tournament, and Esme has just been, you know, she's come through in this tournament. It's got to be at least, we're talking about 60-70% pick rate. And if we're talking if she's not banned, we're looking at like 100%. She's in every one of these games. So I think we are going to see her tonight, unless you're seeing her on that ban list again.
Yeah, I think she's definitely got about 100% pick rate. If she's not banned, she is always in the game. I wonder if we're going to see something. You know, we saw TSU play Amon on Sunday. And they've been the only team to run that. They've been the only team to do it. And I'd be excited to see that come out again. I was talking about it with Ben the other day that, you know, I don't think a lot of these teams are comfortable with it. Maybe Extraction has been practicing some new things, and maybe we see something like that. So far, Kufra ban off rip, we haven't seen that. You know, I mean, yes, he's been a popular pick, but we haven't seen him get banned a lot recently, Tank.
Yeah, we usually don't see the Kufra ban come out, especially in a game 1, right? Now, if you get swept and a Kufra just led the battle and just set and set and set throughout the game, a lot of times we'll see that on the second game. They'll be like, you know what, we need to change this up. Kufra really kept us down and had some gnarly sets. So we see that ban come out, but you don't usually see that in the first game. So you have to wonder, were they watching Extraction? Did they see Extraction pick up Ku for quite a bit, and they just know that this is one of their better heroes to go with and didn't want to deal with that tank? But the Valentina, obviously, that's been a huge ban this season throughout everyone's gameplay. The Natan ban, absolutely in the jungle, he's straight up meta. So well, don't worry, technical difficulties. We got a charger. We got one on standby. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. Good thing it happened now and not during the game. But I didn't expect the Ku for ban on first game. So this is interesting. See who they decide to go with here, if they're trying to set themselves up by taking Ku for right out of this.
Yeah, the Valley right now, like I said before, is in a position that they don't have to win these games. And we've seen Gosu Yujin do some things like pull out the Odette in that one game. I think we saw them play Nana once. Like, we've seen them troll. We've seen them pick picks that aren't super popular picks.
Yeah.
And I'm really hoping to see something like that. But no, we see that Esmeralda lock in first.
But now they go right back to the Esme pick, which we knew was going to happen if it was not on the ban list. And I'm glad. Don't troll me right now with Hanabi. Don't do it. I get excited. T-Rex yells at me. He says I'll never see it.
You won't. You won't. I
know. But we did, and you won't see that. But we did get the Odette pick, which you just talked about, and I absolutely love to see that. By the way, I know you weren't an Odette believer, and she came out just smacking like she always does. But she is. There are a lot of better mages this season, so I will give you that. But it was fun to see her in this tournament.
It was definitely interesting to watch.
Interesting is a good word. That's a good word.
It was definitely interesting to watch. But I mean, EXN though, can we talk about this? Coming out with two heavy hitters off the rip. We've seen Roger decimate teams. We've seen Clint decimate teams, and they lock in both of those ADCs immediately. Selena, if that's Gosu Yujin and he just changed his name to K, they need to be worried about that Selena, because that man hits 9 out of 10 of those abyssal arrows. So it's gonna be a little scary.
This late in the tournament, right? You have to know that Selena is deadly. I can see in the beginning of this tournament not really maybe looking back and doing your homework, which may have been hard to do prior to this tournament, but absolutely, like you're saying, they don't miss. The 9 out of 10 would scare the absolute crap out of me. So I think they had to give that up with the Roger Clint picks there. They did want to get some of their bans out, and Roger is just so gnarly in the jungle. He's durable, he's fast, he's a burst hero. We'll see if Selena can contain that.
Yeah, I mean, and his ability to dive, everything like that. Right now, though, we are looking at the bans. There hasn't been a jungle yet picked for the Valley. Do they focus on that? Do they take out Ling? Do they take out, or do they keep going marksman picks? What do they decide to take out? They also need a gold lane on the side of the Valley. They've already taken out Beatrix and Atan. Do they just kind of keep focusing to that? There goes that Ling. And then to the other side, Valley, I'm wondering if they're just going to focus on tanks here.
Right, and the Valley still, they've got to pick their mage, they've got to pick their mid laner. Unless Selena's taken, decides to take mid lane. But the Lilia from Extraction, I think, is a great pick. She's going to cause so much damage. Her escapability, her burst capabilities. I've seen her a lot this tournament, actually. And it's been a while since she's come out because a lot of the other mages were just so meta. It's nice seeing her come back because she really does put down some damage.
Yeah, and she just does so well against that Esmeralda and against that Paquito, especially Esmeralda. She just slows them down consistently, causes issues for them. She just does an amazing job with it. So, but I'm still wondering what the jungle of the Valley is going to be here. Are they going to go for an Nasl? We still have Lance open. We still have some of these other picked options. YSS is banned. We know that we've seen some of these teams fall back on something like a a Granger pick. I think me and you were talking about it before tonight started. So I'm just wondering if that's something we're going to see here. They take out Matilda.
I do like the Granger in the jungle this season. I think he's made a huge comeback. I think this tournament has actually helped shown it because we've seen some really high-level players pull out Granger and just completely dominate the map with him. So he definitely is on the table, but if you look at Extraction, they did take Ling off. I think that would have been a good counter here, and they took Ling off the table, so I'm curious to see what the Valley goes with here as their hyper as well. It should be interesting for sure.
Yeah, Execration looking for a EXP laner and a gold laner, or no, an EXP laner and a tank right now. I mean, Grok's open. We could see a Jawhead. I think a Jawhead might be nice. Something to maybe single out that Selena, because I feel like Selena's going to be a major issue here, and they're going to need to take her out. She is super squishy, so if they can get someone to get to that back line, it'll be very helpful for them, tank.
True, absolutely. And I don't want to start this again, so we'll just knock it out here early. It's Extraction. I know we did the Execration.
Did I say Execration?
You did. I gotta.
Oh no.
I gotta put it in the because you're my mentor. I'm gonna follow you, right? Midway through this game, I'm gonna start yelling Execration. I'm gonna get some more hate mail. So, but just like you're talking about getting to that back line, the Yuzong was just the person to do that. And look at what we might see here over here.
I'm hoping we see that. We were just talking about that. Nope, never mind.
And it's gone. But I was excited when you said they brought him on back out because I didn't get to catch the whole tournament. I watched most of it, so I got to watch the replay of him on, which was nice to see in the tournament for the first time. But I did get a little excited there that the Valley's going to show us again. But Lance still a good pick here. This season, he's been a huge ban, at least in the NA games. If you look over here, Lance has a huge ban rate when it comes to the NA server. So he's another good assassin this season. And Eve can just bring down. We looked at a mid lane and we were talking about who the Valley was going to go with, and Eve can definitely make it rain mid lane. She's a pain to deal with. She's hard to knock out of her ult. But Yuzong, at least Extraction is going to come back. Yuzong is able to get to that back line, so that is a good pick for Extraction.
Wondering if they go for the Atlas pick.
They did it. They done did it. Okay.
And we've been, right now when we look at Atlas in this league, he has a 0% win rate. Every time he's been picked, the team has lost. Whether that's on him or the team, I don't know. But, he's just had a very low win rate. Yes, like, in theory, he should do good against this Esmeralda and this Paquito. He should do good against possibly even this Lancelot, maybe. But Lancelot's going to be able to phase out of that ultimate. But I just don't know if it's going to work. I do like the Yuzong pick to get to that back line and focus on that Eve and focus on that Selena. So, we're just going to see. Overall, I really like the draft from the Valley. EXN has a decent draft, but it's looking a little weak. Give us a breakdown, Tank, on where everyone's going in this laning phase.
So, just to go on the draft, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think the Valley took this one. Extraction definitely started off early with some real hardcore picks there. And I hope someone proves me wrong with Atlas. I'm not an Atlas believer. I think there's a lot of better tanks out there, even if you can find someone that Atlas can counter, and you're like, okay, this is our pick. If you take away his ult and you can't land his ult, to me, he's a Franco, right? If you miss with the hook, really, what do they have left? So it's a bit tough.
Looking at this gold lane right now, I'm wondering, Clint really should be able to beat Paquito, but it's going to be interesting. But in the middle, we already got some fights breaking out. Atlas taking some big damage, forced to go back. No, Buddy Chung does secure the kill onto that Selena. So the Valley losing a member at only 45 seconds into the game, Tank.
God, that is a quick move by Extraction there, which I didn't expect. But like I said, I'm happy to see. I do want to see Extraction come out here, like you're saying. They want to prove something. They've got the Valley has nothing to lose here, so they still want to try and do their best. But early game. Here we are talking about the Valley having the draft. Atlas coming in, trying to get that set. Does miss it. Lily is there to push him back, though. But Extraction coming out strong.
Yeah, I do love that beginning. I thought Atlas was going down, and for a second I thought EXN was about to lose that trade-off. But then Roger, off camera, just zones in on that Selena, and this is what I was talking about. They need to try to focus out that Selena and put her back, but in the bot lane, Clint taking some big damage. Does he get out? No, Guapsi does secure the kill, but in comes Roger onto go Suyuzi. He wants to focus down, and he does secure the kill onto Paquito, making it a 1-for-1 trade. Is he going to keep going? Guapsi in a bad position. The stun may come in from Atlas, but he just misses, and Lancelot is able to dash out, Tank.
And one of the abilities of Lance, one of the reasons why he's such a pain to play is exactly what you just saw right there. You know, getting him into a situation where it's a 3-on-1 and you really think there's nowhere for him to go, and he can just dash out of there, and he's under his turret, and he's gone, and it was not a wasted gank, but a rotation that didn't pay off.
Most definitely. I mean, just his ability to like phase out and not take damage for a second and be not CC'd for a second, it's going to make it very troublesome for the Atlas to try to lock him down. And that's why I was a little confused about that. Like, yes, it's going to work. I'm guessing the Atlas pick was mainly for Paquito and for this Esmeralda, but we do have a battle here at the Turtle right now. Most of EXN is here. They were able to take out that Lancelot. Good job. Sonya, though, looking a little rough. This could be it for him. Can Esmeralda secure the kill? No, Esmeralda gets taken out from that Lilia. And this is what I meant by Lilia doing some crazy damage, but Roger might be a little too deep. He gets hit by the tower shot as Selena is able to go away with a sliver of health tank.
Selena just barely getting out of there. I really did think Roger had that. But we talk about the Selena gameplay, right? This is a professional Selena we're looking at here, not a Selena I want to go against. But that Lilia burst damage, even this early in the game, she can just put down some damage. I'm excited to see what she does throughout the rest of this game.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I really want to talk about that YZ, though, that Yuzong, man. This man took out, was able to go against Lancelot and take him out, and then just when we think he's about to go down to Esmeralda right here, they were able to quickly turn around. The rest of the team comes in, and Lilia saves the day. I mean, just overall, great gameplay from EXN right now.
I am honestly more surprised that we haven't seen more Yuzong in this tournament. Yuzong, I think, is such an underrated fighter. Not that anyone thinks he's no good, but I actually think he's more meta than he gets.
Red team hero has been slain.
Members of EXN going down, you are right, but they are going back and forth right now. A 2-for-1 trade to the side of EXN again. I thought the Valley had that fight for a second, but this Roger coming in, focusing in, does he take it? He dodges the arrow, pops his Hal, and is able to secure a kill onto K the Selena, and now the gold plating of his tier 3 tower, and the bot lane is down. The tower is probably going to go to tank.
Poor Selena there, right? I don't think Roger knew she was there. I think Roger might have thought she was already gone. And Selena did show herself with that stun that she threw out, and it just didn't catch. And once that happened, we talk about how squishy Selena can be, and Roger just ate her up.
Yeah, and Roger's ability to just run out, like the way he just dived in there and then got away, just perfect. I mean, EXN playing an amazing game against an amazing team right now. You know, definitely showing that, like, hey, yeah, we might not make the top 4, but we're still a team to be reckoned with. Don't forget that, the Valley.
Absolutely, and, you know, I just hope they can keep it. We talk about the Valley. They're a team that doesn't make mistakes, so Extraction's playing very, very well here. The rotation is phenomenal. You know, they're all feeding off each other, but we talk about this again and again, and we need to make sure that they just don't lose it, because it just takes that one mistake, that one little hiccup, and you're not going to see the Valley make that mistake.
I mean, but they're not making mistakes. You're right, but right now EXN also not making mistakes. But the thing is we've seen teams like EXN, we've seen teams like AE, we've seen a lot of these teams do great in the beginning, and then, you know, we saw it with Pro Pandas a few times. They have these nice early games, but then they just aren't able to close it, or they start making these mistakes. And hopefully EXN can take this lead that they have right now. You know, they're 1,000 gold ahead, 5 minutes in, which isn't a lot, but it's something. They have a tower. Hopefully they can take it and do something with it, unlike we've seen certain teams do against the Valley before.
Well, they've got the, I tell you, they've got the hyper to do it. Roger late game is as strong and powerful as Roger is early game. He's even scarier late game. Once that hero gets fed, there's really not much stopping him unless you're talking, you know, a team that knows how to gank, knows how to rotate, knows how to back each other up.
Speaking of ganks, though, Clint getting closed in on. Are they going to get this finish? They do. Go to Yuzi, able to finish off Lilia on his trail, though, chasing them down. Eve ready to back him up at any point. In the top, though, look at Esmeralda also getting ganked. A nice ult from Atlas on to Lancelot. Lancelot just dashing out, but the dragon form of Yuzong has been popped. He's now on the other side of Lancelot. Lancelot in bad position, but the tower is able to take out that Yuzong as Roger secures the kill onto Lance. Do you think that trade was worth it, Tank?
God, that's a tough call. I tell you, losing a hyper to anyone
Blue
but
team
another hyper,
turret
I
has
think is
been
always a good
destroyed.
call. Yuzong's playing very, very well here. I think it was his dash there, his dive there that was able to clean up that hyper. But he did pay for it, and I think if you ask Yuzong 9 times out of 10, he wouldn't be upset with that trade.
Yeah, most definitely. And it just seems like, I think, I talked about in the beginning, they really need to focus on Selena, and they did early game. She's 1-2 right now, and I think it's majorly helping them. I think the team maybe is they're prepared for this Selena. Maybe that's why they didn't ban it. They're a bit more prepared for it, and they were ready, and they're not getting hit by the arrows like they usually would. Or this Atlas is, and it doesn't really matter if he gets hit. And they seem to just be overall playing a different game than what we normally see from them, Tank.
I think you're right, and we're going to have a good fight here at the turtle. I don't know if the Valley's going to try and push in and take this, but Extraction does have good position around it. Lance does move up and kills it. We just talked about it, whether they're going to go in, and Lance does exactly that.
Does get
and
the
the Valley
steal.
is on the offensive right now with Lance pushing up, and he is going to secure the double kill against Atlas. And they're still continuing. Eve dropping this team fight going down. They're not going to let him push, and he does take out the Clint. The Valley on the offensive here. Selena trying for that dash, but didn't hit it with Lilia. And I tell you, we just talked about those little team fights that can change a game right there. And it looked like Extraction completely had that turtle in full control. And the Valley comes in with one simple team fight and changes that completely. 9-9 kills. Look at what just happened in that one team fight.
Oh man, yeah. Now they're starting to play the aggressive game here. I mean, they got. But Lilia Queen Lilia Queen is playing an amazing game. 4-0-4 right now. Really starting to scale, doing some big damage to the enemy team, and it's just making a huge difference. And the XN, I don't think yeah, you guys got the turtle, but we are not backing off right now.
I tell you, the key to this Extraction, here I am talking about Roger, but I think it's going to be this Yuzong. If Yuzong's there for these team fights with Extraction, you can see how different every team fight goes. He's durable. He's got the burst damage. He can really help support his team. So I'm pretty excited to see how this is going to turn out. I think this Yuzong is going to be huge for Extraction.
Yeah, and I haven't seen much from Clint recently. He just keeps getting taken out, it seems. They're moving in, put a huge 3-man ult coming in from Atlas. This could be bad. The ultimate from Eve, though, is quickly knocked to respawn, and goes to use. He dashes under the tower and takes out that Atlas. Oh my god, I mean, the team just wasn't there to back it up. Atlas with that beautiful 3-man ult and wasn't able to secure a kill on anyone other than Esmeralda, Tank.
I was excited to see the Atlas there. You hyped me for it, right? Atlas almost changed me, and that wasn't even his fault. I think he did a fantastic set like you're talking about, but I don't think Extraction was ready for it. I don't know if they just weren't expecting that to land. And Lance does shut down Lilia here, which is going to put Extraction in a little bit of trouble because she is the one dropping the damage minus the Yuzong right now. And, I'm curious to see if Clint does farm up here and start helping this team out, because late game Clint, he really can put some damage down, but we haven't seen much from him yet.
Yeah, I mean, he's 0-5 right now, so he's just not there. Nice ult from Atlas, somehow throws this man into the tower. This looks bad for him. Clint, though, singled out all of them under the tower and take out Clint. Right now, the Valley just playing a nice game. But did you see that sumo toss over the wall on the Paquito?
Atlas again.
Tank?
I think he heard me, and he said, "I'm going to make Tank a believer." I think that's what we're going to do in this game. So the dude's just out there actually getting some sets, showing me what Atlas is capable of, which is nice to see. I just don't know if he's got it in, but Yuzong pushing in with that team fight we talked about. He needs to be in these team fights, and he is. He's going to chase him down with Atlas on his tail. Paquito moving up to help here. Lance does finally dash in, and Paquito gets that kill on Yuzong, which is going to hurt Extraction. Atlas on the move back now. Esmeralda pushing up mid lane. It does look like Valley's up in the offensive. Lance is not going to let Lilia get away on this team fight. The Valley still continuing and knocks out Atlas. Now Extraction is in trouble here.
Oh, Devi, though, able to get the kill.
Oh my god, finally Clint getting in the game here.
Esmeralda on the run, though. Can they finish it? No, nice arrow hits onto that Clint, and he's taken out from Selena. But Roger wanting to switch his own team to the offensive, but it is only 1v3. What can Roger do against the Valley right now? He's forced to go back to his jungle, Tank.
He is, and like I said, Roger is a very durable, bursty, dashing. He's an all-around hyper, but he knows he's got to get his buffs here. And I think Extraction knows they have to play as a team. They were playing real well early game, and it's not like they're not playing well now, but Their rotation was phenomenal early, and they had the ganks, they had the numbers. So let's see if Extraction kind of cools down and starts looking for more of these sets here.
Oh, looks like what's his name just walked into one. As we're talking about it, Selena gonna get eaten up by this Lilia. And now it seems that EXN has a bit of a foothold on this Lord as the rest of the team tries to push them away. But Eve has popped the ultimate and Esmeralda comes in to try to gauge. She wants this Lord. She has her ultimate cocked and ready. She lands next to that Roger but isn't able to get the stun. Now they have switched lanes. They're moving on to this Esmeralda. She is low health, but the Lord is going low. Selena is close and the red team is able to get it. Roger able to secure it. He's moving on to this Lance. Lance needing to get away. He's taken out by Lilia. And now it is a 4v2, V3, V3 for EXN.
An absolute huge play by Extraction there. I tell you, when Esmeralda moved up and forced Extraction off of that Lord, I thought this might be the chance, right? It gave Lance time to move up. It gave the Valley time to move up. I thought it was a huge move, and it really could have paid off for the Valley, but Extraction kept their composure there, and they came out with a Lord and a couple kills there. I mean, they played that so well. And it all started with, once again, that Atlas set with Selena coming in and taking out... who was Lilia's first takeout there?
Lilia took out Selena. Selena got a little too engaged, and Roger and Roger and Lilia were just able to take it out. But now the Lord is crashing down. Paquito sitting in this bush behind the whole team. Can he pull something off here? He's able to knock up that Clint and that Atlas. Knock them up again. Can he get the kill on Atlas? Esmeralda able to secure it, but in comes Yuzong, ready to do some damage to the team, diving under the tower. Not scared, but maybe he's pushed a little too far. Lancelot is in the background, and now members of EXN are going down. There are still 5 left in the Valley, and they have not only taken out the Lord, but taken out 3 members from EXN tank.
That was an absolute beautiful play by the Valley there. Yuzong, unfortunately, didn't get there until late, and at that point, you really have to ask yourself, do I dive in and try to make up for lost time, or do I just pull back and play it safe? He dove in hoping to get some kills there, but had no one on the team left. And he was deep inside that turret, inside the inhibitors, and they paid for it there, so...
Yeah, but in comes Roger. They want this Lancelot, but they just can't get him. And I feel like right now, as we're watching EXN, they make some great plays, but then sometimes it just seems like they're not there together. You know, the communication is off. Someone goes in a little too deep when the rest of the team's not there. Atlas gets a crazy 3-man ult, but no one's there to do the damage. Yuzong goes in by himself, and all the rest of the team is in the back lane getting picked off by Lance. You know, these are the little mistakes we talk about. And now the Valley has taken a complete offense onto them as Esmeralda and Ghost Uzi take out that Clint tank.
And Atlas coming in for the set, does miss the set. Yuzong pushing it hard here, really have the backup of the team, and he does. Extraction definitely playing the offense, but Yuzong gets caught with that Selena stun, which he is going to pay for. Paquito does take him out. The Valley completely on the offensive here, trying to not try. They want to finish it up. Lilia is hurt. Lilia does get smoked. That's a double kill for Paquito. But he does get shut down by that Roger, but the Valley's still 4 strong here. This does not look good for Extraction. They do have minions here on the inhibitor. Even Roger.
Oh, the dive.
Getting shut down by Roger right now. This does not look good. This looks like it's going to be it. They do have minions to clean it up. Beautiful play by the Valley there at the end, coming out with that Selena stun to drop that Yuzong, and then it was all offensive for the Valley after that.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful game there. You know, EXN definitely put up a fight. Definitely put up a fight there, but just wasn't able to really clean it up, you know. And this is what this is what I was talking about at the very beginning. We see some of these teams do really well in the beginning, but then they just start to fall off the more and more it goes.
But like you're saying, I mean, that Clint really just, I don't know if he couldn't find the groove. I don't know what happened there. He got shut down early or what, but Extraction needed that damage from Clint there at the end, and it just never showed up. You could see Lilia hitting there for the team. Yuzong, a huge team fight participation for Extraction, and the Roger taking the MVP for the side of EXN. But the Valley, just well-rounded, the entire team. Look at that team fight participation. You could see that they were there. They were ready for it. They knew what they had to do, and we knew the Valley had a good draft, and we saw it play out for them.
Yeah, I think what really kind of fell off with the XN is that Clint just never seemed to get there. You know, his ending gold was 8,700. He was just kind of behind everybody, and he was never able to get the items he needed. He was forced to pick up defense items before he could even lock in his, you know, normally it's like Endless Battle, Berserker Fury, something along those, bod, but instead he's forced to go on a more defensive build early on in the game, and I think it really just set him back. And you need him to be able to take out that Esmeralda, to do some big burst damage to her, to be able to do some nice burst damage to this defensively build Paquito, and he just wasn't able to ever do that, and Roger ended up being essentially one of the only damage dealers towards the end game.
Yeah, that Clint, they, you know, he's one of the few that had actual distance and range on the team of VXN, and he was not able to sit in that back line and put down the damage he needed to for extraction. So that was good play by both teams for sure. I loved seeing that gameplay. That was a great game to watch. But the Valley, you know, extraction came out hot, and the Valley just came through and finished and clutched it up there at the end. Yeah,
we just see, like, you know, they just all of these top teams in the past season, you know, we're on the last day, and to talk about all these top 4 teams, we've seen them do things like this. You know, they lose in the beginning. It just shows their dominance in this league. They're losing in the beginning, but they're able to keep their composure, hold it together, wait for a couple slip-ups, and then win in the end game. And, you know, it just happens repetitively. And I'm wondering if it's what we're going to see again, if the Valley's just going to completely stop this time, you know. But if EXN wants to win another game, they can't overextend. They can't make the mistakes that they've been making.
Yeah, we saw that one team fight, right? The one team fight about on Lord when, or it was actually Turtle when Lance came up, Snake the Turtle, because Extraction did a phenomenal job that one time Esme pushed up. But exactly right. I mean, we need to see if Extraction can clutch it out this time.
I'm wondering if they can. We are in these drafts now, though.
And the Valley coming out, not surprising here. Lilia, one of the worst players to deal with on the side of the Valley. They come out with that Lilia ban right off the bat. Not surprised to see that.
Not surprised at all. I mean, this time we know that Lilia's been trouble. We know it's been an issue. So, I mean, let's just get rid of it. And even though they lost, I love how the Valley, you know, that's another thing. I love how the Valley does things like that. Like, yeah, we lost, but we still know that that could be an issue in our next match, so let's just get rid of it now.
Well, won. They won.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, though, right?
Like, even though they won, like, let's just get rid of that anyways.
Absolutely, because it was one of the ones that gave them the most, the biggest problem here. You know, I won't be surprised. The Yuzong, I think, was a bigger issue. Lilia was their issue, right? But out of all the other players, I think the Yuzong was their biggest issue there. So I'm curious to see if the Valley does, like you said. We know that they've got the record. They could troll if they wanted to, but you can tell they're out here to play. And it looks like they're going to go with the Esme ban on this one. So I'm curious to see if they're not going to snake the Yuzong from Extraction here, not give them that option.
Yeah, I'm wondering too. I don't think that. I mean, yeah, Yuzong's trouble, but I don't think that they're really gonna worry about it. I think they're pretty comfortable. I mean, they just won a game, you know, against whatever. I think the Valley's like in a really comfy position right now, and they're like, they essentially feel like they could play whatever, let you play whatever, and they're gonna come out on top of this.
It is nice to have the confidence, you know, to have that in your arsenal where you have a plethora of players in your class that you can take and not worry about it. I mean, you can see it with the Kufra, right? They don't want to deal with Kufra. You don't see a lot of teams ban a tank unless it is a direct counter to a hyper that they're going to run or somebody that they're going to try and push up. So curious to see if they go with something like we just saw. I mean, the Valley just won, so why not change anything? I tell you, you still don't see the Selena ban over on the side of Extraction. I know she wasn't a huge.
No, but they should respect that
last game. But you gotta respect. I mean, you gotta know, even if she's not taking home MVP and she's not the top of the list, that Selena gameplay on the side of the Valley is something you don't want to mess with.
Yeah, I mean, other big teams have respected, like TSU banned Selena. Plenty of teams have banned Selena against the Valley. They know it's an issue, you know, but EXN just doesn't seem to want to do it for some reason.
I don't know. Maybe they got something else. Maybe they got this game plan. You know, like we're not there. We don't understand it. We can sit back and say what we think, but I agree. I don't know what the reason would be to not put that Selena on the ban list up top, and we saw it, it hurt them there in that last game, because Selena did come with some good stuns, and she did get some, but here we see the Roger again, and I'm not surprised there. The Valley left it open, but the Valley can leave it open. They just played Roger. They're not scared, so they can leave it back open, and Extraction is going to maybe try something different, maybe get that Clint out of the situation. Didn't give them much help last time, so I'll be curious to see what MM they actually do go with this time on the side of Extraction.
Yeah, I feel like, that Roger was a good pick last game. It just seemed like overall, though, the composition of their team throughout the match, like the rotation and everything, just seemed a little off. Like we talked about a few times, Atlas would get those sets, someone would be at the right spot, but then Roger wasn't there. Or the rest of the team would be there and then Yuzong wasn't there. And we just consistently had everyone a little late to the party, and they weren't able to really get those nice team fights that we wanted to see, to whereas the Valley, when those big team fights are coming, they worked as a unit. They were ready to go every time. Their communication was on point. Their CC chain was on point. Everything they did was to a T. So I think EXN, it's not exactly that their comp was, it's not exactly like that they lost in the draft or anything, even though it kind of felt like that because they won in the beginning. It's just their overall gameplay towards the end fell off.
I agree. We watched in the beginning, their rotation, I thought was great. Their support for each other on every lane was great. Towards the end, it looked like a lot of that solo fighting, right? Like the engaging, we saw it happen a couple times with Yuzong. We saw it happen with Atlas. They would engage, get the sets, and the team just wouldn't be there. So, I'm curious to see if we change that. I like seeing Ruby in there. She is pretty meta over in the SCA server. I talked to a lot of friends over there, and they talk about she's got an insanely high ban rate. So I'm excited to see what she can do over here. I don't know a lot of good Ruby players, but I have watched some gnarly Ruby play, and she is a pain and an awesome lifesteal and set hero. So I'm excited if Extraction can play her to a full potential here.
Yeah, a lot of teams have been running her as a tank, as something along those lines. So it's true what you said. We haven't really seen her played amazingly in this league so far. Like there hasn't been any like exceptional Ruby plays yet. But I think that, she has potential. We know she's amazing. We've seen her in M3 already. We see her get picked in high level play. I just don't think there's anyone that's extremely comfortable with that pick yet in this season, but more bans are coming in. The Valley opts for a mage ban, decides to take out that Eve, and EXN going for this Lance ban this time, showing some respect. They know that they, I think last time they went for that Matilda ban. This time, maybe just keep focusing on some of these hyper roles, on some of these assassins and marksmen.
And you're exactly right. That's what Extraction's done now with the Natan Ling and now the Lance ban. They are really trying to take that end with the YSS, taking these hypers out, just like you talked about. But I agree with the Ruby. We haven't seen her. I'm curious to see if we're going to see some good gameplay here. And it's not that I don't think Extraction's capable. I do, but she's a hard hero to master at that level, right? Ruby's an easier hero to play, but there's a difference between playing somebody and absolutely being a threat.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see if someone could do it, because I love seeing the gnarly Ruby gameplay. It's something you don't want to mess with. You just can't take her down.
Yeah, you really want to, she doesn't really have that engage ability that Kufras and some of these other tanks do, Jawheads, like that ability to just like jump in and make a set. She's more similar to Franco in a sense of I have to pull a hero in, something like that. I have to kind of be more of an ambusher, and she doesn't have as much range for sets as a lot of other tanks do. But her sustainability end game and her overall disruption, and like once the team fight gets going, her disruption, being able to second skill and stop 2 or 3 people right where they are in their tracks for a second, can be major. But are we going to see this Amon pick? There it is.
And you can see the Valley here going with 4 mage bans here, right? And you were wondering what that was really setting themselves up for. And I do think it was that Amon pick for the hyper, trying to take out some of these really burst and CC mages over on the side of Extraction. And I tell you, the Valley, talk about an experienced team. They know what they're doing. They're playing chess here, right? With the Lilia ban right off the bat and coming through with 2 more of the OP or meta mages. all to set up that Amon gameplay. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, and I like that Claude pick for the gold lane. He's gonna be, you know, if it gets to the end game, he'll be a saving grace against that Ruby and against that Paquito. Able to jump in with his Demon Hunter sword and just output damage to those tankier, beefier heroes. And we're hovering over this Wan pick. I don't think we've seen a Wan yet, and I don't, you know, I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like it might just be I mean, it could be amazing if you're a really good Wan player, but there's a reason why she hasn't got picked a whole lot in the league so far.
Yeah, I agree with you. I enjoy playing Wan. I enjoy seeing her out there, and unless so Brody. More of a durable, safer pick there. I have seen some gnarly Wans, and when she takes flight, it's pretty amazing. But against a good team, it's very hard for her to get her ult off if they know what they're doing. So the Brody pick there at S5 from Extraction, it's a good pick. He's got the distance, definitely has the range and the damage. But I'm excited for the Amon gameplay over here on the side of the Valley. I know he showed up for the first time over the weekend in your tournament, and I got a chance to watch the rerun, but I'm excited to see this firsthand.
Yeah, I'm just, that's how it is for me. I'm just like happy to see him get picked because we see him so rarely. So it's always fun to watch. It's always like, oh yeah, we're gonna see this Amon pick. We're gonna get to see some Amon gameplay because he's still so new, you know, and he's kind of a rarity to see right now. Even in rank, he's not one of those heroes that came out and just everybody picks him nonstop and everybody bans him. I feel like a lot of people are still getting comfortable with him and kind of figuring out where he fits. We know from M3 a lot of people that are knowledgeable of the game have been talking about how he can be a flex pick, he can be mid lane, gold lane, support, you know, he can do a lot of different things. But enough about Amon, let's jump into this game, Tank. Who do you think is going to be the big aggressor in the early game?
I still think you're going to see it on the side of Extraction here for the aggressor. The Valley in trouble here, and it does look like Extraction is going to try and push this off, but they do get away. And the hits from Lu Yi and her distance, her CC. But Roger, I do think Roger has the capabilities of being an aggressor to start off, and you see it here pushing a little bit towards the Valley's jungle. So I do think Extraction, once again, is going to play aggressive, and we'll see. I doubt they'll change their early game style. We just might see a little bit different game style from Extraction towards the mid to late game.
Yeah, I think, you know, we know Lu Yi's early game damage can be insane, you know, and then paired up, like we just saw, paired up with that Ruby, if she can lock two heroes in a spot for over a second or two, it's going to be huge for that Lu Yi to burst off some damage. So, you know, maybe the Ruby pick was kind of, in the Lu Yi pick is like, all right, these guys are going to work well together. Let's run them together. I like the way right now Ruby scoping out, keeping vision. She's not engaging. You know, she thinks maybe I can steal that, but no, I'm going to do a little poke damage, back up. And now we might see our first decent-sized team fight here in the top lane, Tank.
And Roger pushing in here is playing the aggressive, is going to try and dive that, but does get pushed off by Matilda. And Amon coming out for the side of the Valley with that burst damage. We see Roger being the aggressor there, but Amon comes up and finishes up. And it does look like the Valley is going to have to push back off of this, but is Roger going to continue to push this? It doesn't look like he's going to rotate back to mid. But Amon's burst damage, right? We talk about how excited we are to see him, and you see the reasons why right there. It looked like Extraction had a real good set there. They were going to play the aggressor, and Amon says, no, listen, I'm here. It's not going to happen that way.
Yeah, and you know, and the thing about Amon too is he has some range to him. You know, he has a skill that can dash. I mean, that has range to it. So he doesn't just have to be on you to make a play. You know, and I think that's what really makes him so different. He gets his little speed boost when he goes invisible. Like he's definitely an interesting hero right now in this meta and can make some big changes. But we're back to another fight. Nothing major though, Tank. Where do you think this is going to go from here?
I think you're going to keep seeing what you're seeing right now. A lot of the poke damage from both sides. Both teams have good early damage, and the Roger is going to play aggressive. You see him keep pushing over there to the Valley's jungle, but Lu Yi in mid lane with that. We talk about that CC and that burst damage. You talk about how powerful she is early game, and she's not going to allow the Valley much space. But a good set there by the Valley. But of course they have more Extraction going in. We talk about that good rotation early game, and you're seeing it once again. Roger was there to clean that up. To make sure that Lu Yi didn't get caught in trouble there with the Paquito on mid lane. So it's gonna keep. You're gonna see it go back and forth until one of these teams get those big team fights we talk about, like at the objective. Probably this next turtle coming up.
Yeah, they were. You know, the Valley was able to secure that first turtle after that fight in the top lane. I mean, we're looking at a very small gold lead right now, but Luigi's looking pretty healthy. And a big dive coming from that Matilda, but the all responds and
Luigi just
able to
getting
get the
caught out
kill.
there trying to pick up that jungle creep, and Amon just realizing the mistake made by Luigi there and takes full advantage of it. That was pretty tough. Good rotation by Amon there, and Luigi just got caught out in the middle. A little too aggressive.
I don't think she should, like, at this point, like, with this Amon out here, she should not be on her own. She needs to be sticking tight with this Ruby, you know, rotating with somebody and just staying with them. You know, with some of these, with heroes like Chow, who can single people out, heroes like Matilda, who can single people out, and then Amon with his burst damage. It's not what you want to be, but look at this engage. Claude does pop his ultimate under the tower as both members of the EXN go down tank.
What an absolute step by the Valley there, going 4 deep on top lane, and Claude coming out, Matilda going in there with the escape and giving that. But Extraction saying, you know what, you get those double kills, 2-0 up on top lane. We are going to push bottom lane, and a very smart move by Extraction to realize that they are going to lose an objective and take one of their own there.
Yeah, good. I mean, that's what we talk about good teams doing all the time. It's like, don't go chase them down in the top lane. If you know you can respond to their move by taking your own material, it's a much better play. But look at that kick from Chow onto Lao Yi. Lao Yi getting steadily focused out as Lapu Lapu comes in and tries to clean it up. Able to get the execute on her, and now it looks bad for Matilda though. EXN coming back and wanting to respond after losing one of their members. Just a 1-for-1 trade, but the Valley slowly creeps ahead with 1,000 gold lead.
And Roger was trying to get up to that team fight. He was a bit late because he was trying to lock down that bottom lane, and he was working the minions until he saw the team fight happen in mid lane. But I think you're seeing a good rotation by the Valley here, showing up with support. And another huge team fight. Amon coming in, knocking out the Brody there. The Valley's still going in and setting, but Roger taking out Claude. The Valley in trouble here. Roger getting that double kill. We talked about Roger perhaps being able to burst down, and the Valley did get a little bit aggressive there, and they did pay for it because the Roger was there at that fight. But Amon coming back with a huge kill on Paquito in the top lane, and the Valley going a single kill there in the top with Extraction's Roger taking a double kill. Real good move by Extraction there, showing why Roger is such a durable pick early game. Valley was playing the aggressor, but Roger's there to clean things up.
I feel like Chow a little overextended there in that mid lane. Jumped into the tower to get the knock up, and it's like, but you're jumping into 3 people. And yeah, you were able to kick the Lao Yi, but you didn't kick him far enough, and you took the death. You know, yes, the Valley's making some good plays, but that just goes to show, like, this is what I mean. Like, no, I don't think he would try to make a play like that against Area 77 or try to make a play like that against MLP. I really think they're just kind of rocking it right now, having some fun. These guys are enjoying themselves. They know that they're not only up in the bracket right now, but they're up a game. I don't think they have too much to worry about.
I agree. I don't think anyone's going to dive a turret where Roger's sitting with 2 of his teammates. I think you're absolutely correct, but a huge team fight mid lane. Paquito gets knocked out here. Coming in from top lane now, Roger's in trouble pushing back here. It doesn't look like much is going to come out of it, but the Valley definitely on the aggressive, setting themselves up for this turret. I don't think Extraction is going to stay unless Roger tries to push down on here. But Chow trying to get the bump up on Ruby. All they're trying to do here is zone out for this turtle. They're trying to take this objective, trying to get back down on the smart gameplay here. But Ruby does get caught out, and they're going to try and burst her down. It does look like Lapu does get the kill on Ruby there. The Valley going to try and push off, but Luigi is going to be a problem. They do snake the turtle. Good push by the Valley there. It's Amon. I'm telling you, I think it's going to be a very, very tough counter for Extraction here.
Yeah.
Just like you talked about earlier, he's got just such range, right? So he can poke from behind, he can burst, he can push out and still dish out that damage.
Yeah, I mean, just right there, we just saw him take that Paquito. Paquito is known as a pretty bulky offliner. Takes him down to half health, and look at this kick by Minix and Chow. Lands on that Paquito, but doesn't want to follow up because he kicked him into the tower. You know, but still, Chow always on the lookout. Always on the lookout to get a set. Always playing aggressive. And I love seeing him do this. You know, just always causing disturbance to the side of EXN right now. And you know, EXN, again, was playing a decent early game, but now we see the Valley just coming in with a nice ult from Quad and from Lapu Lapu, able to focus down on that Lao Yi and take them out. But in comes Lapu Lapu. He is cornered right now. Paquito trying to get some revenge, able to stop the son of Lapu, and then back off. But this is... You know, when EXN gets a kill in the last game, EXN gets a kill, they keep pushing, you know, and they make the mistake. The Valley plays so smart. You know, they get their pick off, and then they all back off. They get a kill from the enemy team, and then we back off and go back to jungling, or back off and go back to laning tank.
It's a very smart play, and we talk about the Valley not making mistakes, and it's exactly like that. We did see it last game. Extraction had that great early game, and they might push and get that kill, but... And Amon just coming through with that damage, taking down heroes like that. Ruby does have to push off here.
Oh, but he's in a bad spot, and he does get taken out by nobody, Sean. And in they come on to K. Can Matilda get away? In comes that Chow, though. He gets a kick onto Ruby, but it's just not enough damage. Roger is hungry. He's coming. He hits. He takes out that Chow, and now he wants Matilda. He pops some gunshots. He's under the tower, but before he can finish, she's able to get away. And now it looks like EXN is moving to the Lord tank.
Good push by Extraction there. That Roger, we talk about it once again. When you said he was hungry, he sure was. It's been he hasn't gotten into a lot of these team fights, but Valley not going to give up Lord that easily. It looks like Extraction does have good here. The only thing that's going to save it might be a Retribution, but it looks like Roger's going to take it. But Extraction all low here. They are going to push off, it looks like, and get away with a Lord kill, but they are sticking around. Roger's trying to get his blue buff. But they're coming in on the bust here. Lu Yi getting knocked out by Amon. Roger's in trouble now. Good push. Good push by the Valley to make sure that they did try to clean up. They couldn't take the Lord there. Extraction played that very, very well. Didn't get too aggressive like we talked about earlier, making those mistakes after a Lord kill. So let's see what Extraction can do with this Lord kill.
Yeah, they need that Lord, and in comes Roger. They have no chill right now. They want to take this mid tower before Lord gets farther, and they want to put more pressure in. Lord still sitting only halfway up in the top lane, so this is their opportunity to get as much material as possible. Lapu Lapu coming in with a dive, but it might have been a little premature. He's forced to back off. No minions in the mid lane, so it looks like EXN is going to need to rotate. They're going to need to rotate to this top lane and help push with Lord. Try to take an inhibitor tower. Right now, taking the inhibitor tower would be used. They did not get the crash from Lord because it was not a Luminous Lord, but they're able to secure that mid tier 2 tower, and now Roger's focusing in on this inhibitor tower. In comes Yul from Lapu Lapu, but the CC of that Lao Yi is too much. Lao Yi does take out that Lapu Lapu, and Lord is still there. One member of the Valley gone, but EXN very low on health. Guapsi looking for something here, but gets picked off by that Paquito. He's forced to go back. 3 members of EXN are here to back him up, but Guapsi is ready. He knows that he could burst down any one of these half-health heroes, and I think EXN knows too, so they're forced to go back to the base tank.
What an absolute huge play by Extraction, and I'm not talking about the team fights, but the exact opposite, the rotation there, right? Working the mid lane, once they realized they didn't have the minions there, pushing to Lord, once they saw the Valley push to Lord, and it does look like someone's going to get caught out here. Huge first damage by Amon.
Red team hero has been slain.
What a play there. Ruby just getting completely singled out, but that is almost all the ultimates of the Valley gone, so they may need to back off here. They don't want to continue this fight. The only one with an ultimate left is Claude and Lapu. Yes, they are big ultimates, but we see all green dots on the side of the EXN, so they are ready for a full team fight engaged tank.
I'm loving to see the rotation right now from Extraction. We just talked about earlier. The objectives, we talk about, are they going to take advantage of this Lord kill that they set themselves up, and they did, taking out a total of 3, I think it was actually 4 turrets in that last push with Lord, which was absolutely huge. And then pulling off, like we talked about, they were all low. It did look like Roger wanted to stick around, but I think his team was like, listen, man, I know you're hungry, but you got to push off this. A huge engage here. Another team fight. Amon with that burst him. Matilda taking out Paquito here. The Valley staying on the aggressive, but once again, that Luyi CC and the Ruby up there just taking. But Roger is coming here. Extraction knows they've got some backup. Are they going to push? It looks like they are going to push that mid lane. Roger going in hard here, trying to clean it up, and does knock out Lapu. Roger still on the aggressive here, having the full backup of his team on Extraction. They're playing very aggressive. Extraction's not going to let this one go. It looks huge. Roger with another kill on Amon. Luyi taking out Amon. Amon taking out Brody. The double kill for Luyi. Huge right here. Extraction knew they had that Roger. I mean, that was a beautiful play by Extraction, waiting until we talk about the rotation, right? Waiting until they had the teammates, and they did. It looked like they were going to pull off. I don't know if the Valley can hold this off. Roger's hungry. He's coming.
I think
this is a huge play by Extraction. That rotation started with the Lord kill, continued, and it was nice to see Extraction with the early game rotation that we knew they had, being able to continue to keep that throughout the rest of the game and playing smart, not making those mistakes, just like you were talking about.
Yeah, beautiful game from Extraction. That's what we want to see. I love the fact, I think a lot of people were worried that in the later ends of this tournament, a lot of these teams who most likely weren't going to be able to make it to the top 4, we're just going to stop trying. And I love the fact that Extraction is still here to play, and they cop a win. Not only do they cop a win, but they cop a win on like one of the top standing teams right now, which, yeah, it's maybe to some it's not a huge deal, but it is. It's definitely a big deal right now, the fact that they were able to do this and not only beat them, but beat them pretty decently.
And after coming from a loss, right, we just saw Extraction. It's not that they did very bad last game. They had a great early game, but they did pay for it at the end. You can see the rotation fell off there. And it's hard to come back after a tilt like that, right? We talk about the Valley. They've got it in. They don't need these games. They're at the top of the leaderboard. And Extraction taking that loss and then coming back in this game and saying, you know what, let's show everyone we're here. We're a team to be reckoned with. There's going to be more tournaments. We're not a pushover. And coming right back with the Roger pick too, right? The Roger hyper saying, no, nobody said I didn't get to play Roger up to my full potential. We didn't have the team for it, and came back and showed you why Roger is the player he is.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, just that. I think at this point, we've seen a couple teams ban out Roger, and I think that right there may have given them the reason to do it. It's like, okay, let's respect that now. Maybe it's time to get rid of that and stop letting Nobody Chan get that, because that just carried. That Roger in the end game there, monstrous. I mean, just wiping through the team. I thought for a second when they were around the Lord area, that one of those final fights before the big wipe, Roger was in the bot lane, and I'm just wondering, like, oh, he's late. He's not there yet. When is he going to get there? And I thought that EXM was about to go down, but then he comes in around the Lord pit and is just able to start sweeping through the team and completely turns it around for the side of EXN.
I think you're exactly right. That there was one team fight where Roger was on bottom lane, and he got to the team fight late on mid, and Extraction lost a player, and they kind of backed off because Roger did get there late, but not at the end there. The team fight was going on. Roger wasn't going to make that mistake again. And once Roger started that hunt, it was over. I mean, he started from bot lane to mid all the way to the base. So it was Roger is a force to be reckoned with, and I do think they are going to respect it now. And if they don't, well, I mean, you're going to see Extraction do exactly what they just did. I don't see why they wouldn't bring a Roger back out.
Most definitely, and we're jumping into the draft. EXN with first ban, first pick, and the Valley with second ban, second 2 picks. Take it away, Tank. I am sweating. I need to turn on my AC real fast.
All right, turn on your AC. I sent you a message in Discord. Check that out. I'm going to go and watch these bans here. So Extraction coming up here with the ban. I'm curious to see who we're going to see here. They just had a great game. I'm wondering who they're going to want to shut down. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. Don't worry, it'll be back soon. Hopefully I come back to some gnarly bands. I swear if there's a Hanabi or an Atlas band, I'm going to be hurt right now. But once we get this back up and running, I'm going to continue to hang out with you guys, to talk to you. I appreciate it, chat. T-Rex is working on that black screen. We're going to get that fixed for you. There we go. We're back. All right. So we've got a Ling ban coming from Extraction. Not surprised there. They do not want to see the Valley with a Ling hyper. But of course, the Valley finally showing some respect to that Roger, right? That Roger does get banned on the side of the Valley. They just dealt with him 2 games in a row now. The first game, he didn't have a real good chance to push back and go out to his full potential. But that last game, Roger was absolutely the aggressor, absolutely the carry, the one that, the Valley did not want to deal with, and they're taking him right out at a first ban on the side of the Valley. The Beatrix, on the other side, getting banned over by Extraction. That's a ban that you do commonly see in this tournament. Beatrix is an absolute meta. She's someone that nobody wants to deal with. Early game, she's really horrible to deal with. I'm not surprised to see the Beatrix ban either. I am curious to see if we start seeing those mage bans like we saw last time. The Valley really set up their Amon pick there. And once again, there it is, the Lilia ban from the Valley. So they're not changing much. Extraction did real well with Lilia in the first game, and the Valley took a lot of those mages off the table last game, but the Valley took home a loss. So I was curious to see if they did change some of their bans, but it doesn't look like it. I think the Valley knows that they're comfortable with what they put out on the field there, and they're excited to go back. So I don't think you'll see a big change except for that Roger ban. Right? We kind of knew that was coming. So curious to see who Extraction is next on the list here for this ban. They just won last game, and I don't really know who their biggest threat was, but they're still keeping that Selena on the field, which, is a bit, and a Jawhead ban here, which is, curious to see who Extraction is trying to set up here with that Jawhead ban. Yeah, obviously, if you don't see the Esmeralda pick, she should go first round here, but we'll see. It's good to have you back, Rex. Keep going for it.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
You've been doing great. You're doing great. So yeah, that Jawhead ban, we haven't seen them even pick a Jawhead recently, and definitely wondering if that's something they want to pick. As in, we know we're going to pick something this time, and we don't want it to get singled out by Jawhead. Especially with that Roger ban happening, they're going to have to switch up the hyper they've been going for, so maybe they want to pick something in plan of that tank.
Yeah, and we did see the Jawhead ban. We did think that was going to be followed by an Esmeralda pick if the Valley didn't pick, and that's exactly what happened there. The Valley went with a Natan ban, so it did open up Esmeralda for the side of Extraction. So we expected that, and we're looking at a Raph over on the side of the Valley, someone we haven't seen yet in this these 2 games. I'm excited, just...
Oh.
I'll be back with you. It does look like we're going to go with a Kufra on the side of Extraction.
One second.
Yeah, Kufra is just such a gnarly tank, a well-rounded tank when it comes to the sets and durability. Okay, I got my screen share, so we're back. Let's go with, and Extraction was waiting, and they usually pick their mages farther down, but because the Valley this last game, and even now with the Lilia ban, has been really taking out a lot of those mages off the table, I'm not surprised to see Extraction pull up an S2 spot for a mage here, and an Eve at that. Eve, we saw in the first game, did do well. Eve is a powerful mage and just hard to deal with. And once again, it swapped around though. It was Eve for a pick on the Valley side first game, and now we're going to see Extraction taking Eve.
Yeah, I think that, Eve is a solid pick overall. We do know that sometimes she's been a little lacking in damage at certain times, but still, just been a solid pick. But here comes something we haven't seen very often in this league so far, a Benedetta pick. And with that YSS, we know that Benedetta's going to be in the off lane. So I'm excited to see who they're going to pair her up against. Are we going to pair her up against this Esmeralda? Or are we going to put her against whatever marksman ends up going in the gold lane? Things like that. The bans are coming in. The Valley deciding to go for some gold lane bans, taking out that Brody, knowing that Brody's been an amazing offlaner in this season so far, and I think we're starting to see some respect go to him.
And, the Valley here, I'm curious to see who's going to... They don't have much for a front line yet. So we're coming down to the last 2 picks here with the Valley, and they've got the Raph for support, which is good. Absolutely, like you're talking about, that Brody pick. The Brody is a very high damage output MM and is somewhat hard to deal with. we've yet to see, and there's the Selena
There
band.
it
Okay,
is.
so it is the
Finally.
4th band, but they are finally giving some respect to the side of the Valley by banning the Selena, and it's good to see this, you know, this 3rd game come out, this 3rd match come out, where the teams really are starting to respect one another, and you're seeing the Roger band, the Lilia band, the Selena band, things you expect, because these teams know that the other ones, you know, that hero in their hands is someone they don't want to deal with.
Yeah, I think my guess is they maybe go for an Amon. Now, I'm a little surprised with that, because we haven't seen EXN, I don't think, ever use Amon.
Agreed.
But hey, you know, let it rock, let it go. I mean, we do know that right now the Valley's been limiting the jungle pool of extraction. Almost said it again.
Yeah, you got it though. That was good. Good catch.
So I mean, why not pick that off too? I mean, they don't have a lot right now. We might see that Granger. We might see an assassin. Ling is open right now. I don't think we've seen.
Oh, Ling got the S1 ban.
Oh yeah, never mind. Ling got the S1 ban. So yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot left for the side of extraction. They're definitely taking their time on this last ban, really trying to make it worth it. Wondering what we're gonna see. Okay. All right.
We've yet to see her in these 2 games. We've yet to see her on the ban list, but I mean, I put her up there with Eve. Farsa is an absolute beast. One of my favorite mages out there. Her burst damage is insane. She does need someone to set. She does have the ability to stun, but she is a lot more OP when she's got someone on the team that can really set, and then she can just rain hell down on them.
I hope this is the pick.
Oh, don't do it to me. Don't do it to me.
I love seeing a Diggy in game. Such an underrated hero, man. Such an underrated hero.
He is. Not in my hands, but I absolutely hate playing against him.
He just completely nulls so many heroes, and I think he would have been great against that Kufra, and it would have helped your whole team escape the ult of Eve. It definitely wouldn't have been a bad pick, but they didn't go with it. They went for Ruby, and we're definitely seeing some switch-ups here, you know? This time, we're seeing the Eve on the side of the EXN, and then we're seeing Ruby on the side of the Valley. You know, we are seeing that Granger get locked in. He seems to have really been like a fall hero for a lot of teams. Like, he's not a first-pick hyper, but they seem to kind of fall back on that. You know, I'm wondering if that's the spot he should be, or if maybe he should just, because most teams... There's that Wan. I'm sorry. That just froze me in my tracks.
You're good. I'm curious to see what the Wan does. I mean, you know, I think Wan's one of those heroes. I treat her like an Atlas or a Franco. If we've got a great Wan player and she takes advantage of that ult, she can really absolutely disrupt the team. Especially in a team fight, right? Going from one hero to the next with that ult. But if she doesn't, they might pay for that. But I agree with you on the Granger pick. I think I've only seen one team in this tournament go to the Granger right off the bat, and God, they slay it with the Granger. But, you know, he's got a lot of game style related to Roger, right? So we know nobody absolutely slays with that Roger, and although Granger doesn't have the diving ability and the absolute burst ability, but Granger does have that speed with the right equipment build. So he can really get around the map like Roger does. So I think it's a smart pick by Extraction. I think it's somebody that nobody's comfortable with, and I think I think the Granger's going to be impressive here.
I'm excited about it too. This is Game 3 of EXN versus the Valley, both with a win. You know, nothing but honor and glory on the line here. Both teams pretty much in their positions, you know, like this is really just a game like, all right, let's just see who wins here. Like, cause you know, the Valley's locked in for a top 4 spot. EXN most likely not going to get a top 4 spot, especially after not being able to sweep the Valley. But still, like, this is a game for like, yo, we're still going to show off here. We're still going to play our best, and we're going to try to beat the Valley.
And Extraction was doing just that. I mean, they could have just gave up after that first game, especially taking home another loss here, but stuck with it, came right back with that Roger jungle again, changed up the rest of the heroes just a little bit, and like I said, we saw the rotation from start to finish last game with Extraction. That's exactly what they needed against a team like the Valley.
You know, the Valley really coming in with a pretty different setup here. And in the top, we did see that Scylla, and that's what I was talking about. But she's taking some big damage. But now she's going to have to go to the defensive. Is she going to get away? No, she gets taken out from Guapsi, the Rafaela. And she was winning that lane against that Sicilian, and I was really worried about him, but Guapsi just rotating up at such a beautiful time. But when we look in the bot here, again, the Valley kind of maybe being a little too aggressive, trying to invade, but still doing a wonderful job, Tank.
Yeah, you talk about that. I mean, the Wamon did come out huge right there. She won that fight, the one-on-one there. But once again, Extraction, we talked about that early game, and they finished it out last game. But that early game rotation, Extraction just had the rotation there because Wamon had him dead to rights there on top lane. So that was good.
The Valley.
Great move by the Valley with the Wamon, but even better rotation by Extraction.
Yeah, no, the Valley's on the red side.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Sorry.
You're good. Beautiful rotation from the Valley. And now Turtle is up, and we're probably going to see them close in. The rest of the side of EXN a little out of position here. They're not even going to contest it. It looks like they're going to try to rotate up onto the Sicilian and maybe get the gank here. I'm going to check that out, see if they can complete it. We are seeing that Cooper go in, and they are able to get the kill. And while that's happening, YSS is able to get the Turtle. What do you think about that trade, Tank?
You know, that's a very tough trade. You're looking at, they're not losing the objective here. They're just losing one kill, but they're gaining the Turtle, and I think it's the side of the Turtle gains the most from that. The gold spread around throughout the team compared to just the one getting the kill there. And at that, it was the tank who got the kill. So really, it's someone that you don't want to give those kills up for. So I think the side of the Valley really did make out better in that exchange.
Yeah, and Granger, because of the low health of Wanwan, forced to kind of hang out in that gold lane a little too long, and that's going to put him behind on jungle. You know, now he's forced to not even go straight back to his blue buff, but he's way behind. And when we look at YSS, he's just been rotating away, you know, getting as much money as he can in, getting as much gold, and the Valley's going to be really comfortable with their YSS being a little more farmed than Execration's jungle.
And we talk about Granger, right? And earlier I spoke about him, you know, being able to rotate and having the speed, but he needs his equipment. He's an MM, right? He absolutely needs his equipment. So I do think this is going to really hinder Extraction here, having Granger this far behind.
Yeah, and I mean, just the overall lane cutting, but Esmeralda in a bad spot here. She does flicker away, but Ruby closes in on her. She ults back and lands on members of the Valley, but it's just not enough. She's quickly taken out. Eve trying to lock them in with an ult, but now look at them all just standing on the side of this wall. Goes to Yuzi, jumping into the ult of Eve, not scared, and takes some poke damage on to that Kufra.
The Valley here just, you know, wanting to lock this down, knows they just took home that loss. You're seeing a lot better rotation, early games especially than last time, and really keeping Granger at bay by keeping him with that low gold count. I think this is really going to hinder Extraction here, and the Valley's playing the aggressive, and I think knows it. And once again, taking out Eve there with a huge burst damage.
Yeah.
Esme coming in with the ultimate there, and the Valley's still playing aggressive here. It does look like they might try to push back, but getting caught up in it is going to be Ruby, but Ruby does come out, and the support is there on the side. Granger getting knocked out, the Hyper for Extraction getting pushed out. This does not look good. And it does look like Extraction once again is going to get taken out with Esmeralda too, and it does look like they should rotate the Turtle here. It looks like it'll be an easy rotation for the Valley.
What happened to that
once again with another free Turtle.
Man, Kufra right here over this bush. It looked like he was about to do a flicker ult or something, and he just ulted thin air. And it just, I mean, after that, it was over. And yeah, he tried to engage again, and he went into that Ruby, and Ruby's second skill is able to just completely null him, just completely stop him whatever he's planning. And once that happened, the rest of the Valley comes in and seals the deal, Tank.
Yeah, I think, you know, exactly like you're talking about. Once Cooper missed that set, you just got to push out of there. And just getting bursted down with the rotation there, Esmeralda getting taken out. But the Kufra the set wasn't there, and that's just when you need to know, like, it didn't work out. You need to push off, and they did, and they kind of got a little bit aggressive, and they definitely paid for it there.
Oh, but there's a nice ult, and they're able to take out that Sicilian. Maybe while doing this, they can take this tier 3 top lane tower.
Yeah, give some extra gold there to Granger getting that kill, trying to catch back up. He's definitely behind in the gold category, and Granger is going to need his is going to need his equipment if he plans on being any type of threat against this YSS.
Yeah, I mean, YSS and Benedetta just dominating in the gold category right now. Benedetta sitting at 44,000 and YSS at 33. I mean, looking at Granger, he's not too far behind. He's got about 1,000 gold deficit compared to YSS, but that's a big deal in the mid game. That's a whole item almost. It's a half, almost a whole item, you know. But look at this, a big fight. Kufra forced to disengage, and at this point the Valley is just playing aggressive in the jungle, not worried tank.
You know, and Extraction really needs this Kufra to step up and get these sets, and it's crazy. You're seeing the Valley really kind of target Kufra. I don't know if they know that Kufra's kind of making these small mistakes, and they're going to take the tank right out of there, because once they do, you see it here, you know, Extraction can't really push up, and they're really stuck back in these turrets, and I love the aggression right now from the Valley. They know they've got the early game, and they are definitely taking advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, look at them just under towers. The tower burst almost takes out Benedetta, but it's just not enough. But in comes Esmeralda on top of this Raphael. Can she at least salvage something here? But Ruby is there to slow her down. She is chasing. The ult comes out from Ruby. The second skill, slowing her down. We see that.
There's no toxicity here, Rex. There's no toxicity. This is all about sportsmanship.
Man.
We love seeing it. Oh, it's beautiful. That Ruby there coming in to save the day and was not letting Esmeralda get by her at all.
Another missile from that Kufra. Just not able to land those sets this whole game, tank. And you need him to. You know, anytime we see a Kufra, you need to be able to land those sets. You need to be able to do something. And look at this Benedetta rushing in, the burst damage on the Queen. They are probably going to take this tower, but instead the Valley plays safe and decides to back off, tank.
And that Benedetta, we talked about it. We've yet to see her, and she's really coming out huge here.
5-0-2.
We talk about. So what was the stats there?
5-0-2. She's
really
monstering right now.
She is, like I said. So, you know, we talk about having just this plethora of heroes to go to, and the Valley's really showing it here, bringing out that Benedetta, and then just slaying with her right now, absolutely being the aggressor.
Yeah, just such a great hero pool. And then we're not able to see the ult from that Wan. She tries to engage and get it, but in comes the Valley, just wrecking havoc. 4 members of EXN are down. All that's left is Granger alone in a base as the Valley telling them, just surrender.
This is a tough place to be for Granger. And, you know, you don't want to say that you absolutely think that Extraction did give it their all. They're not throwing this game, but the Valley's showing you what they're made of, right? This is what we expect from them. They're a high-tier team. They don't make mistakes. They had a great draft here, taking out a lot of what Extraction needed there, including Roger. And look at the aggressive here. Benedetta getting absolutely dirty in there. I tell you, you love seeing this from the Valley, shutting down what they knew Extraction needed, and going with an absolute different draft than we've seen yet, and just being the aggressor here at 9 minutes in.
Oh my god, the damage from that Sicilian is starting to scale. And look at this Ruby just sitting in the base. A mega kill going to the side of YSS. A double kill onto that Wan. Can he secure another one? He's under the tower. He wants to finish it here. Now we see them hugging, literally hugging the enemy tower, sitting in the base, not worried. The inhibitor is about to go down. Cold World coming in. Now they rotate to the top inhibitor tower, picking it away. A wave of minions come down left, come down the mid lane. We try to see the ungoal from Kufra, but it's just not enough. He's continuously stopped from this Ruby, and now some big damage does go into YSS, and he's taken out. The ultimate of Eve is trying to secure something, trying to make this game last a little bit longer. Nobody Chun able to secure the kill onto K, and now it is 3 versus 4. But the Valley does not care. We do see this Benedetta get a little overextended, though. She jumps into the middle as Esmeralda now ults onto Ruby. Now, Ruby is alone, though, and gets taken out by nobody Chun. That is 4 members of the Valley down. They are now on the chase. Guapsi still popping recalls. The Valley does not care. They are trolling, and they are ready to lose or win, but they want to make this fun, tank.
Extraction there, going Granger with the triple kill. We talk about Granger starting to scale here. Granger starting to get some of his equipment. He is going to be a threat, but I do agree. Finally the set from Cooper, but nobody there to back him up.
Nobody.
We do get the first set, and it looks like he is going to be caught out in the open now, and he's going to pay for it, and he does. I don't know if they hung him out to dry. I don't know if he said something in the locker room before this, but he was just absolutely left up there after that set. Just no communication there going from Extraction. And although they had a fantastic push there, starting from the base all the way up to the board, It's
the
me.
Lord steal from
Absolutely.
Esmeralda. And now she's stuck, though. Was it worth it? I do believe it was. In comes the all from Granger. He doesn't do enough damage, though. He's forced to back off. We do have Kay trying to poke around Celine Oliveira. The Ruby is posted, ready to go. But the Lord will be heading towards the Valley side now, Tank.
We talk about, you know, getting trolled, being trolled, and it looked like the Valley was just going to finish this game and push through, and they made 2 mistakes there. They got a little too aggressive there, which they paid for with the Granger triple, and then a huge play by Esme to steal that Lord.
Coming in
absolutely
over the wall.
beautiful. Now, will they take advantage of it here?
You know, I mean, at this point, you know you can't push it. A nice kill on to Queen, though. Valley doesn't care about that Lord. But, like, you know that they can't do much with this Lord. It's just an opportunity to give them a little bit of breath. And maybe it can make this... I mean, we're only at 12 minutes. It feels like this game has been 15, 16. But we're still in the mid-game. You know, we're still in the mid-game right now. Maybe EXN can come back after getting that Lord.
The Kufra coming in with a set there, which is beautiful. Can they clean it up? It looks like Eve's going to try, and Eve does get that kill on Raph, which was real nice. The Valley, though, being aggressive here, coming in. Their Hyper's coming in. This is going to be huge for the Valley. They are playing aggressive here. Lord is taken out.
Look at this Ruby, though. The ultimate. We finally see one coming from this Wanwan, and she gets the double kill with it. Beautiful. We're finally seeing maybe a slight reason for the Wanwan pick.
I love when Wanwan does take flight there, and you did see that they had to push off, and it is nice to see her get in the fight, right? I would be a little upset if it was the first time we saw her. It's just an absolute, you know, reason to never pick her again. So I'm glad she's getting into the fight. I'm glad Extraction's not giving up. Ruby with a huge pull in there, and it does look like Wanwan is going to get out of there, but is going to have to push back. So we'll see if Extraction keeps this push going.
Yeah, and you know, the problem is that EXN is in right now is they have these super minions. But wait a second, look at that all coming in from Cooper. He's finally landing them. A mega kill going to Nobody-chan, and now they also take that tier 3 inhibitor tower. They're finally able to secure some material from the Valley. And as this is happening, Esmeralda taking down that tier 2 bottom lane tower. The rest of the team rotating up to help her out, but then quickly backing off. EXN finally playing a bit more of an in and out game instead of just full-on engaging every single time.
And it's we talk about a bit of a change here. Extraction with the bad start when it comes to early game, but then picking it up here in mid game. We're seeing some sets now with Kufra. We're seeing Granger starting to get fed. We're seeing that split push with that Esme taking the Lord just moments ago, and then taking that bottom lane where there was a mid-fight team fight. So Extraction's definitely here to stay. They're finally starting to start working together as a team here. So I think the Valley's going to have to say, hey guys, listen, you know, we need to start playing a little more smart here, and don't take this game, you know, don't take this too easy. And a huge kill, Kufra getting knocked out there. The Valley is going to come in strong here and is going to try Eve using her ult just to zone him out. Raph does get caught up in it, but it looks like Esme on the side of bottom lane is going to get caught out here. This might not be good.
Yeah, she's getting sandwiched here. Is she going to get away? So we do know she has the sustainability to possibly keep it up. But over to the other side, we do have this Wanwan posting some weak spots, but she just can't seem to get around that Raph. She wants to. She wants to get that ult. All she needs is one, and it can completely change the tide of any team fight, Tank.
You're absolutely right, and I do think it's going to be hard. She needs that Kufra in there. The only way that Wanwan is going to become a threat is with that Kufra in the front line, which gives a chance for Wanwan to move around here. She doesn't have it, but she is playing smart. She's not taking a fight. She knows she can't win. She is pushing off when the Valley pushes up 3 or 4 deep there. So I'm excited to see Kufra land one of these sets and seeing if Wanwan can take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's going to be the play right there. That'll be the play, but this Luminous Lord is up, and it looks like neither teams wants to give it up. Finally, we do see an engage from this Kufra, but he's a little too far in. He does get hit, but he's tanky enough to just flicker out of the way. Benedetta coming in. They're zoning in onto that Wanwan, but it's just not enough. Now, Benedetta getting taken out at the same time as Cillian taking out that Wanwan. But now we lose another member, and it looks like this Esmeralda's in a little bit of a tight spot here. And then in the other side, Rafaela also zoning in on to this Eve, and she's able to get the kill. Guapsi secures it, and that is a 2-for-1 trade for the side of the Valley. And a Luminous Lord is up and ready for the taking, Tank.
Yeah, it was tough to see. Eve did get caught out there. She was actually in front of her tank, and I'm surprised to not see Kufra push up a little bit, let Eve get that escape there, but the Valley just playing aggressive and did not let it happen, and it looks like they're going to get a free Lord out of this. You know, Esmeralda on bottom lane trying to get a little minion push, but Ruby is there. The Valley now with Lord coming, do you think Extraction can hold this off? T-Rex, what do you got here? I mean, this is going to be tough.
It's a tough one. I mean, we've seen the Valley play pretty crazily this game. They're really pushing their limits here. So maybe they push a little too hard and EXN gets something here. If they can get a nice set, or if Wan can get her second ultimate of the game off, they may have a chance here. But other than that, I mean, Lord is already down to half health. It's almost gone. Lord is gone. Kufra misses the first knockup, but Esmeralda comes in with that ultimate. The stun just misses from that Raphael, but she gets hooked in from that Ruby. It is an all-out brawl out now. Coldwhirl able to take out that Esmeralda, and now the Valley backs off after taking one pick. Why did Kufra go in? He probably shouldn't have done that. The damage from Sicilian is just too much, and he's taken out. That's two members of the Extend down. Minions from the mid and the top lane coming down. The burst damage from the Sicilian is finally there. Esmeralda taking a little bit too much damage. She's able to go back. She's back to the fountain, collect some health, but the Valley is not letting up. What was that damage coming from Eve? Onto that Sicilian. Another kill coming from Granger, but the base goes down, and the third game goes to the Valley.
Huge plays by the Valley there. I will say it did look like there was a little gleaming hope where Extraction was starting to play better, was starting to get those sets in there, was really starting to get that rotation that they needed. But from start to finish, the Valley just really, I wouldn't say made that one mistake. I would say they just got real aggressive, as they should have been. They were playing confident. They were playing very well. They were trying to end early, and they almost did, but that Lord steal from Extraction was huge. Wan just couldn't get out there and do the damage we were hoping she could do. She still played phenomenal, did the damage, but the Kufra, right? The Kufra just couldn't find his way. Was the sets he did make, I think there was one where the team was actually there. Any other set that he actually hit, there was really no one there to back him up. So that was probably the weakest point for Extraction, but all around the three games were awesome. I loved seeing both teams come into play tonight, bringing out the Amon, bringing out some different heroes, Benedetta. And it was definitely a fun 3 games to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the best things about this last game, Guapsi playing the support tank and getting that MVP. 20 assists. The man had 20 assists, 96% team participation. Definitely
you want to talk about team play. You put up a number like that in the category of participation. You come to my team anytime you want. I don't care who you play. You bring a Hanabi over. All right, you're 96% of the battles. That's huge. That's absolute great rotation. Even the rest of the team. You look at the jungler, 83% coming from the hyper. That's absolutely huge. That's a huge number.
Most definitely. I mean, the Valley getting another win. Both of these teams, final games of the season. But what a great finish. They go all 3. They go the whole way. They go the distance. And even though EXN is out and will not be making the top 4, they put up a great fight. They did amazing this season. And I'm excited to have them in the next one if they're willing to participate.
I'm excited to watch them. That was fun.
Yeah, I'm super ready, but we are going to be jumping into these next games. And next up, we have AE versus TSU. And I'm always excited to see TSU play. They're one of my favorite teams this season right now. They've been nothing but saints. They're always on time. They're always ready to go. They're just an overall well-rounded team, and not just in their play style, but in their professionalism. They've just been a great team to deal with, and I'm always excited to see them play because they always bring heat to the table. They always have something to go. We just watched them beat the Valley in day 8, and I'm excited to see them go up against AE sitting in the bottom of the top 8 right now. They have not won a single series yet. This is their last game to be played. Can they show us something that they haven't showed us yet, Tank?
I mean, I hope so, but I tell you, talk about TSU being professional, being a great team to watch, to work with, and you can tell a lot by who comes to support them, right? I mean, I don't think I've ever watched a game where TSU's shown up and they haven't brought the fan base out, right? I mean, I'd hate to play at home against TSU. I feel like I just wouldn't be able to hear myself think because they've got a huge following. And that's good to see, because you can tell they're a great team to watch. They care about their fans, which is awesome. And I like when you can speak highly of a team because you're putting this whole thing on. So it's easy for us as players to come in here and say, hey, I want to throw a team in here. And to be professional, be on time, that's huge. And TSU's a fun team to watch. I hope AE comes out and shows us a good game. But I think between these two, we're going to see some good games. I think we're going all three. I think we're going 1-1, and then we're going to find out who's the best.
Most definitely. I don't know if you have the standings in front of you right now, but while we're waiting on these teams, let's do a quick breakdown. Nobody's seen the current standings yet after the other day, so let's give them a quick show to the crowd, show them where everyone's at right now. We're looking at Area 77 at the very top. They finished their last game. They've done all 7 series. They're sitting at a 12-3 win-loss rate, top of the bracket, and a total of 16 points, Tank.
I mean, that's just, if I'm coming into this game, that's, as confident as you can be with your team, and I know stats aren't everything, and every game can change with a single team fight, but when you're looking at a team with a 12-3 record in this tournament, it's definitely intimidating. So TSU is, which also is it's a pro and a con, right? Because if you're sitting at Area 77, it's kind of hard when you're at the top because everybody's out for you, right? Everybody's coming at you with everything they've got because they know that you're the best. They know you're at the top. So TSU, I think, is going to come out here and they're going to play a smart, solid game, but Area 77, they're going to show you why they're at the top, and they're not going to roll over, and they're not going to take this game, nor have they taken any game, for granted. So it's going to be huge here.
Area 77's not playing right now.
Oh, it's AE.
I was
sorry.
just talking about
AE.
them because they're at the top of the bracket right now.
Absolutely. Sorry. Well, if we're talking about Area 77, right, I'd be afraid to go against it. AE, on the other hand, being down at the bottom, they've got the most to prove, right? So now we're looking at the exact opposite. AE is going to come out and say, listen, man, I want to be invited back to these tournaments. We've had some rough games. We've had some bad games. But this isn't a show of who we are. So they're not going to roll over and try to finish these games at, 3-13. So I think AE is going to come out punching, but TSU is going to come out here confident, sitting there in the middle of the board, knowing that they deserve to be here, wanting to be part of the top 4, right? They want to be in the finals. So TSU's gonna come out hot, and I think AE is gonna come out with everything they've got because they've got nothing to lose, only a bit to gain here.
Most definitely, I think that AE, they've had a rough season. That's to say the least. They've definitely had a rough season, but they have, Riles has a nice fan base. People like to watch them play. They're not to be completely counted out. I think there's just a couple kinks that they need to work on, Just a couple things that they need to try to fix. And I think that in next season and maybe in this NAC tournament coming up, there's definitely opportunity for them to show off some skills. I think they need to widen the hero pool a little bit, kind of change up some of their strategies, because that I think has been their major fault. It seems like they have a slightly limited hero pool. And when we look at teams like the Valley, who can just pick from so many selections here, just so many options, it's hard to compete with that when you don't have that wide of a pool like them.
And I think you're absolutely right, and it's tournaments like this, just like you're talking about, which kind of show you that, which is what makes it so exciting to see. You've got your tournament coming up here at the end of the month, which I'm really excited for, but it's tournaments like this one that we're in now that show you, that you have any flaws, but things you can work on. And I remember the first actual competitive tournament I did, and it's exactly like you're talking about. Our hero pool was not enough. Right? We didn't have enough, around the tool belt to dig into. So where if any team did their homework, they could really focus on a lot of the heroes we went with, and that put us at a disadvantage. So I'm excited to see AE play tonight. I hope they come back and join your tournament coming up here at the end of the month. I'm excited for it. But you're absolutely right. But it's whether or not they take what they learned here and move on and grow, which I think they will. I think everyone from this tournament will, and it'll be nice. It'll be nice to see them down the road and look at them then compared to now. But still tonight, they're not rolling over. They're here to play, and they are going to show you that they deserve to be in this tournament, as they do. and I really hope we see that tonight. I've got Pro Panda underwear on, Rex. So I mean, you want to talk about seeing upsets? You're absolutely right. Everyone swore off my Pandas early, right? Bottom of the barrel, just said they got nothing, and then look at them now. You know, coming home with some wins, beating some of these top tier teams, coming out showing you that they can be here, and that's what I love to see because. Yeah, these are the standings, but we talk about those team fights. You can just have one bad game. You can have one bad team fight, and you'll take a loss, right? And it may not really show you what the team's capable of. So I got nothing against TSU. Absolutely nothing against TSU. They're professional. They got a great fan base. But I'm an upset kind of guy. All right, I want the 50-1 odds. I love seeing the upsets. It's why it gets everyone excited. So I'm an AE fan right now. You know, unless my Pandas are on the field, I'm an AE fan for tonight.
I'm an AE fan, and I like to hear that, man. I like to hear there's still that shimmer of hope for them. Yes, they're not going to make the top 4, but we just saw the same thing with Extraction. I almost called them Execration again. We just saw the same thing with Extraction, you know. We knew they weren't going to make the top 4, even if they won, but it's still would have been amazing to see them pull off a win. You know, yeah, we're at the end of the season, things are getting real, but we'd like to see I want to see crazy gameplay. I want to see things get nuts in here. You know, I want to see the teams that are counted out still pull off wins so that everyone is hyped to see them in the next season in January.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to lie, that whole time I was hoping for this gnarly Kufra set and Wom to take flight and Extraction to just roll through to victory lane, you know, on the back of little Wan. So I think AE is going to come out here, and I'm excited for them. We know that they're not going to make the top 4. They're not going to be here in the finals, but you know, they also know that it's tournaments like these, people remember their names. You know, we might, you know, Extraction might change their name to Execration. You know, who knows? We might have messed it up enough. It's fine. They're here to show, you know, the NA community and the entire world ML community that they're here to play and they deserve to be here. And I really hope tonight, these last couple games, they come out and show us that.
Yeah, I'm excited. Both these teams are ready. You know, if you got to make a guess right now, who's your money on TSU?
Okay, so if my money's going on the table, the money's going for TSU, but in my heart, I'm going for AE.
All right. TSU is the favored team here. TSU is definitely the favorite team. I love how this epic sad music starts coming on in the Mobile Legends. That's
beautiful. I think they know. I think they absolutely know. We're here for an upset.
We're here
the
for the
Cinderella
upset.
Story's coming out.
The pressure is on, guys. Who takes this win? We are at the end here. The final day of the league. Can AE show off and show the world something different? But enough talk. Let's jump right into the draft of AE versus TSU.
So right off the bat here, you know, who do we have to worry about on both sides? Have the teams been doing their homework, right? That's the question. And throughout this tournament, the ones I've casted, the ones I've watched, it really does look like both teams are always looking at past games to see what they have to deal with. And a mage ban coming from AE, Sicilian. And we do realize that when Sicilian starts to get the stacks and really push up there, it is a absolute mage to deal with. It is a pain. So we know that AE's doing their homework, and the Roger ban from TSU. It's not something I'm ever going to be surprised by when I see Roger up in top. Roger's an absolute hero to mess with, and unless you're plan on putting him on your side of the table, on your side of the field,
I think we're doing a ping test here. So I guess we are going to do a ping test here. We're going to jump back to the caster desk real fast. I got a message from Riles. So we are going to jump back to the caster desk real fast and let these teams do a ping test.
Once I saw the Layla ban, I was expecting, okay, either AE's throwing, and everything we just talked about was like, nope, they're here to have some fun. But okay, ping test it is. So back to my favorite part of the night.
Back to your part. This is a great
The caster
time.
desk.
If there's any questions on the YouTube side, I'm watching the YouTube side. I think Tank's watching the Facebook side. Feel free to ask. This is a great time. I see a lot of talk about AE right now in the chat. If AE win, I will give party from my side. That'd be the first party of my life. That's sad.
Listen,
I'm sorry to hear that, cool boy.
You know, now I really hope AE wins because I agree. I think TSU's the favorites here. That's no secret. But I'm excited when the little dog comes and gets the upset here. So let's go AE, right?
Let's go AE. I'd like to, like we said, we want to see the upset. We have someone asking, this is not exactly a tournament. It is a league in North America that I have started and hosted. We have the top 8 teams in all of North America competing, except for BTK, but technically they're not in North America right now. They're over representing for M3. Big shout out to BTK. We're going to be watching tonight, all of us. Big watch party. I'm excited. So yeah, right now we are just doing a ping test for these teams. We've been hosting everything on a central server, but we do have the ability to switch server. But if teams cannot come to an agreement, it just immediately goes to the central server.
And I agree. You know, BTK, you know, that top tier team representing for old NA over there. You love to see it. I'm hoping after this, you know, casting, you know, I get hurt. I'm out of energy all the time, so I'm hoping to stay up and watch it. T-Rex is going to put on a casting party. He's done a phenomenal job with this league. I know I keep calling it a tournament. Just with the brackets, I kind of automatically think tournament style, but it is an absolute league. And he's done a great job to bring some of the best teams together. And it's been fun to cast, and it's been fun to watch. And it's only going to get better. Rex has only got you know, putting NA Mobile Legends on the map. And I think he's doing a phenomenal job doing it. And the teams coming out, you know, showing everyone in the world that we've got some players here, right? We got some absolute metas, and I love to see it.
Yeah, we got some monsters. And speaking of events and tournaments, for those that don't know, there is a Christmas tournament coming up. Official tournament, a North America community tournament, $4,000 prize pool.
Huge.
With 470,000 diamonds. Every single team that gets accepted will win something. I mean, the top, like the final 32 teams are only getting like, I think 5,000 or like 10,000 diamonds apiece. But still, everybody's getting something. If you don't know where to register, you can jump in my Discord, Nasl. The place to register though is the North American Mobile Legends Discord. Registration's only going to be open until the 16th, so you got about 9 days to jump in, register your squad, and compete against some of the best.
And he did say official, my friends. All right, an official tournament that Rex has put on. Muton backing. It's going to be huge. I'm excited for it. We got a massive pool. Rex has quadrupled, the prize pool on this next one coming up. So it's huge. I think it's a big tournament you got coming up, Rex. I'm excited for the one you got going on right now. I'm still excited for the finals. See who comes out. But like I said, we're only getting better. We're only growing, and this Christmas tournament coming up is going to be a good time for sure. A lot more teams.
Someone asked if BTK will be in the Christmas tourney. No, they're not going to be back in time for it, so most likely I'm hoping that maybe they make it to season 2 of this league. We're gonna try to make the prize pool cheesy enough for them so they want to enter. We'd love to have them, but I mean, they're competing in world championships right now. By the time they get back, they may want to just take a break. I know. Absolutely. After flying to Singapore, going through everything they're going through, representing all of America on their shoulders, you definitely might see a little bit of a break from them.
That is, Rex is absolutely right. They're at a world, they're representing on a world level here. Nothing against NA, but these tournaments are North America specific, so it would be great if they'd come. But I tell you what, when I go fly out to Singapore with the training they've been doing, with the traveling they've been doing, with the world class tournaments that they're in now, I'd be taking a break when I come home too. So I wouldn't be surprised. But that doesn't mean we still have, like you've seen in this tournament here, we've got some absolute monsters in NA still. And,
yeah.
I mean, this tournament coming up is just going to show it. We're going to have even more teams than what you're seeing in Rex's league right now, and it's going to be a chance to possibly see some players that we don't have on our radar yet.
Yeah, I'm excited for it, and I think we're ready for this game finally. You know, and speaking of team, like, there really are. North America, it's like, yes, BTKs are monsters, but there are some other monsters in this region, man. There are definitely some other monsters in this region that want to compete, and we all want there to be leagues over here. We all want there to be something, and I'm excited that so many events are happening. We got this league, Christmas, we got the NACT, January, Season 2 of this league, and only more to come throughout next year. So make sure you stay tuned, represent these teams, and enough of that though. Let's jump into the draft of the real Game 1 here, Tank.
I'm excited. You know, maybe we'll see that Layla ban again. You know, maybe a Hanabi ban. Okay, I'm just kidding. They were ping testing last time, but it was still fun to see. They trolled me with the Roger. That's a real ban, so they had me going. But you see a Mon coming out with the ban right off the bat.
TSU, I've been saying it all night. TSU's been one of the only teams who has consistently ran with Amon and won games with him, so they take that off. Now, Roger, on the other hand, I don't know if TSU's really done their homework because we haven't seen AE run that Roger. I don't want to spoil anything for anyone. I don't know who's listening. We are on a delay, but still, Roger definitely not a target ban. I don't know if TSU's really has done their homework on AE yet.
Well, you know, we talk about it, whether or not these teams do their homework, and I think AE obviously wanting to come out here and show that they are here to stay. So just like you said, they did do their homework. I did miss the Amon game. I got to watch the replay, but it's nice to see AE doing their homework, knocking out that Amon at S1. And I think TSU, you know, just doing what a lot of us do. They may not have done their homework per se, but Roger is a hero that a lot of teams just don't want to mess with, right? When Roger's on the field, you really need to counter Roger, and it really takes away from all the other players on the field, right? So you're kind of focused on just getting that counter to Roger, and it really hinders the rest of your strategy. So I'll never be surprised to see a Roger ban, but like you're saying, when it comes to team specific, AE not running Roger yet, it is a bit different to see that ban come from TSU.
Yeah, definitely a little different, but I like that they're, you know, TSU just kind of focusing on these ADCs right now, taking out this Clint. AE focusing on, I like the bans from AE right now. I like that Amon ban. We know it's targeted at TSU. We've been seeing this Eve cause hell on the battlefield the past couple games. I'm wondering if TSU is just going to keep on focusing these ADCs right now. You know, go for the Natan ban. Now we got first pick on AE, though. Do they lock in something like every other team is locked in, like Esmeralda? That's not allowed. Don't.
Oh, boy.
Come on, guys.
Come on, guys. You got to be excited with the Esmeralda ban lock in. You thought it was going to happen. You really did. And AE just...
They're not allowed. No, we're going to have to restart.
So this will be a restart, guys. So if you're just following the tournament for one of the first times, Valentina has been agreed upon that she's just too OP.
No, she's just, I mean, it's the same reason she's not allowed in M3 right now. Valentina's not allowed in any official, no new heroes allowed in any official tournaments for 2 weeks. And if that tournament starts like within that time, they're not allowed. There could be bugs, there could be any issues. Like Moonton itself is still working out the kinks. So yeah, they're not allowed.
And on a more generic
PDR is a newer, like it's one of their subs coming in, so maybe he didn't know.
I'm sure. Yeah, I can see that being an honest mistake. But like you're saying, you know, a lot of times these games will put out a new hero and they make them real powerful, right? There's no secret. It's a brand new hero. They want people to use them. They want to. So you'll see these new heroes come out and they're very powerful, and it takes a bit for the next update to get a little nerf on them and then get back into the hero pool. So yeah, it's obvious. It's obvious why Valentina, these new heroes aren't allowed in these tournaments.
At this point,
you know, more importantly, I did realize, and it is a good little shout out for G the Echo. He's feeling a little under the weather, so I hope he gets some rest tonight. But I am G tonight on T-Rex's link. My boy Kurt just told me, and I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if you guys know this, but G's a good looking dude, so I will take that. I will take that all day long. All right.
I'm so sorry.
You just call me the Flex King. All right. Tonight, I'm the Flex King. I don't have a feet cam. I will not be doing push-ups. But I still love that man. So it's let's hope he gets a little bit better. He's got some nasal congestion, a little sick.
Listen here, everyone. I put the links of the casters in the descriptions all the time, and tonight I messed up and put G's, the ACOs, instead of tanks. If you have the opportunity,
I'm a twin, and I've had to deal with having to battle it out with somebody my whole life.
Send me your link, Tank. Send me your link.
It's horrible.
Send me your link, Tank, please.
God, that's funny, dude. That is
we
great.
Have time.
We needed that, though. We needed a good talking point, which is good. So that was.
I got a lot on my shoulders. I'm sorry.
I know you do. It's great. I've got the easiest job when it comes to this tournament. I've got the absolute easiest job. I get to go out here and cast for Rex, right? And he's behind the scenes setting up ping tests. The guy is just doing everything, setting up this tournament. He's getting my video camera up so he can put it up in his OBS. And you know what I have to do, guys? I have to come here, I have to drink hot tea so my voice doesn't go, and I have to talk. All right, so he might think he's got the hardest job, but it's right here. It's me. It's on me. I got the hardest job.
You do.
You do. Oh, God,
you have to cast with me.
Absolute, so sincere. This is my third time casting with Rex, and 2 of them have been with the man himself. It's quite enjoyable. Don't get me wrong. I hope Ben's listening. I think he's streaming right now, but I have a great time with Ben, but, Rex is better.
It's all right. Ben likes casting with me more than you also.
Good. You know what? I may have heard him say that, so it's fine. All right.
Everyone likes casting with me. I'm great at what I do, man.
We're getting a little payback right now. little Ben had done nothing. So.
All right. Oh, you're in the right thing on the YouTube side.
Oh, okay. All right.
That part
right.
On
YouTube.
We got 100 viewers on YouTube right now.
Rex is 50%. 50%. Okay, yeah. I'll take that.
It's just the Facebook side for some reason. I don't know
just
how
those
that
guys
happened.
who were there on Facebook, man. I got some people asking in Facebook what's going on, guys. So what happened was the Valentina was picked. It was agreed upon early in this tournament before it ever started, or before this league ever started.
Hold on one second, Tank. Are you still having blurry issues?
So I am in just the screen share, which...
Why don't you jump in game? Let me invite you so you can at least give an analysis cast and be able to see items and stuff like that. Okay, and I'll keep taking matches. I'll keep doing play-by-play, but you'll at least be able to watch the games and have a grip on what's happening.
All right, let me do just that. Hop down here. Yeah. So what's happening, guys, is my screen share, so there's no lag for me, right? So I'm not trying to watch on Facebook or YouTube or anything like that. I'm trying to get into the game. It's a little bit blurry, so it's hard for me to get the team fights. I can see, I even messed it up last game. You saw when I was calling Extraction the Valley because of the colors, the color changed. So I can see the bodies, but not enough detail to actually call out those team fights. So we're going to fix that real quick, get right back into it.
We're going to jump
into this game. I'm sure they're all set up. It's loading up as we speak.
Everybody's ready to go.
Oh,
we're ready to do this. Just waiting on Tank. No issue though. We don't mind.
He's the slowest guy, but he's definitely the best looking. He's got multiple jobs. He goes by the name of Sins. There's a lot of weird stuff that happens, but
on the
Rex
side
still
of
loves
YouTube,
us enough to invite us out here. So
just to let everybody know, on Facebook, we would love it if you guys watched on YouTube. That's the goal here. We're trying to get as many viewers on YouTube as possible for this league. I mean, of course, watch us streamers on Facebook. We're both, me and Tank, both Facebook streamers. But for this league, I ask that you please watch on YouTube if you have the ability to do that. That is a place to be. And to all my viewers on YouTube, thank you guys for being there. I appreciate it so much. If you guys could let me know, we're trying some new things with this multi-streaming capabilities, with ways to be able to stream on Facebook and YouTube and stuff like that. So I'm just wondering how the quality on the YouTube has been. Have we had lag issues? Have we had any skippy sound issues? Things like that. If you could just let me know, I appreciate it.
All right, I'm in, Rex, and that is beautiful. I can see everything. It's nice and crisp. This is what it looks like, huh?
So we're going to jump back in to the draft. Game 1, AE versus TSU. We're sorry for the wait, but we are here. Let's do this. First ban going to AE. Tank?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're good. I had to pull that back up. We're going right back with the Amon ban, right? We talked about that at the start of last game's ban. AE definitely watching TSU. TSU being the first to pull out that Amon and constantly use him to just absolutely show what Amon is capable of. So AE doing their work there. TSU going right back to that Roger ban. And we're talking, I'm sure Rex has talked to him. They had to go with the same bans, but We're not surprised here. AE does not want to give TSU Amon, and no one wants that Roger on the field, not even TSU, even knowing that AE has yet to use him in this league.
Yeah, I think TSU is just kind of playing in a spot right now of like, we're gonna ban, like, whether Riles is amazing with this or not, like, we're gonna ban the people we're worried about, you know, at least for this first game. We might see things change out, but I don't know if TSU has a whole bunch of knowledge on them. So I think they just want to kind of, you know, play their game for now, and depending on how the first game goes, then they'll kind of switch things up here, Tank.
Right, and we see the Clint ban coming from TSU, and although in the first matchup with Extraction and the Valley, we didn't see a huge game come out of Clint, but we know he's capable of absolutely dominating his lane and late game coming through in those team fights. So it's a smart ban from TSU. It's not surprising here. The side of AE going with a Jawhead. Do we go with another Esme ban here? Do we try to take out those durable heroes? No, they're going to focus on that Hyper with a Natan ban. Real smart here. Natan in the jungle is just as dangerous as Roger is, so I'm not surprised here, Rex, to see that ban from AE.
Yeah, Natan's definitely been a monster through and through. And, you know, we've seen him paired so many times as a mid lane, and this time TSU taking out that Hayabusa. That's what I've been waiting for. We know Riles has a monster Hayabusa, but just as assassins in general, that's not his only pick. You know, I don't know if they're going to waste any time. I'm wondering if they're going to... They decide to go for the Esmeralda pick this time. I think it's a good pick. But still, I don't think they're going to let Riles be a final hyper pick. I think they're going to lock in an assassin quickly. And I think we're either going to see a Lance, a YSS, or a Ling here from the side of Riles.
And all are on the table, right? None of those are being banned, but they did focus on Roger, which was surprising, right? Because you've yet to see Riles use Roger here in your league. But the Haya being an absolute ban coming from Riles, we know what he's capable of there. And Eve and Beatrix going to the side of TSU right now, both absolute beasts of heroes. Beatrix with that early game damage, and Eve being a huge part of those team fights and be able to zone out and work those objectives like Turtle and Towers. So smart moves by TSU. I'm curious to see who AE bumps up here, and I agree. I think Riles is going to take a Hyper here. I don't think they're going to bump, and I don't think they're going to wait till later in the game. But I am curious to see which, and I'm wrong. Going down to the S5, Riles has so much in the bag that they are bumping a Farsa here to deal with that Eve. And Riles is going to take that S5 spot.
Yeah, I think that Farce will be a good thing. You know, another zoning hero similar to Eve, but I think she has a little bit more burst damage and a little bit more mobility, and I think she'll do well against that Beatrix too. So now we have some scaling damage. We have two really nice late game sustainable heroes with that Esmeralda and the Ruby. You know, we're still lacking though from the side of TSU. We don't have a tank. We don't have any real sustainability on that side yet. So I'm excited to see what they do. And they go for that Yuzong, which is going to deal wonderfully against that Farza.
You talk about TSU needing the sustainability, and they come out with Yuzong, right? An absolute beast to be able to get in that back line with the Farsa, but not even that, just such a durable hero in those team fights. Someone that's gonna help push back against Esmeralda, going with that S1 pick from AE. So not a surprising pick there. I was curious to see who they were gonna go with for that durability side. And Yuzong, I'm telling you, like I said it earlier tonight, I think is such an underrated fighter and an absolute monster when it comes to those team fights.
Yeah, and I just love the immediate reactionary like counter pick against that Farza with the Yuzong. Anytime she ults, he just needs to either ult in and knock her once and it stops her in her ult form, or if he can second skill onto her to knock her up, it stops it. So like, it's just going to be such a great ability. Not only that, but it's going to really limit some of the picks from AE, or whatever they do end up picking for their gold lane. Like if they decide to go with the marksman or for some sort of marksman hyper, you know, he's going to be able to target those people out, and it's going to just go so well with the rest of the team. And now with that Lapu pick, another amazing counter to that Farza. Like, just dive. Anytime she ults, he ults and just dives onto her. Like, it's just meant for that.
just taking the damage dealer out from AE here. Riles, obviously the hyper going to be something to deal with here, but you know, PDR here at S4 for AE, gonna have to go with some absolute damage to help out, especially with Farsa being locked down with 2 counters now, like you talked about. Well, actually, no, with the Chow coming in, but I'll tell you, Chow,
that's that tank Chow
the
too.
Exact same thing you just talked about. He can get in behind that back line with his speed and knock Farsa out of her ult, and it's just such a pain. I love running Farsa, and a Chow is not someone you want to deal with, nor is Yuzong. So I think those are huge counters from TSU.
Yeah, and I mean, Tamal, for those that don't know, Tamal is the tank for TSU, and the man, me and Ben were talking about it all Sunday night. The man is a monster. I believe he's one of the best tanks. Like, he's up there with Zolker. He's one of the best tanks in the league right now. The dude is a beast, and he's just so great at singling out the people he needs to. We normally see him play these single CC tanks like Chow and like Jawhead. Not like huge, not crowd control CC, but like the type of CC who I get in there, I pick one hero, and I take him out of the fight. And he just plays it to a textbook perfection. The man, I mean, I'm anytime I see him pick Chow or Jawhead, I'm excited. I'm excited just for that, to watch the match.
And Riles, you know, you said it. You gave 2 of the heroes he might go with, and he does lock in a Ling here. Not surprising. He's going to be able to get around the map. He's also going to be able to get in that back line, especially on that Eve when she does try to zone out or set out those ults. So we knew AE had to come back with some damage to help out with the Farsa there, and you see the Brody pick there at S4. Not surprising. Yeah, you know, Brody does have the range, does have the damage, and I think it's a good solid pick to help with some of the damage on the side of AE here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have the sustainability up front with that Esmeralda and with that Ruby, and they have some nice damage in the back line. And we look at the side of TSU, also pretty similar. Definitely a little more, I feel like, CC and overall crowd control with that Eve and with that Yuzong and that Chow, able to kind of control the map. But another thing to talk about, Sir Oni, I've seen Sir Oni do gold lane a lot, but since Sunday, he's been jungling. He's been running in the jungle, and now he's picking this Karina jungle, which is going to be a good counter against that Ruby and against that Esmeralda, just eating them up with her demon, essentially like a human demon hunter sword, you know? And I think it was a great pick, but that just goes to show the flexibility of TSU. You know, we see Sir Oni in the gold lane. We see him as a jungler. We know that plenty of the players on their team have the ability to move around, swap around, do something different. And I think it's what makes them such a great team in this league right now.
And you know, I think TSU's got the early draft here. We're gonna see if that is the actual case, but I'm excited to see both of these teams reach their potential, because this Esmeralda is going to be a pain. It's going to have that durability to stay in there, but you've got the heroes like Yuzong and you've got the heroes like Chow, who are going to help with these team fights and really cause some havoc in the back line of AE. So I'm curious to see if AE is going to have some of these heroes actually be able to get to their full potential, or if they're just going to be too much for them.
Yeah, TSU playing some early aggression in that gold lane, you know, maybe not wanting to deal with it, but look at this back and forth battle in the mid lane, and in comes this Lance to finish off young Ramiel. First blood going to the side of AE.
And you talk about the communication right there. You know, Ling's ability to maneuver around this map was... Farsa was obviously talking to Ling this entire time, because you knew that Eve had Farsa dead to rights. And Farsa was probably like, okay, I'm still waiting, but was confident enough in the jungle, in the hyper, to make that happen. And they did. They got that first blood.
But TSU quickly responding in the top lane, though. You know, and I said that they were really focused on this gold lane, and I really think they want to slow down this Brody. Get a kill or two of him in the early game, so he's not going to be anything to deal with in the mid game, and it's going to take him really long to get to his late game.
We talk about that rotation, right? TSU, exactly like you're talking about. While that was going on, TSU rotated 3 top there to make that happen. And all back here in mid, both teams being pretty aggressive, but playing smart. No, they're going to have to rotate down to this turtle, so we're about to see that next fight down here. And TSU with that early start on the set, pulling the turtle. Chow just absolutely drawing everybody from AE to the blue, which is opening up Turtle for TSU. Great rotation there, great decoy. Real good rotation outside of TSU there.
Yeah, just and just staying tight. But also, I mean, AE's also doing well as they try to hit this ult on a dog tour, the Beatrix, but she's able to get away. But that is going to give some nice gold to this Brody and help him catch up after that death. But TSU starting to rotate back. We see a little bit of back and forth, and a nice kick coming from that Chow, knocking up the Ruby. He's now level 4, so he's ready for an ult. The ult of Young Ramiel goes off as we see this Karina come in and close it on this Ruby. She's low health. Does she get the finish? She tries to dash, but she's taken out. The ultimate of Brody is used to kind of zone out TSU, but I don't think they're done, Tank. They're still going. They're sitting in the top lane. Look at that flicker from Tamal, but he's a little too deep. He gets taken out, and in comes Dogtor to do an ultimate. Now we do see the ult come from Farza to try to zone them back. They're able to take down about half of that gold plating, but I mean, TSU definitely showing some early game dominance. All 4 of them ganging up on that gold lane, Tank.
Absolute rotation there for TSU on top lane. Esmeralda trying to fight back, trying to freeze the lane here on bottom, but the Yuzong just being an absolute fight back on Esmeralda here, and a good fight. Yuzong going with the ulti here, pushes Esmeralda off, does have the Chow come down to support, but Esme does get back. Link pushing over to show some support, but it does look like he's going to have to push off, not engage in that fight. Yuzong's going to be a huge counter here. He's Esmeralda, we talk about the durability. Getting Ling kicked up there, but he does escape. Ling's escapability, right, and the capability to get out of there is going to be huge this game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a big deal. I mean, we know Riles loves to play Assassin. Also, there was a swap on tonight's roster for AE. They did bring a sub in. Kage Terror not playing Mage tonight. It's this player, Evil Nishis, who we haven't seen play yet. So maybe it makes a big difference. Maybe it's something that the team wants to see, but we're starting to see a slight fight down here. TSU gets hit by that ultimate of Farza and with the combined ult of Ruby, but in comes Tempest and takes out Sironi. AE finally played a decent game, and down goes Pride. Now they focus on Tamal. Riles able to take out Young Ramiel under the tower as Farza's able to take out Pride, and now that is a 4-0 trade, and AE slowly closing up, taking the turtle. Yes, Beatrix does take that top tier 3 tower, but the rest of the team gets taken out in that bot lane close to the turtle.
I think it's a real smart move once again by Beatrix there, realizing what you have to give up. Beatrix with the first damage here does push Esmeralda off, almost does get that kill, but Beatrix knowing that the team did push a little deep down at the turtle and was going to lose that fight and the objective, but trading that turtle for a turret, which, a 4 kills and a turtle to 1 turret is no exchange, but at least it's in exchange, right? At least they're getting something out of it. So smart move by Beatrix there to stay in top lane.
Yeah, definitely a smart choice. I mean, at that point, she can't rotate down in time. She's got to just do something,
right,
and she's able to get that tower and make a difference there. But the zoning capability of Young Ramiel right now, and we saw it right there. In comes the soul from Esmeralda. She's able to take out Beatrix, which is a big play for AE, slowing down that gold laner. Tamal kicking away Templars to buy themselves a little bit of space, but look at Sironi closing on this Esmeralda. Will he get the finish? The ult is popped. He's closing in. He chases her down, and he finishes off that Esmeralda. A nice play from Sironi coming from the bush.
Looking for the player to gank there, and the bird being out of here. I don't know if she's used the bird yet, but Karina does have to push off of that. They do have the support there, the Ling. But what a play from Karina there, just waiting, and Esme not seeing her there in the bushes, pushing to rotate top lane, and does get caught out for it by that Karina.
Yeah, I mean, with some of those plays, even with the kill count being a 7-4 right now, it is not a huge goal difference. It's 800. Karina's been doing a wonderful job at just rotating around the map and making sure she's still collecting the gold she needs. But Riles sitting at 2-0 right now. Now we see Tempest and Riles in the top lane closing down, but Beatrix continuing this split push and taking that bottom tower. But here are 3 members trying to take down Pride. Tempest's ability has been popped, but Young Ramiel trying to defend. end. It's just not enough, though, and Yuzong is taken out. Evil Nishi able to just flicker out of that Eve ultimate, but in the mid lane, we do see Cerrone countering back by taking out Pride, and now they're also able to secure that mid-tier 1 tower. So, as we're talking about, even though it looks like AE is gaining grounds, this Beatrix split push is just insane right now, Tank.
AE is exactly what you're talking about. AE doing a smart move here, and it does look like they're coming back around. But the Beatrix just says, you can make those ganks, and that's fine. I'm going to continue to side lane and side push and split push and take these objectives. If you take my top lane turret, I'm going to take your mid lane turret. Beatrix playing, I think, a really, really strategic game here.
Yeah, playing a wonderful game. I mean, TSU in general, me and Ben were talking about the other night all night, is playing your own game. You know, even when the other team's pushing somewhere, have your own objectives and make sure they get completed. And, like, they don't just play into the hands of AE. They're making sure they're completing things. Even if they're losing in one lane, they don't respond by trying to gank back on that lane. They respond by pushing elsewhere. And that's what puts these players ahead of some of the other things. But look at that kick onto Varza. This could be it for her. She gets taken out by Young Ramiel, but in they come. In comes the Tempest of Blades. Now AE trying to respond and maybe get something. The ult of Ruby does pop, and she's able to get a kill, but Sir Oni is elsewhere taking out members. AE Pride able to do something, but TSU is coming in. They're pushing hard. That is a 3-for-1 trade to the side of TSU. Just when AE has gained some grounds, TSU pushes back.
And we talk about these heroes that were going to be a real problem for Farsa, and you saw it right there. Farsa just trying to clean up her lane. She had to use her ult to clean up some minions and went up to kind of clean up the lane, and Chow just completely got her CC'd up to where Eve could take her out. And it's going to be a huge issue for Farsa without that front line and having so many heroes on the side of TSU that can really get to that back line.
Yeah, I mean, Beatrix right now just has such a gold lead on everybody. I mean, she's got more gold than Riles. She's got more gold than everybody on her team. She's locked in that BOD. She's locked in Malefic Roar. So she's got the damage. She's got the penetration. Like, she is a problem to deal with. I think AE really needs to make sure they're focusing on getting her out of these fights as quickly as possible. But in comes Tamal, locking on to that Ruby. And every time Tamal does, in comes Young Ramiel with the Evil. She's able to take out Retired. And now Tempest is on the run. TSU chasing from behind. Pride, though, taking some big damage from Riles. The Tempest of Blades has popped, and PDR has taken the kill, but Sir Oni quickly responding, getting the double kill, and taking out that Farza. And now it's 2 against 4. The lane is being pushed. The ult of Tamal has made sure they secure something here. 1 minion. Can they take this second tier tower? PDR trying to do something. Temple is popping an ult to zone them all, but another wave is coming, and now we see Sir Oni trying to take the Lord for TSU Tank.
Smart rotation here off of that mid lane to go for the Lord. Get this objective. Get that extra front linebacker to push a lane for him. But, you know, AE, we talked about having to shut down this Beatrix and really focus her, and I think you're absolutely right. And they know that. And you saw Ruby go in there and try to get in that back line to Beatrix, but Chow just doing his job, right? Pushing back there immediately, getting a little stun on Ruby, and then Beatrix shredding her. So I think AE knows what they have to do. It's just right now TSU playing such a tight game that it's hard to do what they need to do.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point with Lord coming down, you know, it's time to just turtle up. Wait for the siege, hope that TSU overextends a little bit, but the range of that Beatrix may just be too much. Look at the burst damage coming in, and along with the ult coming from that Eve, down goes. No, Ruby's just able to escape, but she is taken out by that Eve by a final bit of damage. I thought she was going to escape, but she wasn't able to, and now minions are coming down the mid lane. Tank, take it away.
You know, finally, TSU definitely being on the aggressive here, but Farsa getting one of her ults out and not getting knocked up, right? She was smart enough to sit back behind that inhibitor, and finally they down some damage, which helped Ruby clean that up. But TSU playing so aggressive here. They do have a minion push. Karina on top lane now. All 4 going inside the inhibitors for a huge fight inside of AE's base. They are trying to push on Yuzong. The ult is out, but Yuzong gets knocked out here, and AE definitely playing on the aggressive here, knowing they have a little bit. TSU's getting a little bit caught up. Their jungler is now inside the inhibitor turret and does pay for it. Farsa with the shutdown. Ruby with a good snag there. So just like you're talking about AE needing to turtle up and play safe, and that's exactly what they did. and you're going to see probably a little bit aggressive from AE now. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. Brody going top lane, 4 on the side of AE, all pushing mid, but there's 3 TSU waiting for him, including Beatrix, which we know is going to be an issue here.
Yeah,
Esme with the ult there on the turret, and absolutely gets shredded there on Eve, but AE playing aggressive 4 deep, 2 for TSU.
Oh my god, the ult of that Beatrix though.
And Yuzong coming in to show some support, giving Beatrix a little breather, and if you give her some space, she is going to make you pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, they should have known Beatrix has that ult ready to go, and they decided to push in that tower. AE finally getting a nice comeback, but then making the same exact mistake that TSU just made, overextending. Like, you can't do that. You just can't do that. Take your win, take your couple kill leak, and go jungle, go farm, get the lanes cleared up, and try to even up the match. But now, Tempest getting some big damage from Cerrone. In comes Samal from the side and is able to knock him up so that the kill goes to Cerrone, but then Farza pops that ultimate and is able to respond by taking out Cerrone herself. So now it is a 4v4. Does AE Riles take this fight? He does. Evil Nishi able to take out that Beatrix. It's just what they needed. But look at this. Look at Pride. Just the sustainability. Able to take out another member. PDR does go down. And does he live? Riles closing in on him. Able to finish off Pride. The Yuzong is gone. It's a 2-for-2 trade. 2-for-3 trade to the side of AE Tank. This is what I keep talking about. They need to maybe back off here and just clear lanes, but it seems they want to push in this mid lane as much as they can.
Arsa only getting 1 damage out on her ult there. She does get the kill on Eve. Great move, but we talk about this Chow being able to get in that back line and knock that Farsa out, and I think you're right. They need to play a little bit smarter here. It did pan out for him here on the aggressor. They did get that kill. Farsa was able to clean that up, but you know, are they going to make the same mistake here? Beatrix is back. This is dangerous. It's going to hurt AE here. Beatrix taking out Ruby. Lane coming in now and actually getting the hyper down. So Beatrix was not able to finish up and clean up that lane, but I mean, AE, we talk about it. They do want to play aggressive here. They do catch themselves a little overextended, but it is nice to see them coming out of some of these team fights better than we saw it in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, but the back and forth right now, I don't know if TSU normally doesn't play the game they're playing right now. They're playing extremely aggressive. Like that overextension earlier, way earlier, when Yuzong jumped into the enemy nexus like a madman. That's not the game aggressive. We see TSU play. I think they feel real comfortable in this game. And in comes Samal, trying to steal this Lord. Will we get the Lord steal? No! AE is able to secure it. Look at Pride, though, closing in on them in dragon form. He wants that Riles. He wants to take him out. Riles in a bad position, not enough energy against the wall, and he does get taken out from that Yuzong. But over in the side lane, Beatrix able to take out Tempest. Esmeralda is down, and look at the sustainability from this Yuzong. He's not scared. He knows he can jump into 3 of you. He knows he can take it, but Lord is pushing down in the top lane tank. What does TSU do here? They have taken out 2 members. I think they can clean it up. I mean, at this point, who takes this game? The back and forth right now, Tank.
You know, TSU showing really what they've got in their arsenal there, and you just saw it, right? Yuzong in mid lane in taking on 3 members from AE and not going down. He's going to be an absolute hero to mess with. And you put a Beatrix behind him to help him out. He had no support there. I think AE is going to be in trouble. So I think AE's biggest play here is to do exactly what you talked about when they were getting pushed back, is to play turtle, right? Get back into these inhibitors, wait for TSU to make these mistakes, these overextensions, which we've already seen tonight. And AE getting caught out there. It doesn't look like Ruby's going to get away. Yuzong is there to get him back and does clean that up. Now TSU once again on the aggressive here.
Oh my god, Tamal with that knock-up stop in the ult of Evil Nishi, and in comes Esmeralda doing some heavy damage, but it's just not enough. Tempest may be going down here, and look at Tamal switching over, kicking onto Rouse to back him off so that they can clean up that Esmeralda. Now the Eve ult is there and secures the kill onto Evil Nishi. Riles all alone on the wall and gets taken out by Cerrone, and the base is going down, Tank.
We talked about the early game. Absolutely, Beatrix just being huge there, and you saw later with Yuzong getting his stacks or getting his equipment up and his sustainability. We knew the only option there for AE was to turtle up and sit back in those inhibitors and let TSU overextend again, and they did not do that. They went out to the blue. They wanted to take that fight, and that's exactly what TSU wanted, and they caught him off guard. They're overextended, and TSU made him pay for it.
I mean, so that final team fight, when I kind of took over for a second, because Tamal I mean, so and this is what I was talking about with Tamal, right? We see Farza pop that ultimate to try to help Esmeralda. Esmeralda's getting chased down by, I think, 3 or 4 members of TSU. Farza, under the tower, under her inhibitor tower, pops her ultimate, and Tamal completely switches up what he wants to do. He immediately knows, okay, this is bad. So he dashes over with his first skill, dashes over with the second skill, and then is able to knock up Farza and stop her in her ult after just one blast. And it just made that whole team fight roll over. After that, TSU takes out Esmeralda and closes in on the inhibitor turret and just finishes it. But this is what I meant by the mechanics of TSU, how well they do in these team fights and how quickly any one of those members can switch up priorities and do what needs to be done to help win that 5v5.
I mean, you're absolutely right. We talked about the problems Farsa was going to have with some of the heroes that TSU went with, and you saw it there. Farsa really couldn't get in those fights. I think there was maybe twice throughout the entire game where Farsa was able to get her entire ult out before she got knocked up and kicked out of there. So TSU did a great job countering AE's S2, which was the Farsa. And you know, TSU's doing their homework, right? They and even if they're not, they know what heroes counter, what they're good with, what they're capable of. And they did overextend a little bit in the beginning, and AE did try to come back and did take advantage of it. But once TSU, like you said, TSU wasn't playing their game. They were playing pretty aggressive. Once they went back to what we're used to seeing from TSU, it was an easy cleanup there at the end.
Yeah, it was. I mean, but AE, you got to give it up to them. They played a wonderful game. They did. They played a great game, and it gives me hope that maybe they can win this second one. You know, TSU definitely wanting a sweep here. TSU had a very late season just because most of their games were kind of piled up at the end of the season. They still have like 2 games to go after this. Or no, this game and then another game. So if they sweep this and then sweep another one, it puts them in the #1 spot. Which, yes, we know they have a locked-in top 4, but to end the season in the #1 spot's a pretty big deal, I feel like, you know? Whether you win or lose the finals, it's still a big deal to show like, hey, we came out on top of this season. So, I mean, do you think the AE can stand a chance here in game 2, Tank?
You know, if AE plays their game, which we saw it happen a couple times throughout that game, I think they do. But we know that TSU is a top team. They're coming here. Their rotation there was great. They were comfortable with the heroes they picked. We saw Beatrix coming out with that early damage. We saw Yuzong coming in there with those team fights, going against 3 members of AE in mid lane halfway through that game and just saying, I don't care, send everything you got at it. So it's going to be tough for AE, but let's hope they look at this last game and realize what they did well, what was take those team fights when TSU overextended. And let's see if they continue that or if they just play the aggressor again and hope for the best.
Speaking of hoping for the best, we are in to game 2 of TSU versus AE. TSU taking the first ban, and again, going with that Roger ban, Tank. You know, I don't think we've seen AE Riles play Roger yet, but TSU does not care. We won that first game. I think they're going to keep it exactly the same.
I couldn't agree more. They're not going to let, although we haven't seen Roger on the field, they know they've never had to play a Roger on the other side of AE, and they don't want to because everyone they have seen from AE they can handle, and I don't think the bans will change much on the side of TSU.
Do you think we're going to see a Ling ban this time, though? Kind of show some respect to it. The Ling definitely caused some mayhem in the early game last time. Do you think they pay respect to it, or do they think just like, we're not scared of your Ling? We're going to do the same thing we did the last time and beat you?
I think the latter. I think they're not scared of it. They're going to leave it open. They might try to focus some heroes that, well, I don't really know who really caused them any issues there. They handled the Farsa real well. They handled the Ling real well. I don't think you're going to see much. Not that they're not showing AE any respect, but they know what teams they can beat. They know what heroes they can beat on the side of AE, and I doubt they're going to change anything. They're not going to let them go with the heroes they don't want to fight. Anyone that AE's gone with, I think they'll let them have them again.
Yeah, I think they're pretty. And again, I don't know about that. I mean, no, Jawhead's actually a good ban. I mean, if they've done their homeworks, Tamal, Jawhead. I think, you know, we haven't seen it happen yet, but I think maybe it's time to put a little focus on Tamal. you know, maybe ban out some tanks here. Might be a strategy for the side of AE. Of course, get rid of that Amon, but if Tamal doesn't lock in immediately and you're able to get 2 more bans before he's up, maybe focus on that. Take out that Chow, you've taken out the Jawhead, and then maybe take out Kufra and really limit his options.
You know, and I absolutely agree with you there, Rex. I could see that because if you look at the Chow, every time, even including the push from Ruby, right, to go to that backline Beatrix, you know, who was there to stop it? It was Chow again, right? It was he was there in all these fights. He was there to stop Farsa's ult. He was there to stop anyone from getting to the back line to their damage dealers, you know, like Beatrix. So it'd be a smart move to try and focus someone that they know, because we talk about Riles. Riles is just deep. He can continue to go. So I don't think you'll see the Ling ban. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, but I do, you know, I like that Clint ban. It slipped through the cracks. I mean, I like that Clint pick. It slipped through the cracks, and we know Clint is a monster in the gold lane right now. I mean, dude's a beast. Dude's, I say this, I've been saying it time and time again, and I don't care if anyone believes me. I think he's one of the top gold laners right now. He may even be better than Beatrix.
I think you're absolutely right, especially late game. And I like what happened here and the fact that TSU went right back with Beatrix, right? Smart move there. But what did AE do? They put someone on that lane that is going to cause some issues for Beatrix, something they didn't have last game. So I like the pick. I like the S1 Clint from AE pick all around here.
Yeah, Tamal just called me out. He said, I'm not going to go Chow this time, and I don't need to go Jawhead. Let me show you my Kufra. So I'm excited to see that. That Yi ban, and I think that might have been a good ban too. We've seen Yve not do amazing sometimes, but in the hands of Dogtor, she's a monster, man. He does so good with her, and like sometimes it feels like Eve just doesn't do enough damage, but anytime Dogtor does, it just runs so well. And TSU is just so good at having the mechanics of their team fights. I talked about it last time. So good at having like Tamal's gonna go in, get his set, Eve's gonna pop her ultimate, and then in comes Beatrix with that AoE ultimate, and it just always cleans up so many members, and they're so good at combining all of their moves at the same time and chaining them together in the correct manner. You know, I can't help but say it, but they just have wonderful mechanics in these 5v5s.
They do, and you talk about Dogtor, you talk about Eve being able to be so well-rounded, and you don't see Eve taking a lot of these kills, right, in these team fights, but what you do see is exactly what you're talking about, the zoning, right, the covering of turrets, the covering of a retreat, the zoning out of these objectives, these lords. So I think Eve is just so well-rounded in that aspect that he's not just your damage dealer, almost like Farsa is, right? Farsa needs those sets, needs to just rain down on these heroes, but Eve can actually zone out these objectives and knows how to with TSU because they are so well-rounded with Tamal and with this TSU rotation. Eve is someone I don't want to play against when Dogtor is running.
Yeah, I think a quick point out. There's that Yuzan picks, paying some respect to it. You've been talking about how OP he is right now, and AE definitely paying respects to it. And then AE banning out that Karina. I think that Karina was slain last game. But the thing about TSU is they have a nice, I said it, I'll say it, I said it and I'll say it again. They have a wonderful hero pool, you know?
They absolutely do, and I am excited to see the Yuzong ban. I really do think people don't give him enough respect. We saw it there in mid lane last game, a 3-on-1. It's like having a tank, a fighter, everything all in one right there, because he still has that burst damage and the mobility, right? He can get behind that back line. He's just so well-rounded in the fact that he can really change a team's game style, right? Getting into that back line and messing with their Farsa really hindered AE on that backside. So I'm not surprised to see a Yuzong ban there. I actually love that AE's showing some respect to that.
Yeah, I like the Kagura pick here. She's going to be able to, as long as she has her umbrella on her, she'll be able to get out of any sets from that Kufa, be able to get out of the zoning of Dogtor, and also be able to, if she can get some nice picks, she'll decimate that Beatrix as long as she can land that umbrella on her. She could really do some big damage to Dogtor as Eve if she can get that umbrella on her. So I mean, I don't think it's a horrible pick. I'm wondering to see what TSU goes for. Are they going for a fighter jungle here? They definitely are. We're seeing the first one of the season, Paquito jungle tank.
I love seeing something different. Right? We just talked about it last game. Going with these heroes we haven't seen. Not even just the heroes, but a different role, right? So the Paquito jungle here. I'm excited to see it. I think TSU is getting pretty confident. They know they've got the team. They've got an absolute arsenal of heroes to go with. But I got to give it up to AE here. So AE definitely changed this up, and they went with a more CC mage, right? You talked about that CAG, and I think that's going to be a better pick than the Farsa last time, because Farsa was kind of just wasn't able to get in there, right? She wasn't able to use her full potential there. We talked about Clint, right? A good pick, a good an absolute beast of an MM. You talk about him being one of the best in the gold lane right now, and I couldn't agree with you more. I think it's a good transition here from AE. I hope they can come out with a game here.
Yeah, I'd like to see a win. I do like that Lance pick. You know, he's going to be able to really, like, having this fighter front line and this fighter jungle that Cerrone is, Lance is going to be able to kind of snake through them and maybe get the focus onto this Beatrix that we know needs to be seen. I'm excited to see how these two gold laners pick out. These are personally, I believe, to be the two best gold lane marksmen in the game right now. And I'm excited to see who takes who on and who gets the upper hand here. But what do you think we see any early game invades, any hyper aggression tank?
If you're going to see some hyper aggression, I think it'll be on the side of TSU here. And Clint getting caught out there once again, but he does come back, and CAG does come up to rotate and try to push off here, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to come out of this. But Matilda is moving up and is going to try and clean this up, but the tank is there to take most of those hits. But I'm excited to see the Clint Beatrix. I think both, just like you said, are huge plays in the gold lane. So it's going to be a bit different. Beatrix isn't going to be able to get the gold. Well, here we go. She might. She's playing aggressive once again, and she can against this Clint, especially with Kufer there for some support.
Yeah, he's doing that. He needs to go back to base. I feel like he's playing really risky here. Luckily, he does score that final gold minion, but look at Tamal coming in with that knockup, sniping them from the bush. But the nice stun coming from Kagura. He's forced to flicker out, and now he's forced to go back to base. I like the rotation from AE right now. Very tight, very clean.
Absolutely, and we talk about the aggression. You know, I said it was going to be from AE here, or TSU here, but AE playing pretty smart here. They are going to dive this on Beatrix. They're going to try and take her out early, and Lance coming up to try and finish it up, and it does look like she's going to end the... It does. Lance does get that Beatrix knocked out early, but is Lance going to pay for it here? And it doesn't look like it was able to push back and get away there, even Kagura pushing off there, so... I think it was a great move there, great push. They know they got to shut down that Beatrix, so I'm excited to see them trying to show some respect where they need to.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that's the game that they need to play. They need to be able to get in, and if they get their kill, like Riles is doing right now, no, he's not able to. Look at the damage coming from him, and he pays the price and gets taken out from that Eve. And was that the play? Or should he have just gone back to his blue buff tank and just, you know...
I think they're trying to change it up here. Obviously, I'm going to think that was a little bit too aggressive, right? Especially coming from knowing how TSU plays there. And we specifically talk about Eve, you know, being able to zone out, being able to play smart right there. And she was able to clean that up. So I think Lance made a little overextension there. And Beatrix taking out. We talk about that damage. My God, again. You know, they did pick Clint here to try and push off of this and counter. But this Beatrix... can you do anything?
I don't know, man. I mean, Clint definitely has some distance on her. He hasn't died yet, which is big. Like, she has died. We have had a kill onto Dog Tour, so the Beatrix has gotten taken down once. Clint just needs to keep playing safe and wait for this mid game. Wait till around the 6-10 minute mark. We are starting to see a little something. Tamal setting up, knocking up that Kagura. And now the rest of the team, though, focusing in. We do get the ult and the flicker. Kagura comes in and does some nice damage. In comes the ult from that. Tamal's forced to go back. Matilda doing some beautiful zoning there. And though they weren't able to secure the kill, they did secure a nice foothold on the river of the map.
They did. They had to push that. Kufer took enough damage there to go back. And with Kufer out of there, you know, the rest of the team does have to play a bit more safe. You can't see Beatrix overextend like she was comfortable enough to do before with Kufer gone. But he is coming back here. It does look like they are focusing Beatrix. So you do see they are trying to focus the damage dealers here. But did they get too deep there? But Kagura is there to clean up and try to help out Kufer with the set. But Eve, once again, we talk about that zoning, and she does. She comes up and cleans up Matilda there. Eve just playing absolutely smart here, just a tactician on the chessboard.
Yeah.
It looked like, AE was playing real smart there, but TSU's just playing so tight here.
Yeah,
it's going to be tough to go against.
Young Ramiel does such an amazing job. You know, we've talked about it a few times with the alt zoning off and clearing space for her team. And whether she's playing it offensively or defensively, she just always does a great job. And then look at Tamal here, giving vision, sitting up in the enemy bushes, you know, the opposite side of the river, helping the rest of his team know where they are. And he goes. He does get the knock-up onto Evil Nishi. Nishi forced to kind of back up, and then Tamal just back to his bush. Back to his bush to sit, chill, and wait for another play, Tank.
And when you got Kufer there, just playing an absolute great job zoning, showing vision. And another set here, but can they go up and clean up and push it? And it does look like they are going to stay, but Eve once again zoning out, trying to take this turtle, but Lance does take it. And are they going to go on the aggressive here? Eve knocking out Matilda. You're definitely going to see they have to push back here. AE on the run. You know, what's the objective working there, Rex?
I don't know, but they are still going. Look at Lapu in this back lane. Maybe pushed a little too far. I think he gets taken out by Riles here. Riles is able to secure the kill. Tamal now on his own, knocked to about half health. And now in the mid lane, I'm missing it. Tempest taking out 2 members of TSU, or taking out Cerrone, only 1 member, but still, I mean, another ult from Tempest. Wait a second. The big ult though coming in from Kufa, knocking her against the wall. That is it. Riles does dive under the tower and is able to clean up young Ramiel. And now AE taking the tier 3 mid lane tower, Tank.
And a bit of a change here, right? We saw Beatrix last time. Every time they would lose an objective, TSU's Beatrix would go there and side lane and get a split push going. Clint doing exactly what Beatrix was doing last time. During that entire fight, Clint was on the top lane, taking that turret and then rotating mid and supporting AE's team to take another turret mid. So I'm a fan of the huge set from Kufa there. Clint cannot get away, but he does find his turret there. I actually thought Beatrix was going to come up and take it. They may try to zone this out. It doesn't look like you're going to, but I like to see the rotation from AE this game. It's something we didn't see last time, and they are focusing objectives.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out here, you know, we talked about this Paquito tank, and we've barely seen him in these team fights. He's been in that bot lane a lot during a lot of these team fights. We haven't seen him do anything major yet, and I don't know if that's part of the plan, but look at Riles closing in on Pride. He does get stunned, though, by the Lapu, but the rest of AE is in. The ultimate Matilda goes off, and he's able to take out Lapu under the tower. AE playing tight for one of the first times this game. 4 members deep. Tamaldo sitting in this bush, does get the knock-up onto Retired. Retired trying to get a little bit of poke damage, and in comes Tempest, knocking the ult down, and Dog Tor goes down. This could be it for TSU. AE finally showing off in the game. 6-5 with a 2,000 gold lead, Tank, and the turtle is up.
TSU's jungler probably looking to try and get a steal here. They do have Kufa pushing up, but TSU or AE rolling deep, and Lance does clean up that, and now TSU is in trouble here. AE playing the aggressor. But I think you're absolutely right, Rex. In every one of these team fights, we've yet to see that jungler from TSU. We've yet to see that Paquito jungle. And I believe that is why AE is absolutely rolling through these team fights right now. Now, it is 6-6 kills, but if you look at AE, they are taking the objectives here. They are the aggressors. I think once Paquito starts taking and getting involved in these team fights, it might be a bit different. But right now, I'm liking the rotation from AE. I like what I see here.
Yeah, I think they play well when they're tight like this. Like when instead of like having Riles go on his own or having like the mage or the tank go on their own, they play well when they play this 3-man tight rotation. And yes, they break up here and there, but overall they're all staying pretty close and they're engaging at the right time. And speaking of that, in comes Tempest trying to lock down onto Dogtor. Beatrix forced to go back in this bot lane. Nishi just kind of poking, but 3 members of TSU are ready. She does get the knockup, but it's just not enough. But focusing onto this top lane now, Clint, Retired, and Riles trying to close in on Cerrone. I love the aggression from AE right now, hanging out in the enemy jungle, clearing up, and just picking away, Tank.
And you talk about this rotation from AE, something that we didn't get to see. And the ult coming out from Eve here, trying to... and Lance picking up Lapu, Paquito finally getting in there, knocking out Clint, which is huge. Clint has been a problem. He has been just getting gold by himself in that top lane. And another knock up here, but it does look like Matilda's going to get away easily there. It's the jungler and the tank, and bottom lane, they're trying to take advantage of it. I don't know if Tempest is going to get away. It does look like she's sticking around, but she's the Queen of Shields. She can, but she is going to have to go back and get some health here.
But I just love, while all of that was happening in the top lane, Tempest just sitting down here, cutting this lane, and then doing some damage on the tower. Amazing split push. Where has this AE been for the past season?
I'll tell you, you mentioned it earlier, and you talked about this meta gold laner, and I'm not going to lie. I think Clint, while all this has been going on, has been in that top lane, pushing turrets, getting the minion waves up there, and forcing TSU to push off of those huge team fights, which opens up Lance and Matilda and these other three-man rotations. I think Clint is he's a huge play right now for AE.
Yeah, he's a monster. And I just like how AE really went pretty damagey this time, but that they still, they just have a nice front to back composition right now. And then that Kagura pick just comes in such clutch, as we just saw in the mid lane. Kufer comes in, tries to knock her up, and she second skills out. She's able to get out. But just their overall composition, they have this Esmeralda, they have this Matilda for their front, and they have this Cog and this Clint to do damage from range, and then Lance is just all over the place. He's able to kind of flicker in, flicker out, target who he wants to, and I really just like the setup from AE this time.
I agree. You got the heroes like we just talked about. You got the heroes like Esmeralda and Clint, right, who can run an X and gold lane and just let that Lance rotate. I think the comp is going to be a problem for TSU.
Yeah, another tower going down. Lord crashing down in the spot lane as we have Clint in the top doing some damage. Let's focus in on the top here. Pride taking some huge damage. Does Ryle get the finish? Pride just able to get away with a little bit of his life, but no, the burn from Riles is able to finish him off, and now minions are closing on the mid. They're gonna secure this tier 2 tower and maybe even the next. Templars in the bot doing some damage on the Tamal. Young Ramiel popping that evil to try to salvage a little bit of time and relieve some of this pressure. The AE not wanting to go up, though. Clint is in a bad spot, though, and it's taken out by Saroni. Back to the bottom, though. We do see AE taking the first inhibited hour of the game, and now, instead of pushing too hard, they back off, which is a great play by AE.
Absolutely great play there. And Clint, once again, they're starting to realize who they need to show some respect to. And you saw him push off and have to go gank that Clint and take him out. But what it cost him was an inhibitor turret. And we talk about Clint. I think he's a huge play this game. And now he's causing so much attention from the side of TSU that they are losing some objectives. And AE can take advantage of that, knowing that they have to put that much effort and that much emphasis on Clint. It really does open up the rest of the map for him.
Yeah, I mean, TSU definitely going to be able to try to push back, and we know they do a great job. They do a good job playing from behind. They're 5k goal behind, but they still know how to take fights. They know how to reclaim their jungle, how to push these lanes back. The only problem they're really going to have here is by losing that bottom inhibitor tower. Now they have super minions constantly coming in on them. AE no longer going to really need to push that bot lane. The minions will do the work for them. So it's going to give Esmeralda a lot more availability to just come up, rotate, and do things like that. But look at Tamal trying to do a little bit of poke in this top lane. Tempest just kind of ranging off, trying to push them back. Evil Nishi coming in, followed up by the ult by Esmeralda, and Tamal's taking some big damage. The ult of Dog Tour does happen. Beatrix able to zone them off, but AE claiming back TSU's jungle tank.
Sorry, I had some technical difficulties over here. I was watching the fight. I think AE is being aggressive here. They're playing smart, but we talk about some mistakes that some other teams make that TSU's not making. Right? They are turtling up. They're not overextending. They know they need the equipment. They have to farm here. So TSU's not out of this. Right? They're a smart team, but I love seeing AE's rotation here. Right? The change is definitely different, but it all comes down to whether or not they can clutch this up here at the end.
Yeah, can they clutch it? Can AE finally get a finish? Can the underdog take a win here? Turtle is up, and in comes Samal with a nice flicker roll. Down goes PDR. Clint is taken out of the game, and now TSU wants to take this as their opportunity. They're focusing in on Nishi. Nishi forced to kind of retreat back. AE now on the run, sitting in this mid lane. Tempest taking some big damage from Dog Tour, though. The ult is canceled, and he decides to retreat back. back instead of engaging, but Cerrone is closing in. She's able to zone away and kind of move closer to that Matilda, but look at Riles getting knocked up. He's going to have to also run away. TSU claiming back some land, and back down to Tempest, though, jumping in on young Ramiel. She is all alone, but in comes Pride with that Lapu Lapu Bravest Warrior stunning down onto her, but the shield is just too much. Can 4 members of TSU take that out? I don't think so. Tempest now deciding to go for this Lord. Is this really what they want to do? Tank.
Is this a bait here? We do have Clint coming back, so Clint was out of that team fight. He was not able to help, but Rylus with that Esma just being the queen of shields. I think this is a smart move now here on Lord. It depends on if Pack can actually get up here. Mathilda is zoning him out, so there is no retribution. Lance does take it, and now the team fight is on. Mathilda is going in, and it looks like Beatrix, Clint, they're going to battle off here. I don't know who's going to take this, but Clint is back in this fight. This does not look good for TSU right now. I mean, absolute smart play by AE right there, pulling out, not getting too overextended after they just took an objective. This is the kind of gameplay you love seeing from AE.
Yeah, AE just playing a wonderful game, playing smart. Tempest, though, is he getting a little too aggressive? Maybe just wait for this Lord to get there. You do have super minions crashing in. The inhibitor tower does go down. Dogtor doing some big damage and is able to take out. That goes down. Riles taking her out. This is it, I think. Minions coming down. There's still a huge Lord crash in the bot lane. Maybe AE should slow down, but they do not want to. The Evolt has popped, and she's able to be taken out. Wait, no. Lapu Lapu, a nice ult coming in from Tempest, though. Can they finish it here? The minions are here. Can AE finally get a win? And they do.
Why talk about what needed to happen there and the change that we did like seeing on the side of AE? And the rotation from start to finish there was absolutely gorgeous on the side of AE. TSU playing a great game, but I mean, they just couldn't, no matter what they did. AE, just beautiful rotation there. Absolutely great. Working together. The Clint, I'm telling you, I think was a huge play. He's only showing up at 5.9 silver, but I think he did such a good job strategically that it forced TSU to have to rotate and deal with that Clint, and that was a huge play.
Yeah, he did do some decent damage, but honestly, man, Riles and Tempest just really closing in. You know, Esmeralda constantly harassing that bottom lane, and normally we see Esmeralda's kind of rotate a lot, but she just really focused on that bottom lane. And once they were able to get that first inhibitor tower down there, it really just helped seal the deal for AE. And AE finally taking a win here. I'm really excited for Game 3, Tank. Tank?
Yeah, Rex, you're going to have to take over for a second. I got a little bit of technical difficulty. I'm trying to fix it, so this one is all you for the moment.
No problem. Tank's having a little bit of issues. Please bear with us, but we are going to jump now into Game 3. I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. It's me in Tank's chair going in for this cast. For those that don't know, if you're new here, this is the very first North America Mobile Legends League. I'm your lead host, organizer, caster, T-Rex Senpai. It's been a long road. This is day 9 of the season. This is the end. This is the end. Tomorrow we have one more game, TSU versus MLP, which is going to be a huge game. But then on the 12th, we will have the final bracket. The top 4 teams and the way they have scored out in this season will be facing off for $1,000 and 50,000 diamonds. I'm excited. AE has not won a single series. This is their chance to finally prove that they are still competitors here. Oh, we were really enjoying the chair, Tank. You can go back to what you were doing, man.
I tell you what, when I'm streaming, they call it a chair stream, and it's a huge moment. I had some ring light issues here, so I'm going to be a bit more yellow right now. I'm going to have to deal with that later. But I'm back.
Your technical difficulties were lighting?
It was lighting. In the middle, listen to this, man.
For lighting.
In the middle of that game, it looked like the 4th of July in my room. I don't know what happened.
We're still having
easy bright, like 1,000%. I was like looking at the screen, trying to see what was going on, and it was just, I tell you, if the game wasn't exciting enough,
issues,
you add in that,
I was having a
party over here, Rex. I was having a party.
No problem. Let's not waste any time. Let's just jump into this draft, Tank. Are you still there?
I am
All
still
right.
here. So I think you lost my
I
camera.
lost
though.
your camera for some reason. It's not the end of
let
the
me know.
world. It was happening to
Okay.
me and Wheezy one night. This is the sacrifice sometimes of I got you back.
Fixed it.
This is the
We're good.
sacrifice sometimes of doing these cross-country live streams. And I don't want to hear any
Wouldn't have it any
complaints
other
from
way.
the viewers. It was day one of M3, and we had like 3 pauses in the first game due to technical difficulties. So if Moonton themselves, World Championships, are allowed to have technical difficulties, so are we.
I agree, Rex. I couldn't agree more. Especially when they're my technical difficulties. If they're, if they're G the Akos or Ben Dunn's, I'm gonna make sure it's on them. It's 100% their fault. But if it's on my side, it's a straight random accident.
Oh yeah, if it's on
still their
Tank's side,
fault.
it's not his fault. If it's on my side,
Absolutely.
it's all
I'm
my
glad, I'm
fault.
glad we all agree there. So, going back to the bans here. Enough of that. Enough of my problems in life. We do see the Amon ban coming and the Jawhead, which you just talked about last game, right? Not surprised in either one of those bans. TSU hasn't changed anything, right? They went with another Roger ban at S1 there, and now with the Haya, right? So something we've already seen, and I think TSU is going to go back to those first games, right? Something that they saw and don't want to deal with, and TSU knows they've got the game, but I like seeing AE come out, and I hope we see the same thing again.
Most definitely. I like AE really, like, they don't want to play without Amon. Oh, Natan. It's open this time, and we see it get immediately picked by Riles. I'm excited to see this.
And then TSU going to the side of Yuzong. Once again, didn't give the... we saw the Yuzong ban come later. It was the 4th ban last game. And TSU's Yuzong, we saw it in the first game. It was just something no one wanted to deal with. They didn't have it that game. And now we're looking at Clint and Yuzong on the same side here.
Yeah.
But AE punches right back, right, and says, "Well, if you take my Clint, we're gonna take your Beatrix."
Yep.
And Tantalus once again going with Esmeralda. So I'm liking the back and forth here.
Young Ramiel staying with that Eve. Do you think, do you think that's after it not working last game? Do you think it's a bad pick to go again? Or do you think, personally, I believe that the Eve pick is like good right now. Whether they lost or not last game, I think it's a good pick. I don't think it's something they need to switch. And I really like that Clint coming in.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I would not push off of Eve, just looking at last game and saying, hey, we lost, it didn't work. It wasn't in the fault of, Eve not being present and not being able to do what she does, because Eve was still getting those zones out. Eve was still getting those kills, being very strategic with the ult there. They just didn't have what they needed, and I think that's where you're going to see the change here with the Yuzong coming back. So I'm not surprised to see Eve back in it. The Clint, I like the pick. I like taking that away from AE. And I love the pushback from AE saying, that's fine, we're going to go with Beatrix. But right now, TSU looking like they've got, in my mind, they've got the draft. We know Riles can do some work with Natan in the jungle, so I'm curious to see what these last 2 picks are going to be.
I think they really go for tank bans here. I said they should do it last time, and I think this time Tamal's still open. He still has a pick to lock in, and I think they could really zone some things out. Maybe right here. They can either go for Kufra or Chow if they want in this ban. Maybe they don't, but I think, that's what I would do, personally.
And you're not wrong, right? You're looking at a Lolita and a Kai ban there for the last 2 bans. It's nice, right, when you call it and you just, you're doing your job as a caster, right? It feels good.
I'm a textbook
I love it.
caster, man.
It is. It's beautiful. Coming through, what tank are we gonna go with over here in TSU? We know the arsenal's long and deep there.
Long and deep.
So it's beautiful. Ben would be proud right now.
He would
Absolutely
be
proud.
Are we going to see this Johnson pick? I think it'd be the first Johnson we've seen this whole season. Instead, Sir Oni going for the Jungle Bane. I love it.
The Bane on a lane is
Bane on a lane.
Scary. You like the puns I got putting out
Bane
right now?
on a lane.
I'm trying really hard. After the technical
wave.
difficulties, I feel like I have to make up for it. So I'm working hard. But Bane on a lane. All right, we're gonna stick with that. That's gonna catch for later. Is an absolute beast. And when you put him in the jungle, man, we can see something huge here. I'm nervous.
Yeah,
I'm nervous.
he has, you know, in NA he hasn't been as a popular pick, but like teams like Blacklist International love to use him as a jungler, and he's not like, it's not something you see from all the teams. But like, if I was gonna, TSU loves to do some of these off picks. You know, people like to say about Blacklist, break the code, you know, do something different. And I you know, TSU just loves to do that. And it's one of my favorite reasons about watching them play. You know, they like to try different things, and they almost always make it work. We are seeing the Kufra pick come from retired on the side of AE, and then as their support mage, they decide to lock in that Harley. Harley may do good here. She can, if Harley can really lock down this Clint and maybe lock down this Sir Oni and everything, it may be worth it. But you kind of gave up zoning, and you kind of gave up a lot of things by picking that Harley. Towards when we look at the side of TSU, the CC, the AoE damage, the zoning ability is definitely there, and it just doesn't look completely there on the side of AE.
You know, it does. I was going to ask you that. I was waiting to ask you how you felt about the Harley pick there at the end. And I agree. You know, Harley before the update and last season was, I mean, one of the top bans in every single game over here in NA. Had one of the highest ban rates. Did get the nerf, did drop down. But that was a Harley jungle, right? So to be out here and to get that mid lane, I'm curious to see if that's going to hinder or be the advantage for, maybe they know we're talking about them. I'm just watching Harley emote me right now. So
It's not all
I'm
about
curious
you,
to see what happens here. You know, I like Harley. I like him as a hero. I haven't seen him much used in your league here, so I'm definitely excited to see something new and see what happens. And here I am. He does escape there. So he didn't just make me joke on my words about dying right off the bat for first blood, so that's good.
Tamal, though, doing some nice damage onto that Kufra. You know, he kind of invaded, and this could be bad for Kufra, taking some big damage. Is he going to go out? Oh, a sliver of health, able to just escape. But this may give TSU the Lethal Wander. I like the rotation from this Beatrix, but she just jumped into a trap, and this could be it for her. She is doing some nice poke damage on Tamal, but then she's quickly taken out by young Ramiel Tank.
You're absolutely right. It was great rotation on the side of Beatrix coming up there to clean that up, but did not know that they had the support there.
Two members.
And paid for it. And that it could have went either way, so I don't think that was such a bad move. It was just unlucky. Unlucky for the side of B there.
Yeah, definitely an unlucky play, but that is going to give first blood to TSU. And do you think it's going to make a huge difference in the way this match goes, Tank?
Absolutely. Beatrix does need, we talked about it. She's got a Clint to deal with now. We talked about how OP she was first game, and she had a insane gold lead on everybody on the map, including all the hypers. But she didn't have to deal with a Clint, and this is now this game and last game. Clint is here and there to counter on the Beatrix, and she's going to have to play more safe, and she didn't need the tank so much in the first game, but, you know, they're not making that same mistake again.
Yeah, they're definitely not making the same mistake. But Turtles up, TSU playing a smooth game. We haven't really seen Bane get involved in any of these team fights, and I'm excited to see where his damage is at right now. He's got his blue buff. Orange buff is up and ready to be taken, but instead we decide 4 members of TSU closing on this turtle. Natan sitting at his blue buff. I'm wondering if AE even tries to contest this at this point. In comes Tempest, doing some poke damage. Tamal, retired, getting the knockup, and he's forced to get taken out by young Ramiel. This could be bad. The turtle is taken from that Sir Oni, and he also collects a kill on to Natan. Losing my tongue a little bit and slipping on some of these plays, but TSU taking more of a lead, 3-0 Tank.
And we talk about that Yuzong, right? And Yuzong once again was just at the top side of turtle waiting for someone to push down and start and try to take that turtle. When Esme pushed in, Yuzong was there. And the ability for Yuzong to rotate, we've talked about it all night. Beatrix is getting caught out in the bottom lane, does try to clean up Clint. Can she do it? But she does not. Chow coming in there to help out Clint, and that is going to hurt the Beatrix. She is going to be behind in gold here. And I think it's a real smart play. TSU playing real smart with Clint here, and Beatrix not getting the feed that she normally gets, the one that she needs.
but while that's happened, AE does respond. Nishi, the Harley, able to snipe out young Ramiel and take down that Eve. So, I mean, they do respond. They finally get a kill on the board. They are a little behind in goal right now, 1,000, but it's not the end of the world. Can AE start tightening up their rotations, tightening up their gameplay, and get a couple more picks to even out the playing field here, Tank?
You know, they had good rotation last game, and that's what we're going to need to see from AE this game if they're going to take home another win against TSU here. Beatrix is going to be Clint's at level 6. Beatrix is at level 5. So I don't think you're going to see the help come from Beatrix yet. She's going to have to wait. Bane coming down here is going to try and find Kufra out here and does, which forces...
Beautiful kick.
Absolute kick, and Bane is trying to get in the fight here. Beatrix caught up by Clint, just gets absolutely smoked. But Harley, once again, does find that Eve. So although TSU did make that bottom push, this Harley, which we talked about from AE, absolutely getting those pokes. You know, when TSU does make a gank, Harley is coming up and trying to find someone out and singling them out. So it's a good trade.
I mean, is it a good trade? You know, yes, he is getting something, but you lost 2 members there. And we were talking about the rotation of AE last game. In this game, it just doesn't seem like they're moving as tight. They're a bit more split up. They're getting picked off by Tamal, by some of these picks, but a Night's Ult coming in from Retired, and they are finally able to take down that Clint, something they definitely need. But young Ramiel pops that ult and does some big damage. Luckily, Clint is there, but it's just not enough. Tamal trying to get the kickoff and just not able to finish up, but that is a 1-for-1 trade, or no, a 0-for-1 trade to the side of TSU. It's now 7-3. Tamal, though, in a bad position. Members of AE closing in. Where is Riles, though, sitting in the top lane, taking a tower, and look at that Harley zoning out. Sir Oni doing his job. I've been a little worried, Tank, about not having a mage who can really participate in this team fights the way they want, but Harley is doing his job in a sense of taking out heroes that are kind of by themselves and able to get these picks when he needs to.
I think you're absolutely right. So AE doesn't have the lineup they had last time. It does look like they will take this turtle here. Beatrix taking the turtle from the hyper there. But AE is definitely have a different draft than last game. Last game they were rotating as a team. Good set there by Cooper, which does allow them to take that bottom turtle. And he's going to have to push out back here. Beautiful play there, but like you're saying, AE has more of the poke heroes, right? More of the singling out burst heroes rather than those huge team fights they had last time. So it's a different game style we're going to have to see from AE because of their draft. But right now they're showing us that it can work. So this is interesting to see. It did look like TSU was rotating better and having better ganks, but AE isn't looking for those ganks. They got the heroes that can single them out, and they're trying to gain these objectives. They're split pushing, and it's a different game type. So let's see if AE can keep it up.
Yeah, they're pushing in on this middle tier 3 inhibitor tower, but in comes Pride with that well-known Yuzong, getting some bumps onto Retired and PDR, but he does go back to the tower. Tower's low. Beatrix takes the tower shot to take it out. And AE, you know, they were behind. Now they've taken the lead. It's only 600 gold, but it's not only a gold lead they have. They are taking towers. You know, where has this AE been the recent league that we've been watching?
You know, I'm excited to see the draft. Esmeralda is caught up here. It does look like she is going to the 3-on-1. There's no way of getting out of that. Esmeralda doesn't get picked off on top lane. But look what's happening on bot lane. An absolute push from AE right now, and it's going to force TSU to push over. Bane is going to push that top lane, though. So it is a good job by Bane. Finally starting to get some objectives on the side of TSU. But AE with just phenomenal rotation there. But once again, Bane's now going to take 2 turrets during that exchange.
Yeah, and
so
AE not even wanting to do anything about it. I think that's a real good play on
the side of TSU. We haven't really seen Bane, the jungler, on TSU side do much, but taking 2 lanes on top lane, I think, is a good exchange for what we just saw.
Most definitely, but look at Evil Nishi getting the ult off, and then the flame shot onto Dogtor. Down goes Clint, and now they definitely have a footing on this turtle. Sir Oni circling around. Does Tamal come in? Retired is ready. He does get the knock-up, and in flickers Riles with the ultimate of Natan. He's able to do some damage, but look at that huge damage coming from Sir Oni. Isn't going to be enough though. Tempest able to do something. PDR takes out Sir Oni, and now Riles is closing in. He wants Tamal too. The ultimate of PDR has happened. Is she going to dip flicker in? She's able to take out Tamal, and now she's focusing her eyes onto young Ramiel. Look at Evil Nishi though, popping the ultimate of that Harley. It's going to pop, and down goes young Ramiel. AE playing a wonderful game right now, and now Riles is sitting at Turtle, ready to get a buff in gold for his whole team tank.
We talk about AE in a different game style than what we just saw. That Beatrix, you know, although she did have a rough start to early game, she is starting to get some of her gold now, and she's playing very, very well with the rotation. AE taking that Turtle, and the push right now from AE, I think TSU is looking for these team fights, which we just saw in the last 2 games, but AE is not playing that game. They're playing very strategic here. They're looking for the singles where they can single somebody out, especially with this Harley, with this Beatrix, with this Natan. And Bane has been trying to push off against this Esmeralda, but Temptress is just such a good player with Esme that Bane's kind of been out of the fight. And a huge ult from Cooper here. Nice set with Eve setting it, and Bane does get the slain on their tank. TSU has to push back though, but a good take there, knowing that they needed to take out the Kufra because they did overextend there. Smart play, and then immediately drop back, right? Not seeing that mistake of overextending after that kill.
Sorry, we got a little bit of spam in the YouTube chat. And I had to
listen,
take
man,
a second to calm down what was happening there.
You gotta take. We have technical difficulties, and we got 2 chats running right now. So Rex is trying to do it all, and I'm just trying to keep the damn light going. So we're good.
Oh, Evil Nishi, we're seeing why this Harley was picked. The ult was popping. They're able to take out Clint. Look at PDR though, in a bad position, taken out by Sir Oni. Sir Oni quickly run away though. Temple's coming back in and getting an ult flicker, but in comes Pride in dragon form. Is he gonna get the knockup? Riles flickers in. They all get knocked up from Tamal, but it doesn't matter. They want to keep pushing. Templess retired. Riles in the mid lane and decide to zone off. AE finally playing the in and out game that I've wanted to see them play. Not overextending. All members, you know, pushing, getting a poke here and there, but knowing when to back off tank.
Absolutely. So AE here definitely setting themselves up for the Turtle. I don't think TSU is going to get too aggressive here, although they might. They do have a full team, and I think they know that AE is setting up for this Turtle. Clint does have to push off because Natan did a good job putting some minions over there on the bottom inhibitor. So this does set up AE for the Lord. They are going to go for it. With Harley out there, with Kufra, with Esme, it does look like they're doing a phenomenal job zoning here, showing some vision. AE is going to take this Lord, no contest from TSU, which I believe is a smart move from TSU, knowing that they couldn't contest that. They may have caught themselves out a little overextended. So now TSU playing the game they need to. They need to drop back. They need to farm up, which is definitely tough when this Harley is just poking the way that he is.
He knows exactly who to target, and he always lands his mark right now. And I think it was a great pick by AE. We kind of questioned it at first, but wait a second. Esmeralda forced to ult out and leave behind, and in comes Pride. Is this too much? No, he's able to take out that Harley. Sir Oni able to get the kill though, and now the ultimate of young Ramiel's in. Pride forced to retreat. Templess in the back lane, taking some big damage from Sir Oni. The Queen of Shields is just not enough for the burst damage of that Bane, and look at Tamal coming in. Is retired, gonna get finished. He misses the ultimate. Riles though taking out young Ramiel in the side lane. Lord crashing down on the inhibitor, is quickly taken out by the team of TSU. But as this is happening, we do have Beatrix doing some nice damage onto that tier 2 tower. Tamal getting the kick though onto Beatrix, and she's poked into the tower, and it's just too much. TSU trying to respond. AE Templess doing some burst damage onto this mid tier 2 tower, but I think this is the opportunity for AE to back off.
It is. It was. I mean, you talk about TSU having to change something here, and a great focus from Tamal to get that Beatrix pushed into that turret and knock her out, because she's really putting down some damage right now. And with her off the board, you know, it does help TSU try to recover here, because AE is just doing such a good job with rotation, and Harley absolutely poking who needs to be poked, and Yuzong making sure to target. Yuzong targeting the Harley, Chow targeting the
Beatrix.
The Beatrix. They are playing very smart here. TSU knows who the hitters are now, so I'm curious to see if TSU actually takes advantage of that and takes out those big hitters and turns this game around.
Yeah, it just seems like, you know, with the flicker ability of that, oh, here we go, a team fight though. Look at the burst damage on Cerrone. He might not get away. Is that Harley Hawk gonna finish him off? It does not. There just wasn't enough shots finished down, but now we have a huge wave of minions, or a medium wave of minions coming on this inhibitor tower, but the clearing of TSU is definitely there. Pride coming in dragon form. Does he push this team fight? Tempest getting a knock. Cerrone ready to fight. You know, Cerrone right now, when we just saw him burst down that Esmeralda, it let me know, okay, TSU is back in this game.
They are, and Yuzong playing real smart there, right? You saw he could have dropped in on Esmeralda, he could have dropped in on Kufra, but that's not who he's there for. So even though he was in O form there, he did push off because the players he needs to focus were not there. So TSU's definitely playing smart. AE's got great rotation, and you can see they are controlling this game. But the game is far from over, and all it's going to take is this one team fight. AE playing smart enough to know, though, they do need Lord on their side. They do gain some objectives when they have Lord pushing. So they're going to wait that 50 seconds. You might try to see some freeze the lanes here, but TSU knows they need to farm up. They know the heroes they need to target now. So Kufra does push in on Bane. Does get him locked up with an Eve ult here. Bane does try to push out an ult, and Kufra's getting knocked out by Bane. Now playing on the offensive, Yuzong does push up. Will they continue to push up towards Lord? Esmeralda is going to be an issue. She does ult inside of here, but Bane's damaged right now. Esmeralda is in trouble. It does look like she is going to get away, but Chow does get bursted down. Has Immortality is coming back, but gets sniped by Beatrix after the comeback from Immortality. Great play there from Beatrix. She is getting
God, though.
damage.
Cerrone taking out Nishi. I mean, just the back, both teams just playing such an amazing game right now. But TSU might want to keep pushing. Doctor doing some nice damage on Tempest. Tempest forced to go back. Both teams have lost their tanks now, and I don't think this is the time that Riles wants to take this Lord, but he's going for it. He needs to back off. He does. Good play, but now TSU with 4 members closing in around Lord. Neither team having a tank. Are we going to see a fight beforehand? It looks like we might. Tempest doing some poke, but still just feeling it out.
Beatrix getting the kill on Bane on bottom lane. She is just OP right now. She is. Even against Bane's ult, it did get put out a little bit late, so the full ult didn't go down on Beatrix, but we know that Beatrix is a problem. She has been every game she's played in. This is really going to help AE. They should take this Lord no problem. TSU playing very smart here. Lost the jungler, the Hyper. Pulls off a Lord. Knows they have no chance to contest it without a Retribution. So this is what AE needed. The jungler is down. It looks like Cerrone will be back before Lord does make this push. But AE is going to absolutely try and take advantage of it. They've had great rotation up to here. They do not want to continue down this road and let TSU get to their full potential and get all their gear. So this next push is going to be huge.
Yeah, this is going to be a big thing. And the kick comes on to Retired. Seems like he just keeps getting caught up. Doctor able to secure the kill on another Kufra. Esmeralda coming in, though, and it just doesn't seem to be enough. But look at the burst damage from that Beatrix. You were just talking about it. I mean, she just took that Bane down to half health in one shot. But it doesn't matter. We do have Lord crashing down. Can AE win their first win of the series on their very last game? If there was ever a moment to get a win in a game, this is the time. We see that ult come in from Cerrone, kind of zoning out that bottom lane. They don't want to lose that inhibitor tower, but it does go down to Beatrix. She does get kicked up by Tamal, and that is it for her. Immortality has popped. Can she escape? She does not. She's taken out by Cerrone, but is able to take out that inhibitor tower, which is a huge play for AE right now.
You know, just when you think Lord was on top lane by himself and was going to take that turret, no problem, Yuzong single-handedly takes down that Lord. It's something that Yuzong is able to do and solo focus that Lord and allow the rest of the team to push over on that bot lane and take out that Beatrix, which was necessary. So huge play by Yuzong there. Beatrix is hitting right now, and it does look like AE is looking a little bit in trouble. Oh, here coming from Eve. Cooper misses the set, and Bane is going to knock out the Esmeralda on that one. And it does. Riles getting caught up there, knocking out Eve. Huge set once again. Immortality pops, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Bane once again shuts down Natana. TSU on the absolute offensive here.
No.
But they have to pull back. They have to pull back because there's minions on the base right now.
I can't believe AE just whiffed that. I mean, did the ult miss from Kufra, the miscommunication, they were just out of position. AE playing a wonderful game. They needed to keep it up. This is bad for PDR though. She's getting singled out and she gets taken out from Cerrone. Now it is just Evil Nishi alone in the world up against TSU. There are minions coming down this. It's a pretty long death counter for the rest of Team AE. Riles, I mean, Tempest does pop though, and they may be able to hold this off to survive a little bit more time. TSU knowing this and deciding to disengage and go back to AE's jungle.
What a turnaround from TSU. We talk about one game, one team fight, one little thing changing everything there, and it was a missed ult by Kufra. When AE should have disengaged, they engaged, they got caught out, overextended, and TSU took full advantage of it. Well, once again, TSU, we know they know how to play smart, right? They didn't overextend there inside the base of AE and pull back, and now we're looking at TSU 5 strong right now, just playing smart.
TSU playing a wonderful game, playing for this late game. Tamal but we talk about him focusing in all the time, and he has been doing such a great job of focusing in on that Beatrix and he always gets the pick back to his team, and if you get kicked by Tamal, it's a GG for you. You know, there's just nothing you can do. And Harley's damage, just, you know, in the mid-early game, doing great, but now it seems like Harley's just not able to get the picks he was earlier in the game, and it's making it a bit tougher for them in these team fights.
And we talk about AE, right? Different game style. And we started watching TSU as they were adapting and evolving to the game style of AE. And now they are focusing the right heroes that they need to focus. So AE might have to change up what they were doing and realize that TSU is targeting it. And more or less stick together like you were talking about. Instead of that poke and trying to isolate so much, they might need to get involved in these team fights.
Esmeralda coming in, a nice flicker. Finally, the ult lands onto Cerrone. The immortality has popped, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get taken out. Riles securing the kill, and now Dogtor getting singled out by PDR, but Tamal trying to get a kick and salvage something. We do have Eve popping that ultimate to zone him off. Kufra forced to send out, but look at the burst damage onto Pride. He's in dragon form, but he has to run. The flicker comes in from Tempest, but it's just not enough. Tamal knocking her up, but while all this is happening, Riles and Evil Nishi focusing on this Lord. This may buy them the time to get the third Lord of the game and possibly finish and secure a win, Tank.
Well, I mean, they're doing a phenomenal job here in securing these objectives. But just like last game, Kufra got caught out and completely shredded before Lord was able to get into this fight. So will AE make the same mistake 3 times in a row now and get a little too aggressive here and not wait for Lord? Or will we see AE finally clutch this up, wait for the Lord, collapse these minions, and have a massive upset here tonight?
Yeah, they really just need to freeze these lanes and send them all correctly. And it's something we see a little bit. And this is what you were talking about. They're in a bad spot. Templates getting caught up by all of TSU. They need to back off and wait for Lord. Play together as a team. PDR, you don't want to get caught up by that Tamal. You know he's going to kick you in. In comes Pride, getting some bump. I think they just need to wait for the rest of the team. But we do have AE closing in on the top side. Lord on the bottom side. Big damage coming on from Tamal. Retired is ready for the pick, but he misses. He gets knocked up by Tamal. This could be it for them, though. They're coming in. The Lord is still crashing down. Minions are ready, but Cerrone is doing big damage onto it. I don't think this Lord is going to be able to finish it, but Riles takes out Cerrone. This could be it. AE finally achieving their win. Tempest doing some nice burst damage. It looks like AE is going to take out this middle inhibitor tower, but look at the damage from that Clint. He's able to send Retired back. Tempest also getting sent back. Minions all around the base. Can they finish it here? They want to. They need to. Esmeralda got the ult ready to go, but she decides to cancel a PDR in a bad spot. Tamal trying to get the knockup that they need to catch off PDR in the bad situation. I think it's going to be here. This could be it. Look at them. AE starting to go down a little bit. Their ult is popped, but Doctor has finished off PDR, and down goes Riles also. Finally, they had the base cornered, but Team AE gets taken out. A 3-1 trade. Tank.
That Yuzong coming out again. AE doing a phenomenal job. They're absolutely collapsing all the minions and Lord at the same time. I mean, it was textbook. It's exactly what they needed. But TSU just showing the escapes they had. They're getting out of there and then being on the offensive when they had to. And once again, pushing out here on the aggressor. This absolute Yuzong here is by himself. And Clint coming out with the Kufra kill. Eve has not popped her ult yet. Vayne on her way down. This looks like it's going to be trouble for AE.
Yeah.
She's getting caught out, and Eve does pop the ult
Oh
now
my
to zone out on
God.
this inhibitor turret. We talk about it again and again. Vayne with his
Can
ult.
they
They're taking out
finish
the inhibitor,
here?
and they're going to lock here.
This
This
is
could be it.
it.
TSU
Oh
coming
my
out, and it is again AE with 3 lords and can't finish the game. TSU just playing an absolute tight game throughout it all.
That is
Oh my
so
God, that
upsetting.
I really thought AE had it. I thought they had it the whole way through.
That's
That
so
was great,
upsetting.
man. The Kufer just, a couple times got overextended there and couldn't get the sets we needed to. Beatrix doing her job. Harley coming out, right? Surprising both of us for playing such a good game. But the game goes to TSU. TSU all round once again, just playing their game and coming back. Even when it looked like they were down, they would just play smart, hop back in the base, turtle up, farm up. And when it was level 15 on level 15, TSU came out on top.
I mean, what a beautiful game. I mean, AE. I want to take a second here.
Take as much time as you need. I'm ready, Rick.
AE. Yes, they have lost every single game of this series so far. They have not every game, but every matchup. But they've also won some amazing games against some of the top teams in the bracket. TSU is probably going to end up on top of this series, and they won a game against them. The Valley, they won a game against them. Every top team in the bracket, every top 4, they have won a game against them, so they definitely have the skill. And it's just those small mistakes that we see, like what we just saw there at the end game. Lords coming down. All they needed to do was wait together as a team, and instead they got a little overextended. Esmeralda gets burst down to half health, so then they're just not able to take the team fight that they really need to at the Nexus. And I got to give it up to them. They've played a great game this season. They've had their moments, and I'm still excited. I'll be glad to have them in season 2. Hopefully they come back. They deserve some better games. They deserve to have that win. But TSU, man, not a team to be reckoned with. Not a team at all to be reckoned with. One of the top teams in this bracket. Honestly, I believe to be one of the best teams in NA right now. A great team. They're up there in the tops. So for AE to give them such a match definitely speaks volumes for them. AE, I can't wait to see you in season 2 if you guys are going to be there. I can't wait to see you in the NACT tournament. But this is it for you guys. That was your last game. You didn't end up on top, but still, you've proved that you are still a team to be reckoned with. I'm excited to see them playing super games. And TSU taking another victory, Tank. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think you said it. TSU is one of the top teams in this league. They've shown it again and again, just like they did here tonight. So congratulations to TSU. But that just goes to show AE. They're here to play. They're competitors. They're knocking out some of these teams, and we know they can run with them. So I don't know how long AE's been playing together. All it takes is that little miscommunication, that little extension. Possibly not playing together as long as TSU has, and they gave TSU a run. They took a game from them tonight. I thought they played great. So although this is it for AE tonight, I think they played well. But big congrats to TSU for coming through here tonight.
Oh man, we got more webcam spam. How do I?
I tell you, the more this grows, Rick, the more it's gonna be.
Webcams, hot girls and boys, video chat.
You know what? That's my personal OnlyFans, and you guys, that shouldn't be public. So I'm sorry about that.
All right, I put him away from the channel. I'm supposed to have a mod on my YouTube channel, but I don't right now. Anyways.
Well, I'd say fire them, but they're not there to listen. So.
Anyways, beautiful game. Now we're going to be setting up for the last series of the night. Tank, you know who it is, right? Tell us a little bit about your favorite team. I got some things to do.
Let's dig into. Are we putting the brackets up? Can we put the records up?
You want to put the standings up? Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll put the standings up. Give us a breakdown.
I think
do you
that's
know
important.
Who plays tonight? Who this last game is?
I know it's my Pandas. I don't care who they're playing because it doesn't matter. The Pandas got this game. So yeah, who are the Pandas going against tonight?
S2.
I've got so many monitors. I've got Discord up. I've got YouTube, Facebook. I've got your game up because this is absolutely so much better. Although we might not be on the same team fight every time. It is nice.
I've been closing in. As long as you say the lane before you start popping off, I close in very quickly. And I don't know if you've noticed it, but I'll pass it to you when it's like a fight that I know we both have to be watching because everybody's at the turtle or everybody's at the lord.
No, it's good, and I'm trying to watch you, right? But I know the stream's a little delayed. But I definitely have your share up in Discord too. But anyways, moving on. So I do have a couple different screens up trying to follow this. Let me get my schedule up quick on this so I can look for myself. It looks like the Pro Pandas are going against. I don't have the right schedule. Who are they going against tonight, Rex?
Who are they going? They're going up against S2.
Oh, S2. Okay, well I got to cast them. My first cast with T-Rex was with S2 as well. So, looking at the standings here, Pro Pandas and S2 are both sitting with a 2 wins and 4 losses when it comes to the matchups. The games themselves are actually pretty close. Both have 5 wins total. Pro Pandas have 9 losses. S2 are right behind them with 11 losses. But Pro Pandas are, up until recently, they were kind of sworn off. It took them a couple weeks to get their first win. It was excited to see. So I honestly think this matchup tonight between S2 and Pro Pandas are going to be a good matchup because I think it's an even matchup, right? I think both teams have the ability to come out and show what they're made of. But when it comes to my personal opinion here, I think S2 has a phenomenal team. But I've been Pro Pandas since day one, and I've voiced that in the chat. I've voiced that during the cast. And the reason being is I love my underdogs, and they have not let me down because since then they have come back and gained the only 5 games they've ever won. So it's definitely exciting. I'm excited for tonight's game. I'm excited that these two get to finish off because this will be the last time we see these two teams in this tournament. I do definitely hope they show up, and I do hope they register for the Christmas tournament that Rex is putting on here. That is being officially sponsored because they've got great potential, and we saw that. We've seen that with every game tonight, and we've seen that throughout this league when these teams can get sworn off, but then they can take down the Valley, right? They can take down MLP. They can take down these teams that we think are just going to roll right through this league. So I am really excited to see tonight's matchup, even though we won't see these teams next or this coming weekend in the finals. But both are there. Both are here to play, and we know NA has some solid players, and S2 and Panda are not to be counted out, right? They're going to take what they learn from this tournament that Rex has put on, and they're gonna learn from it, just like we saw tonight, just like we saw last game. It was a huge game last game. Although AE couldn't finish, they grabbed a couple lords, but TSU is just such a powerful team. They got rolled through on the first game, and AE came back and saw what they had to change and actually finished that up. So I'm excited for tonight's game. Like I said, I've got my Pro Panda underwear on. I'm rooting for them. If you're out in Vegas, they probably it's probably even odds tonight between S2 and Pro Panda. S2's probably got a bit of a lead when it comes to what people are thinking. They might be the small favor here, but I'm excited either way. Rex, you going now? How do you feel tonight? Are you thinking S2 is going to take home this dub, or do you got a little bit of faith in my Pandas?
I mean, after seeing Pro Pandas play the way they have, I definitely have some faith in them.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like we just saw from AE, they completely changed up the way they played before. They have a monstrous early game, and then we were worried because it seemed like all they had was an early game, but then we just saw Then we saw them finally complete it and able to start finishing some teams off in the mid to late game. So I think this is going to be a big deal for them. This is also a big deal for S2 though. Both teams, last game of the season, both teams sitting at the 5 and 7 spot. Both teams a lot to prove. You know, Pro Pandas showing that maybe the first 4 match losses that they have were just flukes. You know, they were a team that got kind of rushed in for a little bit of information about Pro Pandas. They did not make the initial cut for the top 8. For the 8 teams that were going to be in this league. But then one of the teams, Gen X, dropped out, and Pro Pandas were kind of like a runner-up team. Their rank was like 20 points away from making the cut. So I reached out to them literally like a day before the league started, and they were willing to jump in. So they were kind of like rushed into this, and I honestly believe that was a big deal on why they didn't do that great in their first few games, especially after seeing the way they've been playing recently. So, I mean, I'm excited to see them do well, and if they keep doing well, like, there's a guaranteed spot for them in Season 2. When it comes down to Season 2, you know, I'm going to be looking, it's not all going to be about ranks for some of the teams that have already played. I'm going to be looking at some of these teams who did really well, and if they put on shows, they do great, of course we want them in Season 2. So, a lot of this comes down to, like, hopefully they both do great. I want to see S2 do amazing. I want to see Pro Pandas do amazing. S2, you know what? Their team has always been respectful. They've always been doing what they need to do. The contact that I have for them, they always do a great job. You know, I talked to some of their people. They all are amazing players. They're great people. They're not one, you know, there's a few of them that are, of course, enjoying what do we call it, Tank? You know, a little bit of the camaraderie.
Yeah, I think camaraderie is a good label there.
The friendly sportsmanship as we see in some of these games. But overall, you know, like the team captain, AK-47, awesome person. Always been respectful. I'm excited to have them in future events. And same thing with Pro Pandas. We're just waiting right now on S2 to get in. Anything else you want to give? You got to keep on going. If there's any questions in the chat, feel free to let us know.
Yeah, you know, we love to interact with the chat just almost as much as these teams love to interact in the in-game chat. We talk about that camaraderie. I'm in the in-game chat right now while we're trying to set this up, and it's very respectful, I would say. No, so we talk about the sportsmanship. Every team here, you know, is a good sport, and I think that's part of it. We all like to talk a little bit of smack, but the teams do respect each other, and it's good to see it. I'm glad Pro Pandas did come through. I actually didn't know that about having to step up when a team backed out. So there you go. Once again, another reason to kind of love my Pandas even more than I already did. But it does look like we're getting ready there, Rex. That's good to see.
Let's see if they both need a ping check or what's going on here. We're going to check in with these teams real fast.
So let's see. I'll try to field any questions or anything over here. We definitely had a lot of TSU love over in Facebook. Some people talking about the once TSU hits it, you know, you can see the Spanish take over the chat. Sure. I'm sure Ben Dunhead did love that. I'm sure he jumped all over it.
So funny story. I think it was day 1 or day 2 of the league. All my mods are like in the Facebook chat, and TSU starts playing, and we just get flooded with the Hispanic community. And like all my mods are like, please speak English, please speak, like, because normally my streams are English only, and like I had to yell at all my mods like, yo, just let them speak Spanish. We can't stop them. It's okay.
It's like, a North American tournament.
Like, it doesn't matter. It's a tournament. We have tournament viewers. Like, you're gonna get all types of lingles, you know, all types of different languages. So like, but it was funny. It was a great beginning of this tournament, and to see TSU just have such a huge fan base.
You know, and you see why. You've talked about TSU on the level of you putting this league together and then being very professional, on time. So there's no doubt in my mind why they have such a huge following. It's good to see, and it's nice to see, you know, it get out there too, because this is a North American tournament, so it's good to see that side of it and everybody get involved in here. So my Spanish needs some help, so you know, maybe TSU watching your games will help me out, and I'm excited to see TSU in the finals. It's good that they're there, but my Pandas tonight, my Pandas are what it's all about. That's all that's left. We got S2, we got Pro Pandas. We don't know if they're going to do a ping check yet. We should be with you soon with the game. Where Rex is reaching out to him to find out. It looks like they're all trying to get on the same server here, because we do want to make sure it's a fair game. So the ping check is pretty important, especially when you're talking about the diversity of all 8 teams in this league right now. So how's it looking over there,
We're
Rex?
looking pretty good. We might just do a quick ping check. We just need to check and see if we're good. 1 second. You got to keep talking, Tank. Keep
Oh, listen,
the crowd going.
You know, I got some of my family up in here. I got E-Money rolling into Facebook. I got my Kurt, my Kyles. I'm just getting into the YouTube, so I'm hooking up over there. I see we added a moderator to the YouTube chat. So if you guys have any, if you guys want to show some love and drop your team, whether that's your team that you think is going to take the finals, or whether that's your team that you think is going to take tonight's battle, the last one we have here between S2 and Pro Pandas, please do. I'd love to see what the community is feeling like right now. I'm just going to continue to talk to you all while this is going on and drink my warm water and honey, so I keep my voice nice and clean here for Rex, because both of us are struggling as the night goes on. He's been doing a lot more talking than me. That's typical. You know, he's a talker. I'm pretty shy myself, so. But this ping check should go pretty quick.
We're not doing a ping check. We're jumping right in. This is the draft.
Oh,
this
God, we're going right in.
Pro
Even
Pandas
better.
versus S2. Pro Pandas first ban. Take it away, Tank.
Well, I mean, you know, let's see if they've been doing their homework here. I think you're going to see some of the normal bans. I think Roger's going to be banned. I actually didn't get a big chance to watch a lot of S2's games. I did cast them. And they were a team to enjoy, but I have not been doing my homework. So recently, with a lot of the Pro Panda wins, it's nice to see who they're going to come out with, and if they've been doing their homework to take down S2, and I'm sure they have, because Pro Pandas has a huge turnaround now. So it does look like Clit is going to take the first ban. Not surprising there. Rex has talked about this all night. One of the best gold laners in the game right now, if not the best. And I think after tonight we can even say it with the issues he's caused, is Clint. So I'm not surprised to see him taken off the field here.
Yeah, not surprised at all. Especially, I mean, the dude's just a monster in the gold lane. And I don't know if these teams have really been doing their homework on each other, but I mean, those are definitely bans that, like, listen, it doesn't matter. We know Clint can be used by a lot of people. We know he's a good ban overall, so we're just going to get him out of the way, Tank.
Yeah, I agree. I think Clint's made his way to the Natan Roger level, right? It doesn't matter if the other team can, they can play them or not. It's just a safe bet to take him off the field. If you're not going to use him, don't even leave him up there as an option for the other team. So. The Natan ban, you're going to see that. He's an absolute beast in the jungle and someone I don't want to deal with. Not surprised to see him up there. We do have a Matilda ban coming from Pro Panda as their second ban over here. And we're coming up to the last two bans here before we get to see our first S1 pick. What are we thinking here? Are we going to go for a hyper ban here? They haven't focused on the mage category yet. I think they're going to stick with hypers. I think they're going to try and ban out and they do. They go with a Lance ban here to take that away from Pro Pandas. And it looks like on the side of Pro Pandas, they're looking at you've got a support ban and once again another hyper ban. And I think you'll stick with a hyper ban here too. It's a smart play from both teams. Lance, we saw it earlier, right? His ability to dash in and escape, and that's small. And once again, we do see that
I like
hyper
that
ban
Ling ban.
Ling, so.
We have seen Pro Pandas use Ling, and they have like a really like we talked about, really early aggressive team. Really early game. It seems like sometimes they have a little bit of trouble in the late game, but if they can pop off in that first 4 or 5 minutes, then they can really kind of steamroll. And I feel like S2 is kind of trying to stop that a little bit, kind of slow them down a little bit, take out that Ling, take out the Hayabusa. Look at Gala locking in the Paquito instead of the Esmeralda, kind of a different route than we've seen a lot of teams take for first pick.
Oh, yes, but not on the other side, right? On the other side, rough. We expected that Esmeralda pick at S1, but followed up immediately at S2 with this Roger. I mean, this is...
Yeah.
Oh, God. I mean, it's crazy how 2 picks, right? Your first 2 picks can just make you go, wow. Okay, did we make the right bans here? Was it the right choice? But obviously, we knew Esmeralda was coming out. I think, like we talked about earlier, she's got a 100% pick rate if she is not banned. So that's not a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, Esmeralda's just always been locked in, and then Roger to follow it up. Definitely not a bad idea. And it's going to give S2 a bit more... I mean, with that Roger, we know they're going to be able to be aggressive in that early, mid, and even late game. And now we see this YSS. Also, not a bad pick. The double marksman, big damage with the Beatrix. And with Clint gone, who do they put in the gold lane up against this Beatrix tank?
You know, you said it, right? Clint's out of there. So it doesn't leave that big counter that we know Beatrix needs. We did see Brody show up tonight. You know, I don't know if he's going to make his way back here, and there you go. So it does look like they are going to counter that. It's a smart play. I wasn't seeing much left for MMs to go up against B, and this YSS pick though, I you know, you've seen him a lot in your league. You know, if he's not banned, he is picked in the hyper. So you've got two of the gnarly hypers right now, and it's going to be a battle. This is going to be good with a Brody B going against each other in the Esmeralda pack. I mean, it's a pretty even matchup right now when it comes to a good draft, but that Esmeralda and Roger do scare me. They are going to be definitely a force to be reckoned with for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, and we forgot about Brody, because Brody has also been a really popular pick, and we know the late game is there for him. We know he's got some nice distance and range to maybe deal with that Beatrix in the early game, and it's going to be a bit tougher for Beatrix to really try to close the distance on him. We know Beatrix likes to use that dash to try to get in there or get out, but if you're down to half health, she's going to dash in on you and really try to finish you off. But Brody's going to be able to just kind of zone away, keep his distance, poke with his first skill, and if she does try to dash in on him, he uses his second skill, jumps on her, and then, you know, it could be very bad for her. So it might be the perfect thing they need for that gold lane.
You know, and there really wasn't much out there and left to deal with that Beatrix, so I think Brody is a smart play there. You see the bans coming out now too. You got a Lilia ban and a Kufra. So that Lilia we have seen tonight, and her escapability, her burst down, her CC, and slowing them down, she is someone to deal with. I'm curious to see what mages get put up here. The S4 and S5 spots from both teams, we've yet to see it, especially with that Lilia gone now. And Jawhead, we haven't seen much from him tonight, but it's because he's been on that ban list on a lot of teams for good reason. He's definitely a hero that can disrupt and get back there, and I'm not surprised to see him banned in this game either.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Jawhead's just been... He's been issues for a lot of teams. He's been a great engager. He's not always a problem, but I like the Lolita picks. Instead of speaking about bans, I really like the Lolita pick. It's a great counter, I believe, against that Beatrix and against that YSS. It could work wonders, but I mean, you still have that Paquito to deal with, and now, are we... the Raft tank, and then more... I was about to say, they're not going to go for more heal with the Florin, are they?
That would have been quite the... I mean, hey, you know, we talked about wanting to see something different tonight. That would have been different. But I think the Raft tank is going to help here, and that Eve, once again, coming back. We talk about her just being such an OP mage right now, such a meta mage, that I'm not surprised at all. And how do they counter it? They say, we've got one also. We go with a Farsa. Two massive mages, both picked at the S5 spot. And it just depends now on what team can get to that back line and cause enough damage to that mage where neither one of these two are going to be a reliable, you know, source of damage. Eve's going to have a easier ability to get her roll out and sustain her roll, whereas in Farsa does need that protection. But we talked about it earlier. You just said it with that Lolita. She's going to be able to drop some CC down and slow these teams and maybe give Farsa a chance to actually put some damage down with her ult.
Yeah, I mean, looking at both teams right now, you know, on the side of S2, you're gonna have nice rotation with that Farsa and with that Roger, and then also, I mean, both highly mobile heroes. But then you have I mean, it's the same thing on the side of Pro Pandas. Nice rotation with that Rafaela and that YSS. Both of them gonna be able to weave through these jungles and help gank these lanes quickly. So I mean, it's just it's going to be an interesting game to see who exactly gets the upper hands in these early game team fights.
And immediately they're pushing down on this Beatrix here and trying to keep her from farming. I think everyone knows that an early game Beatrix is just gnarly to deal with. But Farson, a little bit of trouble there in mid lane too. But she does stay. She's got the escapability. But Eve playing really aggressive here with Rafaela and safe. And Farson does stay around. And Raph takes that first blood. I didn't expect Farson to come back after she got away right there. And she does and paid for it.
Yeah, definitely a big hit, and in comes this YSS, getting some nice poke damage on Lolita. She just isn't there, but look at the damage come from that Brody, forced to make Rafaela go back. She's just not tanky enough yet. I talk about all the time, it's one of the downfalls of having a Raf in the early game like this as your tank. She's going to be easy to burst down early on until she gets the items she needs to. And look at Hate coming down, trying to disrupt this YSS on his orange buff. The thumbs up.
Farson did get caught out there, and it looks like she might get caught again, but she does have the damage, and now Lolita coming in there to try and get that CC, but does not. Raph comes out to push him off. A good push there from Lolita. I think she just saved the Farsa. But now Brody getting a little caught, but like you talked about, he's able to poke. He's able to get that extension and dash back out of there. So this is going to be interesting down on bot lane between Brody and B here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens here. I do like the rotations from Pro Pandas right now. But then in the top lane, I mean, we also have Paquito taking his damage. In comes the ultimate from Esmeralda, and Roger follows up. He's going to dive onto the tower. Does he go for the finish? He takes a hit from the tower, and he's forced to back off, but in comes the flicker from Esmeralda. And look at Gala, able to take out Esmeralda under the tower. But Roger does do the secure back. But still, what a play. What an outplay from Paquito.
Absolutely. I mean, that looked like it was an easy pick where Paquito was going to go down there, in which there was really no escape for him. And now we got the fight here at Turtle. YSS does take the retry to snake that. Good zoning by Eve there. We talk about that again and again, her ability to just be so diverse in everything she is capable of. But back on top lane like you were talking about, there's a great move by Pac there. He was going down either way, and he decided to take someone down with him. What an outplay.
Yeah, did a great job. And overall, we really haven't been able to see the reason for this Lolita pick quite yet, but I do think it could come in clutch towards this endgame. A nice first skill stun. Still rating on Raphael, but the ult comes from Hate to help zone them away. They do not want them in on their team. S2 making sure they keep it tight and keep it safe.
Beatrix pushing up there mid is gonna force them to drop back to the turret. She does have that early game damage like we talk about, but I think both teams, good rotation here. I do like the rotation of Pro Panda. You know, the only one really not getting the support is up on top, but I think we know why, right? We just saw Paquito put in that work by himself up top, but Esme is going to take advantage of it, of not getting the help up there and try to lock down that lane.
Yeah, but in the bot here, Promise looking a little alone, looking a little helpless. Is the rest of his team going to try to come to help? We do have Roger rotating around this jungle turret, but instead they switch over to the mid, and they're able to take out that Eve. Now they are rotating to the bot for this fight. In comes Roger. He zones in onto that YSS, but the damage is too much. He gets taken out by Saku. Now, this looks bad. They do take out Saku, though. In the response, the damage from Promise is starting to get where it needs to. It is a 1-for-1 trade. 3-3, only 4 minutes in, and the gold is dead even.
And you look at Pro Pandas there, it really did look like they had bottom lane secured there, and they did, but the move from S2 right after that snake from Eve and mid, and then all rotating bottom, I mean, absolute great rotation, textbook by S2 there, really making Pro Pandas not take advantage of that push they had on bottom lane. But now with the turtle up, Rex, do you think either team's going to be too aggressive here on the turtle? Or are they going to try and bait this?
Well, I mean, right now, looks like S2 kind of has the upper hand here. YSS deciding to rotate up to the top instead and maybe get a gank on that Esmeralda. They just want to let them have this turtle for now. And when we look up at this top lane, the gank might be happening here, but YSS does miss it. But here is Eve, ready to do something else. Is the ult going to come and zone her into this tower spot? Rafaela coming up behind. Will they get this kill tank? It seems like they're taking things a little bit slower than usual.
And I think it's going to cost him here. You look at Esmeralda does get the ult out, and S2 trying to escape here. A good ult by Farsa to zone out, and it does allow Esme to push off. But while all this is happening, take a look down at bottom lane. Brody with the damage there on Beatrix, almost literally one-tapping her, and the Lolita coming in to freeze this lane. And while all that was going on, and they couldn't secure the kill on Esme up top, look at the push by S2 on bottom lane here, Rex.
Yeah, it's like they wasted a lot of time and energy in that top lane without the ability to secure anything at all. And then S2, on the other hand, spent time well used in the bottom lane, able to knock down that tower. Now they've rotated the top, and they're quickly going to melt down this tier 3 EXP lane tower.
I mean, the rotation right now from S2, you know, is definitely advantageous. We're watching them rotate for objectives, not for the kills. And a good burst down right there from S2 once again. We talk about this rotation, but on bottom lane though, they are getting a good push. Pro Panda's actually taking an objective here on a turret, which is good to see.
Yeah, definitely a good play, taking the kill and the turret. But let's talk about that Lolita ult from the bush, the flicker ult, not only securing a kill, but securing a kill onto YSS, the jungler of Team Pro Pandas. Look at them though, closing in. Are they going to try to take this middle tower? Roger engaging. The ult comes from that Farsa, but she's stunned, and now she's not able to continue with the pressure. This might have to be the pushback, and S2 is forced to go back to their jungle and replan their strategies.
And we talk about that Farsa, right? If you can get to that back line and knock her out of her ult, it really does put them at a disadvantage because she is quite the damage dealer. And once again, she got knocked out and couldn't do it here. So S2 trying to zone out Turtle. Pro Pandas did want to take it, but now Lolita once again coming in. Esmeralda with the ult here. It does look like S2 is going to play on the aggressive here. Farsa coming up. If she can get an ult out here, this could be huge to zone him out. Roger is hungry, but it does look like Pro Pandas is going to push back to the turret. But this did allow S2 to open up that turtle. It does look like it should be an easy take here. I don't know if they're going to commit here from Pro Pandas. It could be a mistake. Lolita's doing a great job zoning out, and it looks like S2 is going to take that turtle, Rex.
Yeah, they definitely are, and they definitely do. Nice plays from them. S2 securing the turtle, and not only that, but gaining footing in this jungle. But I have to give it to Paquito, man, up here doing a great job. Is he going to take out that? He does get the kill on the Lolita, and down goes the tank of S2. Paquito playing a great game, but he needs the rest of the team to be able to focus up and get it together right now.
Huge play from Paquito there. Even with the support of Farsa, Lolita still got bursted down by that pack. That was phenomenal gameplay on the side of Pro Pandas, Paquito there. But you're absolutely right. They need the rest of the team to get involved here. It does look like we got a good team fight going down on bottom lane. Farsa's ult is out. Roger is hungry. He's going to go for that Wrath. Will they be able to clean it up with the help of Brody there? YSS there to push him off, and they do escape. While all that was going on, you did have Paquito trying to make a move on top lane, but Esme was there to stop that split push. Good call from Pro Pandas there. S2 absolutely being on the aggressor with that Roger play, but the YSS, the jungler from Pro Panda coming up and showing a little bit of support, and either team taking a kill there.
Most definitely, and now seems like they're kind of switching gears. Pro Pandas are definitely salvaging things. Like, yes, they've only taken one tower, but they're about to get a kill onto this Esmeralda, and the execute comes and finishes her off. Pro Pandas needing to maybe get some pushback, though. Yeah, they're winning in kills right now, but they're behind in gold, and they're behind in tower material. They need to get some push onto some of these towers so they can open up the map a little bit for themselves, because right now, it's feeling like they're pretty pushed up against their own side, and anytime they try to do something like YSS moving to this top lane, a member of S2 is there to defend. S2 doing a great job at, you know, just knowing where they are and where they plan on going, and not letting Pro Pandas take any towers from them.
And it looks like we are going to have a team fight here in mid-Farsa. Ult coming out here. Roger is hungry. He's going to push up with the Esmeralda and burst down that Eve. It does look like Pro Panda is going to be in trouble here. Paquito trying to push up top to get a side push going on, but S2 is going to collapse on this Paquito here. And although Paquito is playing a phenomenal game, it does look like he might be in trouble. They might not know he's there, though. So it does look like they are going to zone out for Lord. They do see Pack on the map now. I don't know if we'll see a push here from Pro Pandas on this Lord. S2 is doing a phenomenal job zoning it out. Esmeralda with the ult here. Raph trying to get involved, but just can't. Paquito's trying to help out. Lolita doing everything she can, but Farsa knocking down Lord. S2 playing smart here, taking the objective, and now pushing back, Rex.
Yeah, they've just been playing, you know, like you just said, they've been playing the objective. They've taken towers, now they've taken Lord, they took turtles in the early game, and S2 seems to just have been a bit more focused on like getting the kills. Yeah, maybe they're playing for endgame here. They are gonna have some insane damage when it comes to the endgame, and like we talked about, they need Raph to get a couple more items so they can really commit to some of these team fights. Yeah, they'll probably be able to clear this Lord quickly. They have Beatrix, they have YSS, they have Paquito, they have this great zoner of a Mage Eve, so I don't think they're too worried about this Lord, but still at some point the game needs to turn around and they need to do something different. And in comes Roger. Look at the burst damage onto that Raph. A nice ult flicker. YSS just escaping it, but now Lolita is in. She's doing some nice damage, and the shield protects her whole team from that Beatrix. The ult of Brody is doing something, but not enough, and down goes Lord. The siege was not enough. They were able to take some towers, but look at Farza doing something. Followed up by the ult of Eve, but in comes Mantap, the Esmeralda, taking out 2 members. Down goes many members of the side of Pro Pandas. S2 just playing a hyper aggressive game. Look at Promise's ult, knocking out another member of Pro Pandas. In comes Esmeralda to help finish off the final one, and that is 5 members from Pro Pandas down. Eve has finally come back from the death counter just in time to save the inhibitor.
I mean, you talk about wanting to take advantage of taking an objective like Lord, and that is exactly what S2 did. The rotation, you could see Beatrix was going top lane to try and save some of those turrets, knowing Brody was up there, but she had to push back at that Lord. And look at the map now. Look at all that's left for inhibitor turrets on Pro Panda. S2 doing a phenomenal job there, rotating with Lord and taking advantage of taking that Lord early game. And we're down to the inhibitors for Pro Panda. We've talked about this again and again with this team. Pro Pandas needs to sit back, arm up, and try to not take these team fights, you know, where they overextend. So let's see if they change here, Rex.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, they're getting to a point, I think, where they're finally starting to like scale a little bit here. You know, they're finally starting to get to where they need to. But as I'm speaking, a nice ult from that Esmeralda, but quickly gets stunned up by that Rafaela. But the pressure is still on. S2 Promise just playing a clean game. This, I mean, just a really clean game. They're not overextending. They're not pushing those towers. They're just eating up this jungle and starving out the side of Pro Pandas. I don't think this is a place that Pro Pandas is used to this early on in the game. Normally they play so aggressive, and it seems the tables have been turned on them, Tank.
And you look at the damage right now. Paquito's doing a phenomenal job. I think there's some great gameplay in there, but you talk about S2 just being so well supportive there that Paquito cannot even isolate anybody here. And a huge Lolita with that stun again. Esme coming in. Roger's hungry. The full team of S2 pushing up. Farska coming up. Does she have her ult here?
Oh my god.
All that's left on the map is Paquito sitting here. That was a huge team fight. Lolita with that flicker. Oh, you've talked about it earlier. You know, early game, you said we hadn't seen it. Will we see it? And, I mean, talk about the huge plays here at the end.
Yeah, I mean, and completely worth it. Roger goes in. You got to love the killing spree. His health just keeps coming back from that assassin element after getting the kill, and he's able to just clean up 4 members, and that is it for Pro Pandas.
I'm a little hurt. I mean, S2, though, I got to give it up to him. Just a phenomenal gameplay there throughout from start to finish, no mistakes, just playing real tight, great rotation, going for the objectives again and again. It was a great game to watch.
Beautiful game to watch. I mean, S2 just completed it textbook with perfection. They did a great job finishing it up, and even the end game of them just being able to clean up. They didn't ever overextend like we see so many teams do. They waited for the right moments, and when those moments came, like that Lolita ult, I mean, the Lolita ult followed up by the Esmeralda ult, and then Roger ulting in and just taking down the rest of them after they've all been knocked to such low health. Beautiful mechanics from the side of S2. Let's get back to the caster desk as we wait for this next game to start up.
It's my favorite part of the stream right here, Rex. But I think you're right. S2 just playing textbook there, right? You talked about it with first the flicker ult from Lolita, then Esme coming in, and Roger doing what he does best, which is get hungry and just clean up at the end. So S2, phenomenal gameplay here. The real question is, what can, if anything, what can Pro Pandas do next? What can they change?
You know, I think we didn't get. I know they. they like to play those Lings. They like to play these early game, some of these early game heroes where they can really like get up in their face and hack quick rotations. And I feel like they kind of lack that. So I think they either need to plan something different, not let that Esmeralda and Roger slip through, because that just, I mean, Roger just tore them apart. Maybe know this time that they have to do something different and maybe ban out that Roger. It seemed like S2 really kind of focused on their hyper, so I think it's time for them to respond the same way and change up their bans a little bit, change up their draft a little bit, maybe go for a bit more of a engagey tank, you know, a bit more of a tanky tank instead of the Raph support tank, and just try something a little different.
I mean, I think you're right. We talked about it all night. I know I have. I've said, you know, a lot of people, even if they're not playing Roger, they take him off the map no matter what. And here we saw Pro Pandas pay for it with the not only not taking Roger off the map, but you know, giving up that first pick. Not even taking Roger, so knowing you're not going to take him. They didn't take Esmeralda or Roger off the map, right? Nah. And S2, those were the first two picks. S1 and S2 were Esmeralda and Roger. So I think it was a great move by S2 in that pick. And I do think Pro Panda is going to change it up. I think you're going to see some bans you didn't see last game.
Yeah, this time S2 is going to have first pick, first ban. This could be the last game of the night. Can Pro Panda stand tall and take a win? Or does S2 2-0 sweep them, Tank?
You know, just watching what we just saw, it's hard to say S2 is not playing their game right now, because they are. So I really think Pro Pandas, unless they change up their game style, it might be a 2-0 sweep. But I hope Pro Pandas gets a couple different bans out here that we didn't see last time, and I hope they change their game style and know that maybe they can't be so aggressive early game like they're used to. They're going to have to play a little safer, knowing that S2 is on top of their game right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think they definitely need to switch things up a little bit. You know, they just got Pro Panda. You know, they got rolled on in the early game and then cleaned up in the mid. And I think they need to approach this game a little differently than the last. Maybe rotate a bit cleaner. You know, maybe we saw AE do really well when they ran just like that 3-man rotation snowballing through the map. And maybe Pro Pandas needs to kind of do the same thing. And I think one of the major mess ups we saw was when they wasted all that time, 4 members in the top lane, not able to secure the kill in Esmeralda. I think they need to switch up their priorities and prioritize the gold lane a bit more. You know, take out that Brody, take out you know, I just feel like that was a bad move, wasting time on an Esmeralda who you know is going to be a pain to try to kill.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, we both noticed it, right? And we both saw it happening, and we were hoping they were going to get something out of it, either because at that point it's you either have to pull the trigger or not, right? And there's nothing wrong with rotating to that top lane and the gank not being there and backing off. That's better than rotating to that top lane and trying to salvage a gank that didn't work out, and you saw the time they lost. And I think you're absolutely right. I think they paid for that, and too much time spent up there did cost them an early game. And right back at it, here we go. We talked about needing to change it up, and we're looking at a Paquito Roger at S1, S2.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they get the I mean, this time hold up. Pro Pandas with the Roger this time. Because I forgot that they swapped. So Pro Pandas,
you are absolutely right.
Pro Pandas with the Roger isn't going to make a huge difference. We know, I like how they didn't like change up everything, because we know, I mean, look at Gala, played an amazing Paquito last game. So we know that that's like, they keep that, because he did amazing as Paquito. I think he honestly like, kind of carried that game a little bit. But bringing in that Roger could be a huge deal.
I think you're absolutely right. So, like, I was a bit worried, right, with the bans that we saw and everyone that was left on the table, an Esme, a Roger, a Pack, and giving up the Esme to first pick, but exchanging that for a Roger Paquito, I think was a phenomenal trade on their part.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Esmeralda's good, but Roger's even better. I feel like I think like so many teams are just dominating with him. I'm really surprised that he hasn't become a hot ban. I'm honestly like genuinely astonished he has not become a hot ban.
Well, this is your, you know, and this is these are the first two teams where he hasn't. all night. We've seen a Roger ban.
Yeah,
even
you're
with,
right.
Even with teams that aren't using Roger and you don't see them run him in the jungle all the time, they're still banning Roger for that exact reason. So I agree. I'm surprised to see Roger in both of these games tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show, though, like the teams who have been banning him are the teams in the top 4 of the bracket. Like TSU banned him, even though they didn't know if AE could play him or not. They're just like, listen, we know he's a pain. We're gonna get rid of him, and like, it just kind of goes to show like the difference of the mindsets of some of these teams. And maybe there's a reason why some of the top teams are in the top 4 right now, and some of these teams are still fighting for spots.
I couldn't agree more. We talked about it earlier, right? Something that I saw in the first tournament that I played. My hero pool wasn't deep enough, right? So the teams that are constantly banning these meta heroes, they have so much to fall back on. They don't need these heroes to run the hypers, to run the jungle. So I agree. I think the reason we're seeing the top 4 teams ban the meta heroes that we see are because they have an arsenal, right? And this Roger was an issue, and we are surprised to see some of the bans as opposed to the Roger, but you know, this is definitely a change from what we just saw last game. So I am excited to see Roger, Paquito, and even Barca on the same side right now.
Big damage. Big damage from the front to the back. You know, we talk about these front to back teams. You got Paquito up in the front. You got Roger able to just kind of swiftly move through everything, and then Farza for that support, able to help zone off or engage. I mean, and then the pair. I mean, this time Pro Panda's again going with the Wrath, but I think it's going to work a lot better with this team comp. I mean, the mobility, everything with it, just it looks nice. Although I do have to say, I do like the Lance pick. I do like the Beatrix. Also big damage, and then with that Esmeralda sustainability, it's not going to be an easy feat to conquer for Pro Pandas right now.
No, I mean, you're talking about that lineup. I think both lineups are doing a great job with this draft. You talk about Esme, Beatrix, and Lance, and they are some high damage, high sustainability with Esme. And you talked about that front to back with that Paquito, Roger, Farsa, but now you throw Wrath in there. And when Roger goes on the hunt and Wrath even speed up, you know, with that boost, it is going to be dangerous. So yeah. I like what we're seeing on the other side. I especially like the RAR you just threw in there. They needed to change something up, and it looks like they have. Now we just need to see if they've got the talent, you know, with these heroes to back it up.
Yeah, you know, I was watching M3 the other night, and one of the casters started hurrying whenever Roger was on the hunt. So now I just have to every time he's on the hunt. I love it, man.
I'll tell you what, when Roger goes on the hunt, I get excited, you know, about what he's capable of. And if you throw in there, it's gonna get even more hype.
Get you going, man.
I'm ready for this. Now I want Roger to go on the hunt even more, not just because he's on Pro Pandas, because I want to hear Rex growl.
Yeah. So we are in game 2. The question is to everybody, does S2 finish this, or can Pro Pandas last? We talked about we really like the draft from Pro Pandas, but wait a second, something I missed. I wasn't paying attention to the Franco tank.
I see it.
The Franco tank.
I'm not excited about it, Rex. I hope he makes me a believer. But I said it throughout this tournament. Going? I said it every time I cast.
Where is he going?
If Franco does not get those hooks,
he's useless.
He is going to be a wasted pick.
Completely useless. But if he does, he's going
to be the hero of the game.
I mean, it looks like S2 just opting to go for a 1-2-2 structure in the very beginning of this game, help Beatrix maybe get an early kill on this Claude.
I think Beatrix, you know, we know what the damage she can do, right? So that could be something S2's trying to do is really beef up. You talk about the gold lane, right? Focusing on the gold lane and not wasting that time that we saw last game. Not from S2, but the Pro Panda side. But once Beatrix gets up there, we know she can hit. So yeah. I'm not surprised to see Franco up there baby
early on with that. I mean, even that's why one of the reasons I call it broken all the time. I mean, with that sniper, if you see her land one of these shots, she's going to be taking a third of Claude's health with one shot at level 1. I mean, she's a monster in the early game. She's a monster in the mid game. She's just a kind of a broken gold laner right now.
Yeah, she's up there with Clint. It does look like Franco's gonna have to push off of this with Beatrix up on top there.
Oh,
But he does get the hook
is.
on the Raph. Unbelievable. If he becomes a hero of this game, I'm gonna take it all back. I'm gonna take it all back. I'll be a Franco believer, but I mean, time will tell. Time will tell if Franco does his job as a tank here.
Yeah, I mean, that hook. It's going to be exciting to cast if this man starts landing crazy hooks nonstop. Oh my god, but look at that Beatrix burst damage, but in comes Pro Pandas, but they decided to disengage. Instead, Roger switches back, doesn't want to go for the kill, plays it safe. Turtle is up in 6 seconds, and Lance is ready for it. Does Pro Pandas decide to stay up in the top and try to get a gank off of Beatrix instead?
You know, I don't know, so I was a little bit worried there, and unfortunately, I think what happened last game is Pro Pandas is going to be playing a different game here. It does look like S2 will get that free turtle, and they do. But they are aggressive here in top lane. Raph does look like she's going to pay for it, but does sneak out. Roger is trying to get the Beatrix. Can't finish, but he with the snipe on the Roger does almost take him out. Now Franco's here. Will we see another hook come in and snag? And it doesn't look like they see Roger there. Roger is going to get back.
Roger.
I thought it was going to happen. I was getting excited. I was ready for it. But Franco is here. Does miss the hook on Raph. But, you know, Pro Pandas, I would have liked to see a little earlier aggression there when you had Claude, Raph, and Roger up there, and it was just Beatrix and Franco. But I think last game they realized that they got to play a little safer.
Yeah, I mean, another
Look
thing.
Look at the damage from Beatrix.
Oh, Epps able to come in and close out onto that Claude. And this is what I meant. That sniper, if you can land those hits in this early game, it's just insanity. It's insanity. And in comes Lance. The lockdown from Franco. Lance able to secure the kill onto that Raph. Wings by wings, pop by Farza. She goes off the map just to get away. And that is it for the gold plating of the tier 3 tower. And maybe even the tower itself. They take it, tank.
And Lance does get a little overextended here. Is Roger going to come down and burst this? He is on the hunt. And he's on his way and pushes it. It does take down Lance. All it took was a little growl. And Roger is fed and on the hunt. You're not wrong. M3 had it right. The dude is just someone I don't want to mess with. I'm surprised to see him on the field right now, Rex.
Yeah, me too, especially being up against this, but they are not done, and they come. The wolf has popped, and he's ready to take another, but he knows, you know, early on, they all get this defensive boost from these towers, and that's why they weren't able to kill that Beatrix. Normally, he would swat her, but they are not stopping. They want to keep going. A nice ult from that Raphael, and able to stun her, but the rest of the team just not able to finish off, but this time, they do have minions. Look at that hit from Franco, though, and down goes Claude, and down goes Roger. We were talking about the hooks we wanted to see, and the hooks are there, tank.
Franco with a stun there inside the turret and then a hook. I may be eating my words this game. It's too early to tell, but Franco right now is playing like a tank. So it is impressive. He's doing what he needs to. We talk about him having to need that chain, and right now he's got it along with his stun. So it's going to be an interesting game. Let's see if Franco can keep it up here.
Yeah, Franco carrying right now. We doubted him, but he is here to make us a believer. Roger trying to escape out of the tower. Look at the damage from this Beatrix. I can't get over it. She's landing those sniper shots every time. And again, it seems like Pro Pandas is suffering from the deficit of having this low, like this squishy tank in the early game.
I mean, I think you're correct. We talk about it, but Paquito really hasn't been involved in these team fights, and he's going to have to be because of how squishy they are going to be with Raph here. Yeah. And a huge team fight. Roger on the hunt once again, bursting down. Franco does want to pick up that Nana. Is going to push on the passive there, but it's still not done. Raph does push off. Lance cannot get involved in this, and they may take another turret here. They have minions coming up, and it does look like they are going to try and get aggressive. But Lance pushing up, getting thirsty, does have the help of the turtle. Is he going to pay for it with a flame shot? He does by Farsla. An absolute beautiful flame shot. I love to see it on the field. You don't see it much when you get these high-tier levels, but that is the reason it is so worth it. Taking out the Hyper.
Yeah, and then they all from Farza rotating down and helping take out that. Pro Pandas responding now. It seemed like they were losing at first, but now they seem to be coming back. But look at Promise zoning on this Claude. But here's Roger. He just dodges that hook. He's moving into the mid lane. We know the passive has already been popped on Nana, so she is going to go down here, and she is one trick mage securing the kill.
I mean, the back and forth right now, it did look like S2 was on the offensive, and they were, and they still are. But Pro Panda showing a little bit of life here. It's good to see. You know, I'm excited when Paquito starts to get in these team fights because they do need that little bit of a front. But once Roger goes on that hunt, it can completely change these team fights.
Most definitely, but Promise definitely still holding her own here. She hasn't died yet, and with Beatrix, oh my god, that snipe damage on Farza, they need to be careful. I mean, she's just sitting at 0, 0, and 2 right now. Her gold looking good. I mean, she's looking strong. She's got 4,300 gold. She's up there. She's above most of the members of S2, so she is bursting them down. They need to secure a kill onto her soon before it's too late, Tank.
And taking, I mean, did we just see a flame shot right there from Nana to take the blue on the side of Roger? And it does look like that. Nana shot a flame shot, taking the blue from Roger, which is going to hinder Roger's ability to roar and get in there. And it does look like a take from Lance on the turtle here. Huge play by Nana there, which kind of just went unnoticed. I didn't even know it happened until I saw Roger running around without a buff.
Yeah, but while that was happening, Claude was able to take the tier 3 top gold lane tower, so it might be something. And I feel like Franco's playing maybe a little too aggressive here, but I do like it. He's been making it work, but is he going to be able to keep making it work? We have that all coming in from Esmeralda, diving in the tower, doing some nice damage. Roger on the run now instead of the engage, but the Farza ult able to zone back. The ult of Raphael just missing the stun, so it seems like the team of Pro Pandas is forced to kind of back up a little bit. No minions coming in on the middle tier tower yet, but still the aggression from S2 is strong.
It is, even with Franco kind of dying off here with some of these hooks. Hopefully he changes, makes me eat my words here and snags one, but he has missed a couple of these hooks, which has had to push S2 a bit off. They would have been more aggressive here if he were able to snag those, and there you go, he does snag Farsa, and they do try to burst her down, and Beatrix does burst down Farsa, so a good snag by Franco, getting back in here. But Claude answering back by taking out Beatrix, which is absolutely huge. Beatrix is one of the heroes that is putting down this damage, but I mean, don't count him out yet. You've still got Nana here snaking, and Lance is still a threat, pushing up here in the blue, but it does push off. Roger does get his buffs. Pro Pandas is doing a great push on top lane here.
Yeah.
But Ito just absolutely unnoticed by all that was going on, taking a turret. Well played on the side of the Pro Pandas.
Most definitely. I mean, Pro Panda's definitely, you know, responding every time. Doing something, yeah. They're behind in kills right now by 2, but the gold lead is minuscule. And right now, it does seem like they're up on towers. You know, they haven't taken this, or no, it's an even trade on towers right now. They need, I think if they can take this mid tower, it'll be a big deal, but they can't be losing members like that when Lord is up. The Farza ult to zone everybody back, but here comes Franco with the hook. He just misses though, knowing that hook is a death sentence, Tank.
It really is, and Lance playing on the aggressive here, doing a phenomenal job. Does have the support of the team. Esme coming in here trying to push off this Roger, which does, because Roger was on the hunt, didn't want to go, but Beatrix once again getting taken and thirsted down. So it does look like S2 is trying to zone this out so they can get a chance at Lord here, but with both teams not at full capacity, it's Esme with the ult here. Beautiful play, but Raph does look like she's going to get out. Roger's on the hunt and takes down Lance, and Esme cleans up their tank.
Franco,
Garson drops an ult here, and Roger's on the hunt. They are not done. They are not done yet.
Look at Gala cleaning up another member, though, and now with that being a 3-to-1 trade or a 2-to-1 trade, it seems like Pro Pandas may be able to take this Lord. And while that's happening, Claude's in the mid lane, taking that mid lane tower again. Objectives. And you know, last time we saw Pro Pandas kind of play from behind, but this time it seems they have the comp they want, and they're able to push the way they want to, Tank.
And you've got, like you said, you talked about Claude rotating, and he had enough confidence with his team there to not push Lord and still get Lord and go clean up that top lane. Because if you look now, you got a minion wave going untouched here on top lane while the team fight does happen at the blue, and Franco does take out Raph. Beautiful play there. Franco, once again, making me a believer right now. Paquito down here on the red buff. Franco is in there, though, to take those hits. He's doing his job as a tank here, Rex.
Yeah, he's been doing I mean, even earlier when they were really trying to push, he was willing to jump into that Farza ult, use his ult to just stop Roger in his tracks. Like, just been doing an overall good job at, like, supporting his team and making this Franco work. And I mean, they're definitely making me a believer. This Lord's going to go down quick. Pro Pandas keeping the pressure on, though. S2 playing a wonderful job in the defense right now.
And S2, like you're saying, doing a great job. Not losing objectives there when Lord coming in, playing really smart, even with the aggression from Pro Pandas. But, I mean, like you said, this Franco, he's doing a phenomenal job helping his team out. Lance is doing a great job as a jungler. Nana with the support. So, although Pro Panda is playing very aggressive and they have a great gameplay going. Barca with a knockdown on Nana there.
That could be what they need. It's now 5v4. Are they going to put this pressure on Rafaela? Kind of just zoning out, keeping some vision. In comes the quad ult. He doesn't get it. He doesn't finish, but he gets hit by that Franco, and that is it. Pulled into the tower. Like we said, it's a death sentence. But now they're at least able to secure that middle tier tower in the mid lane. Esmeralda getting stunned by that Rafaela. Is this it for her? No, Lance responding back as promised, takes the kill onto Rafaela. Now Pro Pandas on the run, forced to move away from the side of S2.
Forced to move away, all starting with that hook, right? Once again, we talk about Franco doing his job here. We might see it again here with a save, and we do. Pulls in the hyper. An absolute these huge plays by Franco right now. And I'm not a Franco believer, but this guy right now, he's shooting at least 70% with the hooks. He's playing as a tank. He's stunning. He's doing everything he needs to as a tank. It's great play on the side of the Franco.
Yeah, but as that was happening, Pro Pandas gets the kill onto Easy Peasy and is able to take out the Lancelot. So, I mean, overall, feels like a good trade for Pro Pandas. And now they're securing onto this red buff. Do they take it? In comes Franco aggressively like he always does, but the ult of Farza forces them back. And, you know, the ability of Raphael to kind of check these bushes with that first skill, like, she can go by a bush. She doesn't need to go in it. She just pops that first skill, and it's gonna hit someone even if she doesn't see them. So it lets her know, like, oh, Nana, I see you hiding there. Oh, Franco, I see you hiding there. And it is helping, I feel like, with the vision for Team Pro Pandas right now.
Absolutely, and we talk about what Pro Panda had to change up there, and they are working as a team here, and a lot of it is that Raph, right? They're sticking with Raph so she can check those bushes. They're sticking with her for that support, that speed boost, And I think Raph and Pro Pandas, although Franco's coming out with a godly Franco game right now, Pro Panda is objective driven, right? So when Franco does, he's one person, right? So he's only capable with that chain to grab one person. Pro Panda is still taking advantage of these objectives. You got it once again with that minion push on bottom lane and the inhibitor turret and setting up here. Franco missing, but once again, Raph giving some vision here. It does look like Esme and Nana are trying to do something here, working up towards mid, but the team fight's going to happen down here, and it looks like bottom lane. If Franco can get a hook here, he can really disrupt. Otherwise, it looks like Pro Pandas, they're looking for that team fight. They got a fed Roger, and they're ready.
Yeah, this could be it, but a nice hook onto that Raph. I think she's going down. That is it. Like we said, that hook is a death sentence, and now S2 wanting to close in. They do lock in onto that Farza to stop her ult, but it might be a death sentence for this Esmeralda. Esmeralda taking some big damage, but she's able to escape, and Promise coming in, popping that ultimate and zoning off Pro Pandas. Now, just when it looked like Pro Pandas had the foothold on the Lord, S2 turns things around, and I think this Lord may go uncontested.
You know, they got the Franco out there in the front line, and everyone knows that right now, normally they'd be pushing that Franco if he didn't have a hook, but because anyone knows if they get in range of that Franco, it is a death sentence, like you say, which really opens up S2 in taking that Lord freely there.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you can't jump in on him. He's got his ult. You don't want to get too close to him because he's got the hook. And then also, Farza has to be careful about where she ults, because she's just a standing duck whenever she ults, and he can easily grab her, yoink her. So I mean, it's definitely even though the Franco pick we would normally say isn't amazing, it's definitely messing with the 5v5 strategy of Pro Pandas right now.
And it is, and we're looking to see what S2 can do with an objective finally. They've got Lord on their side. They are going to try and take as many objectives as they can, and they're doing a great job in rotation here. I'm curious to see if Lance gets up in these fights, but Pro Pandas, they're 5 deep right now. And once again, the hook that Franco grabs Paquito, and it's going to be a huge fight. Lance taking out Paquito here. S2 finally on the offensive. This Franco hook is just absolutely devastating. Barca again with a ult to zone out, and then a flame shot to clean up on B. Absolutely huge on the side of Pro Pandas right there, Rex.
Yeah, that was a great play. You know, and we keep saying this has been such back and forth. Game 1, back and forth. Game 2, just the trading. You know, every time one team makes an amazing play, the next team comes back with a full range flame shot. You know, and I'm excited to see where this goes and how this ends. If S2 is going to be able to finish this, or if Pro Pandas can make this go the long haul to Game 3.
Yeah, it was crazy. We knew Franco, once he got that hook on Paquito, was a death sentence. And Farsa, just honestly, what I thought was just zoning out there in the inhibitor, which he was. And S2 doing a good job backing off. But then she sends the flame shot anyways to clean it up. Great play, both sides. It's just going to be back and forth the whole game. Unless one of the teams makes a big mistake here, I really think both are going to need that Lord. So you're going to see the long haul in this game here. Pro Pandas is not giving up, but they've been aggressive this entire game. But S2 just goes to show you, once they grabbed Lord, they evened up those turrets. They are down 1, but prior to that, I mean, it looked like Pro Pandas was just walking all over these objectives.
You know, that Farsa's, I don't know if you've ever hit a flame shot from that distance, but it feels good. You know, it feels real good. And I know they got to feel good, but look at this Claude in the wrong spot at the wrong time. The immortality does pop, but he's still taken out by Hate, the Nana. The Nana does hit onto that Rafaela, and she's put down, but the Rafaela ult's a little too much to deal with. Beatrix forced to go out, but she's taken out by Saku. That's a double kill for Roger. Is he going to keep coming? As we say, he's running in. He's able to take out Esmeralda, but she just gets away. And now Lance on his own, but another kill going to Saku. Roger is on a killing spree.
Once they shut down that Franco, that Roger just went on the hunt. He knew the chain was then taken out of the equation, and you can see what we talked about earlier. The Roger, the Rap, the Farsa comp, the trio can do, especially with that Franco gun, which they knew they had. And now they are pushing on the inhibitor turret. Esme does try to ulti here. She does get caught up. Is she going to pay for it? Does a great job saving that inhibitor turret. But Pro Pandas on the hunt here. Taking the flame shot comes in. Roger does destroy that bottom inhibitor. They do push over, and it doesn't. They do get the inhibitor in mid too. Huge team fight now. And it does look like Esme's going to push him off here. Now Beatrix is back. They do have to push back, but they did what they came in to do, and they took out 2 turrets there, Rex.
Yeah, beautiful plays, and they didn't stick around too long. They didn't lose any super, you know, they didn't lose the Roger, they didn't lose the Paquito, they didn't lose the Raph, and they were able to take those 2 towers, and it's a huge play. It's a big deal. Now you got super minions coming the mid, coming the bot, and it's going to be very tough for S2 to try to like secure this next Lord, because they're going to be busy defending their lanes.
And it just goes to show you, we do talk about Franco being one person, but the disruption he can cause, he's really been causing some issues for Pro Pandas. And once Franco went down, it's like the green light went on for Pro Pandas, and they went on the offensive. So it is actually pretty amazing to see. Here I was doubting Franco, but what he can actually do. And Pro Pandas is pushing the Lord here. It does look like it's going to be a team fight, and Roger taking it, and now he's on the offensive, but it does look like they are going to play smart and push back here.
Beautiful play.
So real smart play on the side of on Pro Pandas. They zoned out Lord. It did look like S2 was going to try to go up there and take it, but once again, another phenomenal zone out on Pro Pandas playing the objective here, and S2 didn't have the players ready for it. Let's see how they react to this Lord coming in here, Rex.
Yeah, Lord crashing down most of the members around this bot in mid lane. It looks like they're going to try to maybe take a split here. Zone in, Esmeralda ulting on that Lord. I don't know if that's what she should have spent her ult on. Farsa pops her ult a little early and just isn't able to do anything. Claude, though, is cocked and ready to go. We know he has this ult ready. When is he going to use it? Lord goes down, and it's just not enough. My bad. Claude doesn't have the ult, so he's not able to use the hook does miss. Look at Gala, though, is able to take out Esmeralda. More minions coming down the mid wave. Can they finish it here? We know that Molina is annoying to deal with right now. Lance's immortality is forced to pop, and he's taken out by that Raja. A monster kill, and possibly a monster finish for Pro Pandas. All 5 members gone, and that is it.
Did you see the flame shot at the end? Beatrix trying to push back to the base once again to gather some help, and Farsa sends another flame shot, and she dies at the doorstep of safety. That was absolutely huge from Pro Pandas. Absolutely. I love to see it. The Franco made me a believer, taking home the MVP, but the rotation on the other side of the map, changing it up. We talked about how dangerous Wrath and Roger were going to be, and Farsa, right? That trio. We specifically talked about that trio. And once Franco was out of the map and out of the game, that trio went on a rampage.
Most definitely. I don't know if we've lost your camera a little bit. Maybe try a reconnect real fast.
I'm on it.
We're not
gonna.
M3 is right around the corner, so we are going to try to jump right into this game. I'm not saying I was hoping for a 2-0 sweep, but we are pushing time. M3 is almost here, and we don't want to jump in that. All of us want to watch this BTK game, so let's try to jump right into this next game. Speaking of BTK, are you ready, Tank?
I'm excited. I'm excited we got our fam over there representing for us. I think it's a sweep tonight. I think it's an absolute sweep. But, you know, it's kind of how I feel about my Pro Pandas. I'm going to root them on no matter what happens. So I'm excited to see tonight, dude. I'm glad they're there. It's a huge showing, especially for NA, to put us on the map. And I think they're a force to be reckoned with, Rex.
Speaking of, we just got approval to do a BTK watch party on live stream from Moonton, so there will be the after party of this event to watch the BTK games on live stream. Make sure you join the Discord if you want to know about it. We'll be doing a live stream of that event, and I'm happy to do it.
That's huge. That's awesome. I mean, but like I said, you're growing this community. You're doing a lot for it, so I'm not surprised that they're allowing it. And if you guys are wondering, that's not normal.
That's not normal at all.
Not normal at all. So T-Rex and I dibble dabble. We get a lot with the KOL, MIL side of things for Moonton, and that stuff is not allowed. So for them to allow that to happen, that's huge. So congrats.
Yeah, it's exciting. So we will be watching that. But this game is ready to go. Enough talk about M3 because we are doing the last game of the night, Pro Pandas versus S2. They just need to ready up already.
Now, Rex, do you remember what I called this? The old school farm country third match, when one team wins one, the next team wins the second game. What that third match is called? Do you remember? I'm putting you on the spot here.
The rubber match.
The rubber match, and he does. Oh, beautiful. I mean, you want to talk about props? That's what I'm talking about. Where I'm from, a rubber match is when one team takes home the first, the next team takes home the second, and the third match is the deciding factor. We call that a rubber match. So I'm excited. Rex remembers. Let's see how this game goes. Do you think the Roger is finally going to be banned?
I hope so. I really do.
Me too.
Because it's just dominating. No matter what side it's on, it's dominating. This time, Pro Pandas with the first pick. You know, I think they're going to need to do something about it.
Well, we saw.
Is it Pro Pandas with the first pick? Yeah, Pro Pandas with the first pick. Look at Gala.
And we saw, Clint going with that first ban there. We've seen that in both games. Not surprising there, but I do absolutely think you're right. I think you're going to see that Roger ban. We've seen Paquito, right, in both games. So will we see a ban come from Pac? I don't think he's done enough to cause these teams to push him out, but possibly. Lance did have a good game. Beatrix has been having a stellar game, and we've seen the capability of her. So I'm curious to see if we do see some different bans here. I hope we do. I especially hope that Roger's taken out the field, although I love seeing him go on the hunt. So we'll see how much it changes up here.
Yeah, I like the, we got the respect with the Clint ban. We got the respect with the Ling ban. I really don't think, hold on one sec. Sorry.
Holding, not a problem.
Sorry. I'm answering some questions.
No, go ahead. So we got the Mathilda ban there on the second ban. It's someone we haven't seen much in these games, but she's one of those heroes. To me, she's like a Roger. A great Mathilda player can really just, keep you from cleaning up those easy kills. And it's just such a pain to deal with. And the way she can check bushes and the mobility. So I'm not surprised to see that there. And all tournament long or all league long, we've seen the Natan get banned out because nobody wants to see Natan in the jungle. So we're looking at a Ling Natan ban. They're definitely targeting those hypers. Roger's still out there. You've got Esmeralda still out there. You've got Roger still out there. You got Beatrix still out there. This is going to be, we're not seeing a big change here. No,
it's pretty similar to always.
Yeah, but
I guess the question is going to be like, if Roger doesn't get banned here, from theory, from the statistics the last couple games, it's like whoever gets Roger won. So, are they going to let Roger slip into the hands of Pro Pandas right now?
We're seeing the Phobius ban. We've seen him both games on this one. But, I guess, if you don't want to go against and you're trying to get that Esme pick out there and you're trying to get some of these other sustain heroes, Phobius is tough to deal with, especially if you're going with a hyper that has any dash or any mages that have dash. But to leave Roger out there on the field, I guess we'll see if it's a mistake. But it might not happen. They might come with a ban right here coming from Roger. We'll see. Got 10 seconds left on this last ban before the first pick. I'm excited to see who they go with. They've targeted hypers, and they're going to continue to target hypers, but go with a Haya ban here. So a Haya, Natan, and Ling ban, all hypers.
Yeah, just completely take out any damage, but there it is.
There it is.
I just don't understand. You're thinking
I don't either, Rex.
We're going to ban all these hypers, but we know they're going to go Roger. I know.
I'm right there with you.
I know you're going to go Roger, but I'm instead going to ban all these other people.
I could see if they weren't going to ban Roger, right, then why ban the other assassins, right? Why ban those other hypers if you're going to give up Roger for S1 pick? But like I said, we're not there. We're not in those conversations. Maybe they were thinking that they wouldn't pick him S1, right, and they'd have a chance to ban him next time. But it's tough. It's tough. But you do see Esme and Pat come out with the 2 picks, first S1 and S2 over there. I'm not surprised there. We talk about them all night. We knew Pac was coming back, and we know Esme's coming back every single time she's not banned. So, not surprised there.
We do, and we're getting this Lapu Lapu, a good pick. It's different than the Paquito, because this time, look at Gale's not able to put it in, but I don't think it's a bad pick at all. Paquito does great against some of these high damage marksmen, things like that, able to zone out on people. Possibly really focus in on this Beatrix. That's going to be his ultimate goal here. I do so Pro Pandas, instead of going for the Raft tank, they decide to switch it up this time and go for the Estes. Do you think it's going to be a huge deal?
I'm going to have to see how the rest of this draft goes. But just looking at the other side right now, right, we talked about these trios. Looking at an Esme, Pac, Beatrix, that's not a lineup that I want to go against. But you do have the side of the Roger over here, right? So a fed Roger with a little bit of support. He doesn't have the Wrath for the speed boost and everything, but he does have the healing ability to make those dives with Estes there. And especially Estes with those team fights. So I do think it's a smart move on the side of Pro Pandas, and I'm excited to see Estes pay off here.
Yeah, Estes definitely has the overall better heal in the end game, and then he does have a little bit of zoning ability with that second skill, in a big team fight. When this Esmeralda and this Paquito, if they get too grouped up, he can second skill them, and kind of lock them into that circle and slow them down a little bit. But they're losing some of that speed boost, some of that in and out ability by doing this instead of the RAF. So I'm just wondering how exactly it's going to work. I think maybe this, they feel like that second skill of the SC is going to work a little bit better against the Paquito, against that hard-hitting, fast-moving Paquito, and against the also very mobile up-front Esmeralda. We're seeing some of these last bans come in. The Farza is taken off the plate here. All that leaves you after is Eve, and I'm wondering if they're going to go for that. Instead, they go for the Lilia.
So knocking out some of those two meta mages right there, Lily and Farsa. But that, like you said, that opens up Eve. And Eve is just so well-rounded at her capabilities and what she can do with not just dropping down that damage, but her CC as well with those first two skills. And that ability to zone out, right? So when you want those objectives, Eve is just so tough to get to. And unless you've got a Yuzong or somebody that can get back there and really mess with her, she's a pain to deal with. So I would not be surprised if we see her picked. The mage spot is still open and that Eve is out there. You still have a Kagura. I wouldn't be surprised. I would expect to see an Eve here.
Eve will be decent. I mean, that's about all that's left. I mean, of course, there's like a Lao Yi. Lao Yi's possible, especially against that Esmeralda and that Paquito. We know she has nice burst damage in the early game. And then we could always see something crazy. Also, not a whole... I mean, with tanks, I'm wondering what we're going to see from the side of... from S2. You know? The Kufra's gone. Jawhead's still open. They respond with some sustain of themselves and bring in that Rafaela. Healer versus healer. Selena.
We got a Selena, possible Selena here. This would be definitely be interesting.
I'm excited to see how this goes right here, because we know I don't think I've seen Pro Pandas use Selena yet, and we know how damaging she can be, we know how amazing she can be, but I don't think I've seen Pro Pandas use her yet. We've seen teams like the Valley MLP use her, we've seen Gosu Yujin use her, but you need to be able to use her well if she's going to be viable, because if not, she's if you can't land those arrows, what does she do?
She's a Franco. Well, not last game. I mean, you know, that was a godly Franco. I don't know where he is, but every time I start picking up a Franco, I'm on that one. And we do see him lock in the Selena here over sitting at S4. So a Selena lock in with a Claude lock in. I know we do have Estes over there to help him out, but I mean, we're seeing some squishy heroes over there. We're seeing the sustainability is not going to be there that they had last game, especially when you're going up against a Paquito and Esmeralda. So this is, you know, with the speed boost, a Raph over there too, and able to give that support. So, you know, unless they can feed the Roger and get him on the hunt.
So I mean, there goes that. I mean, I guess the question is here really: Can S2 withstand the Roger right now? They do have a front line to deal with him, like with that Paquito to knock back, and they do have the mobility of Raphael to kind of sweep around these teams and everything. But just Estes, man, if this gets to late game, the heal of Estes with everyone, the only problem is Roger really can't, like, if he's trying to rely on the heal of that Estes, he's so fast, like he's just gonna outpace Estes, and Estes might have trouble keeping up to heal the team. But by then, I mean, if it's getting to that point, Roger may already be on a killing spree.
Right. So the team fights, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think the team fights, Estes is going to be there to keep that team alive. And then by the time Roger does get that extension where he does go on the hunt, at that point it's probably too late. And he probably doesn't need Estes anymore.
Yeah, this is true. And I mean, but also, I feel like the Lao Yi pick, to talk about that pick a little bit, I mean, they're all going to be forced to group around Estes, and Lao Yi might just eat that up. I mean, with her AoE, if they're all grouped up in a circle, that's like heaven for Lao Yi, you know?
It is, and you see the push down here on bottom lane. Paquito going over there, sitting at the red, definitely trying to zone that out. But this Claude's going to be on his own down there. It's going to be interesting to see if they actually try to take advantage of this.
Yeah, and it looks like Roger already trying to play pretty aggressive up here. The arrow just hitting that off lane. But something I guess I missed on this whole thing, and I'm sure you talked about it in the draft, the jungle Paquito. And we saw, did this work? Who used it last time? TSU used it? Did it end up working?
I don't think it. The thing that came in last time was he was not there. He's slower in the jungle, and I think that's where they paid for it just a little bit. It took a while to first blood coming out. Selena does clean that up and get that kill, and Estes is there to heal him up and get them out of there.
So first blood going to Pro Pandas.
That Paquito is a bit slower in there. So early game, Paquito didn't do much, but late game, he was someone to mess with, and I don't want to mess with him late game.
Yeah, but in comes Esmeralda onto the Selena. She's forced to go back to base right after Roger went back to base. This may give S2 a little bit time to breathe after taking that first blood. But the aggression from this Beatrix stealing that orange buff, but another kill happens in the mid lane as this is happening. So yes, they're able to take some buff, they're able to take some space away from Pro Pandas, but they're losing members left and right now.
Pro Pandas definitely playing tight here, you know, with the aggression being that they are waiting for those ganks. But S2 just doing a good job in keeping up with the they're losing people here, but they're keeping up. Oh, and the flame, it just misses there with Selena. But S2 doing a great job with the gold, keeping up with them, just trying to maintain objectives here. Claude getting caught up down in bottom lane. It does get cleaned up by Raph, though. The Beatrix Raph combo against Claude, it was only a matter of time before that paid off, and it finally just did.
Yeah, but at that, you know, while that's happening, we got Roger on the top stealing this, and then the arrow does land, and Roger's able to take out that Lao Yi. A nice finish and a nice response to losing a member in the bottom lane, you know, and yeah, they're able to get that kill down there. But right now, Pro Panda slowly creeping ahead in gold and creeping ahead, you know, just in kills and everything. It seems like these are the games that we want to see from Pro Pandas. We saw that first game and it seems like they fell behind, but this time they're playing their early game aggression strategy and it's working well.
And you talk about, you know, the cost of time, right? So in bottom lane, you did see Claude down there, and he was facing off against Beatrix and Raph, but at what cost?
Oh, a trade for trade in the bottom lane. Beatrix does kill Saku, but then Roger's there to clean her up. So, I mean, right now, both gold laners not doing the best, you know? Beatrix 1-1, Saku 0-2. Both gold laners having a little bit of trouble scaling, but I honestly believe that that is a good thing for Roger.
And Roger, you're not wrong here. Roger going on the hunt there, does have the full support of the team, including his S's, so he can dive those, which is huge. But Esme coming in with her ult does get knocked up there. Selena doing a good job here, zoning out. And I couldn't agree with you. You know, from what we've seen tonight between gold laners and those playing such a huge role right now, the fact that they're kind of both just leveling out does give the advantage to Roger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Roger feeds off having the advance, but look at the top lane. Look on Gala, might be taking out this Esmeralda, doing some big damage to her. She does respond with an ult, but he's still just looking strong, and in comes Roger. Gets that mega kill onto Esmeralda. Can Paquito do something about it, though? He's slowed down from the shots of that Roger. Roger jumping to the tower, takes a tower shot, and backs off. But look at S2, maybe trying to close in here. And, you know, and another person I have to give it up to right now, God, Claude, never mind. Claude just getting destroyed in that bot lane right now, having a real rough time against this Beatrix tank.
You know, and we talked earlier about, you know, not taking Roger off the field, right? And is it going to pay for it? Is it going to happen? And I think we're getting our answer, right? This Roger is always going to be a force to reckon with here. He's not going to get the chance to dive here on Raph. But Roger is going to come down at Beatrix, and is he going to find her out? But he pushes off. He's playing smart here. He's just going to get his gold. He's taking the ganks that he needs, the ISOs. But they are taking a turtle objective here, and I don't think Roger's going to be there in time. He is at his red. So it does look like they are going to snake this terminal problem. The Paquito jungler does take it.
I think he's okay with that. You know, I think he's,
absolutely.
It's like, hey, I'm going to get my buff instead. We have a gold lead. We got a kill lead. We're even in towers. Take that turtle. It's whatever, you know, and it gives my offlaners a little bit of time. And speaking of offlaners, look at Lapu Lapu scoring a nice kill on to hate the Lao Yi. And then Estes coming up with that second skill. Raph trying to poke them back a little bit. Roger coming around the side here, trying to zone in onto that Paquito. Slows him down with the first skill. Comes in wolf form, but decides to back off because he knows Raph is there.
Now, if Selena would have gotten that stun there in the Paquito, it would have completely gone the other way, and it did look like they were trying to engage that hyper. So great play, but a good stun there coming out, and it is going to knock down. Raph is going to sneak away. What an absolute stun there. Estes trying to get in there, but Roger's not there to clean that up.
Yeah,
and it does look like they are going to get away with that, but what a stun by Selena there.
You know, it looks like Roger's going to have to lead that bottom lane because right now S2 is pushing in this top tier 3 tower, and now they've lost it. They're not even able to secure that bot lane, and this is, you know, I feel like maybe the better play there was, whatever, let them take that. Let's take this bot lane tower and secure some material back. But instead they played a little more respondatory, and I don't know if it was really worth the tank.
Yeah, it's true. It's like you said, they lost that turret there, and they didn't even gain the bottom turret. The minions are there to clean it up, but we do have a big fight going on in the middle here. Roger does have to push off. He wants that bottom lane. He wants that turret. He knows he didn't get that in the exchange last time, so they are going to rotate down here. It is going to be Beatrix by herself, but it doesn't look like they're going to try and push this gank here. They do realize that S2 is doing a good job of rotating, and I think they're going to have to address that, and that's what you're seeing right now with that rotation back to mid.
Yeah, I was worried about this this Estes pick, but Estes, as we're talking about him getting hit by this Paquito and taken out, I was worried about this Estes pick. But overall, even though he just got taken out, that's like I talked about with that second skill, having that circle come up on the field and be able to slow everyone down, it has done wonders in some of these team fights and just slowing down. But look at Lapu. He does get knocked. He does get stunned by that Rafaela, and he's just not able to do the damage now that he needs to. The sustain from Rafaela is too much, but the nice Abyssal Arrow coming from that Selena gives the Lapu just enough time to kind of back off. She lands another one, but isn't able to follow up. You've got Beatrix standing here, and the ult from Claude comes in out of nowhere, and she is able to get the finish with just barely a sliver of health left. Now the second turtle is up tank.
And Roger here going in there. Roger was on the hunt there, but a very smart move to pull off of that, go for the objective, realizing that they need to focus that, not get so hungry with the kills. So a very smart move there by the team on Pro Panda side. Now playing the aggressor here at this turret. Huge team fight with the ults coming in. It does look like, is it Esme? No, Roger on the hunt now. Esme does knock Roger down, though. That's going to be huge with the Hyper. And Estes going down now. Focusing over here on Lapu. I don't know if they see him. If Lapu shows his face here, he is in trouble. And he does.
Ults.
He's going to go after all of them. And Raptor support. Is he going to be able to escape this, Rex? What do you think?
I think he gets away here, but maybe not. We do have Lai on his tail. If she can get him with a nice yin yang, she'd be able to kind of see him, but she's not able to. He's able to get away, but still, Roger really, I think, over-engaged there in that tower a little bit. Pro Pandas maybe needed to slow down. This is the problem we see from them sometimes. You know, they do a great early game, and then they get a little too crazy. And when they do good, it's when they play smart, and they just take their picks and go. Take their picks and go. So, Pro Pandas, if they want to stay in this game, if they want to keep this league, they need to keep playing tight and not get too crazy.
It definitely overextended there, and once they lost their Hyper, Roger, and Estes, it was just downhill there. I'm surprised Lapu did get away. It was a good escape from him. Does look like a team fight forming up here on top lane. Selena with a great stun there, but Raph there to support the team. It does look like Roger is going to go back on the hunt, but is it going to be enough? They do have the full team there from S2 to push off. Raph doing a great job at zoning and also showing the rest of the teammates where everybody's at on the map. Beatrix trying to get that push on bottom lane to get that side lane going. Lapu going in deep here. Raph is in trouble, but she does get out, using the turret to get out of there. Beatrix coming up. This could be huge right here with Beatrix back on the map. And in this team fight, she's going to lay down some damage here, which does push Pro Pandas off. But now S2 on the offensive here, leading Esme. Roger is on the run. S2 just rolling down with a full wave of minions down middle lane here. This is going to be some trouble for Pro Pandas here. Selena gets the stun out there, but there's no help to come in. Lapu does try to come down, but it does look like he's going to get ganked and cleaned up by Beatrix there. Huge damage from Beatrix right there. And S2 playing smart and coming off, and they know they have a Lord here, especially with Beatrix out of here, or with Lapu out of here, and Pro Pandas being down with one. They're going to try and take this objective.
Does Roger come in for the steal, though? He's popped in a wolf form. Is he going to try to make it? Arrows coming in from Selena, trying to do anything. Estes overextending to get it taken out by Beatrix. He decides to opt for the orange buff. Roger able to just secure it. But Lord, now coming down the lanes in only a moments of time. How does Pro Pandas... I mean, right now, it just seems like... they're starting to whiff. Seems like they're starting to make some mistakes that they shouldn't. Like, what was Estes doing out there?
They definitely caught themselves overextended. I don't know if it was a miscommunication there, but they are paying for it, especially now with Lord coming down, Beatrix pushing bottom lane, Esme going up to clean up top lane. They're going to have to put some effort in here in Lord. They're going to have to give up that middle turret. I think you're going to see a big grab here from S2. Beatrix does get ganked on bottom lane and shut down by Claude, but Lord is still mid. Lapu jumping in here. Selena trying to get that stun out, and Pro Panda's on the offensive here. Roger is on the hunt, going after that Rafaela. Is he going to have the support from the team? Selena's stun does go out, does miss him, and they do have to push back. I think that was a great play by Pro Pandas there, and you know, just when you thought S2 was going to come down here and clean it up with the Lord, I think they played that really well.
Yeah, just, I mean, they did a good job. I think the moment they need to keep getting that Beatrix out of the way, because she's just, I mean, she's doing crazy damage right now. So Claude did a great job of scaling her. Maybe finally he's getting where he needs to be. But Lapu up in the top here, overextending. We know this isn't what they should be doing, but the rest of Pro Panda is finally coming to back up. This could be a nice stun onto that Raphael, but we know she's got the flicker to get out. But the ult of Claude comes in, and some big damage is going on to S2. The heal of Estes is just keeping everyone at full bars, and now Roger, like we say, on the hunt. He's gonna take down that Lao Yi, and over in the side we have Esmeralda closing in. Saku taking out Beatrix. That is 3 members of S2 down, and in the top, this could be it for Rafaela, but he's not able to finish. She keeps getting away with just a sliver of health, but now the rest of the members are there to help close in on Promise and most likely take this top tier 2 tower. But there's a wave of minions crashing down in the bottom up against Pro Panda's base. Claude or Lapu is forced to go back as Pro Panda stays closer and tries to take another tower from S2, finally getting some pushback, Tank.
You know, and it all started with a little Lapu extension there, but the team realizing the mistake that was made and absolutely collapsing on top lane to get that huge push where they finally were able to take some objectives, but at what cost? You know, S2 not realizing, or Pro Panda's not realizing that S2 had minion on their bottom inhibitor and did give up their inhibitor turret. Now, granted, Pro Pandas did a huge play there, grabbing at least 3 turrets, so it was a great exchange for them, but is it too late for them, Regs?
I don't know. I mean, everyone's playing at this point. I think both teams, they know this is the last game. You know, especially Pro Panda's last game of the season, S2 last game of the season. You know, so I think they're both just kind of feeling it out right now. I mean, the gold, it's been pretty close the whole time. Pro Panda's this time slipping into the lead, but everyone's starting to finally finish out these items, get where they need to be. So whose sustain is going to be better, the Rafaela or the Estes? Whose gold lane is going to end up conquering this Beatrix or this Claude? That's the real question here, and it looks like the fight may be coming now, Tank.
And it does look like they're not waiting for Lord here. Each team knows they need this objective, both trying to set themselves up. Both playing pretty smart here, you know, poking where they can to see if they can catch someone out. Estes does push back. He doesn't make that mistake you called out last time where he was at that Lord objective by himself. And Lapu and Roger, I think, trying to set up Lord here by opening up top lane so they can rotate down. So we'll see if it pays off for him. But right now, you got Claude, Selena, and Estes. They are very vulnerable without a front line, without that Lapu or that Red Roger. And S2 zoning out on Lord. Will Roger, after he grabs his blue buff, try to push over and snake a Lord here, Rex?
Yeah, I think they need to try to this contest here. They didn't get it last time, and it looks like that might be what they're doing. Lapu coming in. We know he's got that already. He does jump in, but Paquito's able to secure it, and now Pro Panda seems to be in a slightly bad position. Most definitely taking out, look at Gala, but look at Roger coming in on hate, but he does get taken out by Beatrix. This could be it for Pro Pandas. Only 2 members left, and all the members of S2 still standing. I think this might be a GG, Tank.
I think you were right there. Pro Pandas absolutely had to push that objective. They made the right call trying to go in there. I honestly thought they did a good job. The Roger did try to go on the hump, but the Wrath sustainability right there on her team was absolutely huge and was able to keep all of S2 members alive. And it does look like the end of Pro Pandas right now. You got minions crashing down on it. They're going to turret lock here, and there's no toxicity in this game. That was a show of love at the end with the recall, but I mean, it was a great game all the way through. Pro Pandas did come back with that top lane fight with Lapu, who was a little overextended. They got some objectives, but they just couldn't clean it up there at the end with Lord.
A great final series for sure. A wonderful night. We will be having one game tomorrow, MLP versus TSU, or it'll be the next day. Log into the Discord to figure out exactly when it's going to happen. But the finals are coming next Sunday. All the games have been played. It's been an amazing league thus far. I'm so excited for how things turned out, and I'm so excited for Season 2 in December. I'm really going to try to wrap this short because BTK is on in like 15 minutes or something like that. M3 is officially started. Tank, any last words from you?
No, it was a great night, Rex. I'm excited to see the finals coming up this weekend. I think every team we saw here tonight, whether they made it or not, deserved to be here. But I'm with you. As much fun as I'm having here, I'm here to go. I'm excited for the watch party,
bro. I'm a big shout out, real quick. Big shout out to BTK, man. Holding America on their back, man. I'm so excited to watch them play tonight. Depending on and they have a lot on their shoulders, man. Depending on how they do tonight, it's gonna be very influential to how NA proceeds in the rest of Mobile Legends. Like, how does Moonton proceed in NA with Mobile Legends? So they got a lot of pressure on them, and we all want to see them do good, clear up, sweep this Group C, and move on to the upper bracket. So thank you guys, everyone, for watching. Make sure you guys check out M3. Watch these BTK games tonight. It's going to be hype, and I think we're going to sign off. Any goodbyes?
No, just glad to be here. Like I said, thank you guys both on YouTube and Facebook for coming out tonight, and I'm